VII. Kirillin and Achmianov climbed up the mountain by the path. Achmianov dropped behind and stopped, while Kirillin went up to Nadezhda Fyodorovna. "Good evening," he said, touching his cap. "Good evening." "Yes," said Kirillin, looking at the sky and pondering. "Why yes?" asked Nadezhda Fyodorovna after a brief pause, noticing that Achmianov was watching them both. "And so it seems," said the officer slowly, "that our love has withered before it has blossomed, so to speak. How do you wish me to understand it? Is it a sort of coquetry on your part, or do you look upon me as a nincompoop who can be treated as you choose?" "It was a mistake. Leave me alone," Nadezhda Fyodorovna said sharply, on that beautiful, marvelous evening, looking at him with terror and asking herself with bewilderment, could there really have been a moment when that man attracted her and had been near to her? "So that's it," said Kirillin. He thought in silence for a few minutes and said, "Well, I'll wait till you are in a better humor, and meanwhile I venture to assure you I am a gentleman, and I don't allow anyone to doubt it. Adieu." He touched his cap again and walked off, making his way between the bushes. After a short interval, Achmianov approached hesitatingly. "What a fine evening," he said with a slight Armenian accent. He was nice-looking, fashionably dressed, and behaved unaffectedly like a well-bred youth, but Nadezhda Fyodorovna did not like him because she owed his father 300 rubles. It was displeasing to her, too, that a shopkeeper had been asked to the picnic, and she was vexed at his coming up to her that evening when her heart felt so pure. "The picnic is a success altogether," he said after a pause. "Yes," she agreed, and as though suddenly remembering her debt, she said carelessly, "Oh, tell them in your shop that Ivan Andreich will come round in a day or two and will pay 300 rubles. I don't remember exactly what it is. I would give another 300 if you would not mention that debt every day. Why be prosaic?" Nadezhda Fyodorovna laughed. The amusing idea occurred to her that if she had been willing and sufficiently immoral, she might in 1 minute be free from her debt. If she, for instance, were to turn the head of this handsome young fool, how amusing, absurd, wild it would be really. And she suddenly felt a longing to make him love her, to plunder him, throw him over, and then to see what would come of it. "Allow me to give you one piece of advice," Achmianov said timidly. "I beg you to beware of Kirillin. He says horrible things about you everywhere." "It doesn't interest me to know what every fool says of me," Nadezhda Fyodorovna said coldly, and the amusing thought of playing with handsome young Achmianov suddenly lost its charm. "We must go down," she said. "They're calling us." The fish soup was ready by now. They were ladling it out by platefuls and eating it with the religious solemnity with which this is only done at a picnic, and every one thought the fish soup very good and thought that at home they had never eaten anything so nice. As is always the case at picnics, in the mass of dinner napkins, parcels, useless greasy papers fluttering in the wind, no one knew where was his glass or where his bread. They poured the wine on the carpet and on their own knees spilt the salt, while it was dark all round them and the fire burnt more dimly, and everyone was too lazy to get up and put wood on. They all drank wine, and even gave Kostya and Katya half a glass each. Nadezhda Fyodorovna drank one glass and then another, got a little drunk and forgot about Kirillin. "A splendid picnic, an enchanting evening," said Levsky, growing lively with the wine. "But I should prefer a fine winter to all this. His beaver collar is silver with hoar-frost." "Every one to his taste," observed von Koren. Levsky felt uncomfortable. The heat of the campfire was beating upon his back, and the hatred of von Koren upon his breast and face. This hatred on the part of a decent, clever man, a feeling in which there probably lay hid a well-grounded reason, humiliated him and enervated him, and unable to stand up against it, he said in a propitiatory tone. "I am passionately fond of nature, and I regret that I'm not a naturalist. I envy you." "Well, I don't envy you, and don't regret it," said Nadezhda Fyodorovna. "I don't understand how anyone can seriously interest himself in beetles and ladybirds while the people are suffering." Levsky shared her opinion. He was absolutely ignorant of natural science, and so could never reconcile himself to the authoritative tone and the learned and profound air of the people who devoted themselves to the whiskers of ants and the claws of beetles, and he always felt vexed that these people, relying on these whiskers, claws, and something they called protoplasm, He always imagined it in the form of an oyster, should undertake to decide questions involving the origin and life of man. But in Nadezhda Fyodorovna's words, he heard a note of falsity, and simply to contradict her, he said, "The point is not the ladybirds, but the deductions made from them." VIII. It was late, 11 o'clock, when they began to get into the carriages to go home. They took their seats, and the only ones missing were Nadezhda Fyodorovna and Achmianov, who were running after one another, laughing, the other side of the stream. "Make haste, my friends," shouted Samolenko. "You oughtn't to give ladies wine," said Von Koren in a low voice. Levski, exhausted by the picnic, by the hatred of Von Koren and by his own thoughts, went to meet Nadezhda Fyodorovna, and when, gay and happy, feeling light as a feather, breathless and laughing, she took him by both hands and laid her head on his breast, he stepped back and said dryly, "You are behaving like a cocotte." It sounded horribly coarse, so that he felt sorry for her at once. On his angry, exhausted face she read hatred, pity and vexation with himself, and her heart sank at once. She realized instantly that she had gone too far, had been too free and easy in her behavior, and overcome with misery, feeling herself heavy, stout, coarse, and drunk, she got into the first empty carriage together with Achmianov. Levski got in with Kirillin, the zoologist with Samolenko, the deacon with the ladies, and the party set off. "You see what the Japanese monkeys are like," Von Koren began, rolling himself up in his cloak and shutting his eyes. "You heard she doesn't care to take an interest in beetles and ladybirds because the people are suffering. That's how all the Japanese monkeys look upon people like us. They're a slavish, cunning race, terrified by the whip and the fist for 10 generations. They tremble and burn incense only before violence. But let the monkey into a free state where there's no one to take it by the collar, and it relaxes at once and shows itself in its true colors. Look how bold they are in picture galleries, in museums, in theaters, or when they talk of science. They puff themselves out and get excited. They are abusive and critical. They are bound to criticize. It's the sign of the slave. You listen. Men of the liberal professions are more often sworn at than pickpockets. That's because 3/4 of society are made up of slaves, of just such monkeys. It never happens that a slave holds out his hand to you and sincerely says, "Thank you," to you for your work. "I don't know what you want," said Samolenko, yawning. The poor thing, in the simplicity of her heart, wanted to talk to you of scientific subjects, and you draw a conclusion from that. You're cross with him for something or other, and with her, too, to keep him company. She's a splendid woman. Ah, nonsense. An ordinary kept woman, depraved and vulgar. Listen, Alexander Daviditch, when you meet a simple peasant woman who isn't living with her husband, who does nothing but giggle, you tell her to go and work. Why are you timid in this case and afraid to tell the truth? Simply because Nadezhda Fyodorovna is kept, not by a sailor, but by an official. "What am I to do with her?" said Samolenko, getting angry. "Beat her or what?" "Not flatter vice. We curse vice only behind its back, and that's like making a long nose at it round a corner. I am a zoologist or a sociologist, which is the same thing. You are a doctor. Society believes in us. We ought to point out the terrible harm which threatens it and the next generation from the existence of ladies like Nadezhda Ivanovna." "Fyodorovna," Samolenko corrected, "but what ought society to do?" "Society, that's its affair. To my thinking the surest and most direct method is compulsion. Manu militari, she ought to be returned to her husband, and if her husband won't take her in, then she ought to be sent to penal servitude or some house of correction." "Oof," sighed Samolenko. He paused and asked quietly, "You said the other day that people like Levski ought to be destroyed. Tell me if the state or society commissioned you to destroy him, could you bring yourself to it?" "My hand would not tremble." IX. When they got home, Levski and Nadezhda Fyodorovna went into their dark, stuffy, dull rooms. Both were silent. Levski lighted a candle, while Nadezhda Fyodorovna sat down and, without taking off her cloak and hat, lifted her melancholy, guilty eyes to him. He knew that she expected an explanation from him, but an explanation would be wearisome, useless and exhausting, and his heart was heavy because he had lost control over himself and been rude to her. He chanced to feel in his pocket the letter which he had been intending every day to read to her, and thought if he were to show her that letter now, it would turn her thoughts in another direction. It is time to define our relations, he thought. I will give it her, what is to be will be. He took out the letter and gave it her. Read it, it concerns you. Saying this, he went into his own room and lay down on the sofa in the dark without a pillow. Nadezhda Fyodorovna read the letter, and it seemed to her as though the ceiling were falling and the walls were closing in on her. It seemed suddenly dark and shut in and terrible. She crossed herself quickly 3 times and said, "Give him peace, O Lord, give him peace." And she began crying. "Vanya," she called, "Ivan Andreich." There was no answer. Thinking that Levsky had come in and was standing behind her chair, she sobbed like a child and said, "Why did you not tell me before that he was dead? I wouldn't have gone to the picnic. I shouldn't have laughed so horribly. The men said horrid things to me. What a sin, what a sin. Save me, Vanya, save me. I have been mad. I am lost." Levsky heard her sobs. He felt stifled and his heart was beating violently. In his misery, he got up, stood in the middle of the room, groped his way in the dark to an easy chair by the table, and sat down. This is a prison, he thought. I must get away. I can't bear it. It was too late to go and play cards. There were no restaurants in the town. He lay down again and covered his ears that he might not hear her sobbing, and he suddenly remembered that he could go to Samolenko. To avoid going near Nadezhda Fyodorovna, he got out of the window into the garden, climbed over the garden fence, and went along the street. It was dark. A steamer, judging by its lights, a big passenger one, had just come in. He heard the clank of the anchor chain. A red light was moving rapidly from the shore in the direction of the steamer. It was the customs boat going out to it. The passengers are asleep in their cabins, thought Levsky, and he envied the peace of mind of other people. The windows in Samolenko's house were open. Levsky looked in at one of them, then in at another. It was dark and still in the rooms. "Alexander Daviditch, are you asleep?" he called. "Alexander Daviditch." He heard a cough and an uneasy shout. "Who's there? What the devil?" "It is I, Alexander Daviditch. Excuse me." A little later the door opened. There was a glow of soft light from the lamp, and Samolenko's huge figure appeared all in white, with a white nightcap on his head. "What now?" he asked, scratching himself and breathing hard from sleepiness. "Wait a minute, I'll open the door directly." "Don't trouble, I'll get in at the window." Levsky climbed in at the window, and when he reached Samolenko, seized him by the hand. "Alexander Daviditch," he said in a shaking voice, "save me, I beseech you, I implore you, understand me, my position is agonizing. If it goes on for another 2 days I shall strangle myself like a dog." "Wait a bit, and what are you talking about exactly?" "Light a candle." Oh, sighed Samolenko, lighting a candle. My God, why it's past 1, brother." "Excuse me, but I can't stay at home," said Levsky, feeling great comfort from the light and the presence of Samolenko. "You are my best, my only friend, Alexander Daviditch. You are my only hope. For God's sake, come to my rescue, whether you want to or not. I must get away from here, come what may. Lend me the money." "Oh, my God," sighed Samolenko, scratching himself. "I was dropping asleep and I hear the whistle of the steamer, and now do you want much?" 300 rubles at least. I must leave her 100, and I need 200 for the journey. I owe you about 400 already, but I will send it you all. Samolenko took hold of both his whiskers in one hand, and standing with his legs wide apart, pondered. "Yes," he muttered, musing, 300. "Yes, but I haven't got so much. I shall have to borrow it from someone." "Borrow it for God's sake?" said Levsky, seeing from Samolenko's face that he wanted to lend him the money and certainly would lend it. "Borrow it, and I'll be sure to pay you back. I will send it from Petersburg as soon as I get there. You can set your mind at rest about that. I'll tell you what, Sasha," he said, growing more animated. "Let us have some wine." "Yes, we can have some wine too." They both went into the dining room. "And how about Nadezhda Fyodorovna?" asked Samolenko, setting 3 bottles and a plate of peaches on the table. "Surely she's not remaining." I will arrange it all, said Levsky, feeling an unexpected rush of joy. "I will send her the money afterwards and she will join me. Then we will define our relations. To your health, friend." "Wait a bit," said Samolenko. "Drink this first. This is from my vineyard. This bottle is from Navarid's vineyard and this one is from Ahachilov's. Try all 3 kinds and tell me candidly. There seems a little acidity about mine. Don't you taste it? Yes, you have comforted me, Alexander Daviditch. Thank you. I feel better. Is there any acidity? Goodness only knows, I don't know. But you are a splendid, wonderful man. Looking at his pale, excited, good-natured face, Samolenko remembered von Koren's view that men like that ought to be destroyed, and Levski seemed to him a weak, defenseless child, whom anyone could injure and destroy. And when you go, make it up with your mother, he said. It's not right. Yes, I certainly shall. They were silent for a while. When they had emptied the first bottle, Samolenko said, You ought to make it up with von Koren too. You are both such splendid, clever fellows, and you glare at each other like wolves. Yes, he's a fine, very intelligent fellow, Levski assented, ready now to praise and forgive everyone. He's a remarkable man, but it's impossible for me to get on with him. No, our natures are too different. An indolent, weak, submissive nature. Perhaps in a good minute I might hold out my hand to him, but he would turn away from me, with contempt. Levski took a sip of wine, walked from corner to corner and went on, standing in the middle of the room. I understand von Koren very well. His is a resolute, strong, despotic nature. You have heard him continually talking of the expedition, and it's not mere talk. He wants the wilderness, the moonlit night. All around in little tents under the open sky lie sleeping his sick and hungry Cossacks, guides, porters, doctor, priest, all exhausted with their weary marches, while only he is awake, sitting like Stanley on a camp stool, feeling himself the monarch of the desert and the master of these men. He goes on and on and on, his men groan and die, one after another, and he goes on, and in the end perishes himself, but still is monarch and ruler of the desert, since the cross upon his tomb can be seen by the caravans for 30 or 40 miles over the desert. I am sorry the man is not in the army. He would have made a splendid military genius. He would not have hesitated to drown his cavalry in the river and make a bridge out of dead bodies. And such hardihood is more needed in war than any kind of fortification or strategy. Oh, I understand him perfectly. Tell me, why is he wasting his substance here? What does he want here? He is studying the marine fauna. No, brother, no, Levski sighed. A scientific man who was on the steamer told me the Black Sea was poor in animal life, and that in its depths, thanks to the abundance of sulfuric hydrogen, organic life was impossible. All the serious zoologists work at the biological station at Naples or Villafranche. But von Koren is independent and obstinate. He works on the Black Sea because nobody else is working there. He is at loggerheads with the university, does not care to know his comrades and other scientific men because he is first of all a despot and only secondly a zoologist. And you'll see he'll do something. He is already dreaming that when he comes back from his expedition, he will purify our universities from intrigue and mediocrity, and will make the scientific men mind their P's and Q's. Despotism is just as strong in science as in the army, and he is spending his second summer in this stinking little town because he would rather be first in a village than second in a town. Here he is a king and an eagle. He keeps all the inhabitants under his thumb and oppresses them with his authority. He has appropriated everyone, he meddles in other people's affairs. Everything is of use to him, and everyone is afraid of him. I am slipping out of his clutches, he feels that, and hates me. Hasn't he told you that I ought to be destroyed or sent to hard labor? Yes, laughed Samolenko. Levski laughed too, and drank some wine. His ideals are despotic too, he said, laughing and biting a peach. Ordinary mortals think of their neighbor man in fact if they work for the common weal. To von Koren, men are puppets and nonentities, too trivial to be the object of his life. He works, will go for his expedition and break his neck there, not for the sake of love for his neighbor, but for the sake of such abstractions as humanity, future generations, an ideal race of men. He exerts himself for the improvement of the human race, and we are in his eyes only slaves, food for the cannon, beasts of burden. Some he would destroy or stow away in Siberia. Others he would break by discipline, would, like Erikchev, force them to get up and go to bed to the sound of the drum. Would appoint eunuchs to preserve our chastity and morality, would order them to fire at anyone who steps out of the circle of our narrow conservative morality. And all this in the name of the improvement of the human race. And what is the human race? Illusion, mirage. Despots have always been illusionists. I understand him very well, brother. I appreciate him and don't deny his importance. This world rests on men like him, and if the world were left only to such men as us, for all our good nature and good intentions, we should make as great a mess of it as the flies have of that picture. Yes. Levski sat down beside Samolenko and said with genuine feeling, I'm a foolish, worthless, depraved man. The air I breathe, this wine, love, life, in fact, for all that, I have given nothing in exchange so far but lying, idleness, and cowardice. Till now I have deceived myself and other people. I have been miserable about it, and my misery was cheap and common. I bow my back humbly before von Koren's hatred, because at times I hate and despise myself. Levski began again, pacing from one end of the room to the other in excitement, and said, I'm glad I see my faults clearly and am conscious of them. That will help me to reform and become a different man. My dear fellow, if only you knew how passionately, with what anguish, I long for such a change, and I swear to you I'll be a man. I will. I don't know whether it is the wine that is speaking in me, or whether it really is so, but it seems to me that it is long since I have spent such pure and lucid moments as I have just now with you. It's time to sleep, brother, said Samolenko. Yes, excuse me, I'll go directly. Levski moved hurriedly about the furniture and windows, looking for his cap. Thank you, he muttered, sighing. Thank you. Kind and friendly words are better than charity. You have given me new life. He found his cap, stopped, and looked guiltily at Samolenko. Alexander Daviditch, he said in an imploring voice. What is it? Let me stay the night with you, my dear fellow. Certainly, why not? Levski lay down on the sofa and went on talking to the doctor for a long time. 3 days after the picnic, Maria Konstantinovna unexpectedly called on Nadezhda Fyodorovna, and without greeting her or taking off her hat, seized her by both hands, pressed them to her breast, and said in great excitement, My dear, I am deeply touched and moved. Our dear kind-hearted doctor told my Nikodem Alexandritch yesterday that your husband was dead. Tell me, my dear, tell me, is it true? Yes, it's true, he is dead, answered Nadezhda Fyodorovna. That is awful, awful, my dear. But there's no evil without some compensation. Your husband was no doubt a noble, wonderful, holy man, and such are more needed in heaven than on earth. Every line and feature in Maria Konstantinovna's face began quivering as though little needles were jumping up and down under her skin. She gave an almond-oily smile and said, breathlessly, enthusiastically, And so you are free, my dear. You can hold your head high now and look people boldly in the face. Henceforth God and man will bless your union with Ivan Andreich. It's enchanting. I am trembling with joy, I can find no words. My dear, I will give you away. Nikodem Alexandritch and I have been so fond of you, you will allow us to give our blessing to your pure, lawful union. When do you think of being married? I haven't thought of it, said Nadezhda Fyodorovna, freeing her hands. That's impossible, my dear. You have thought of it, you have. Upon my word, I haven't, said Nadezhda Fyodorovna, laughing. What should we be married for? I see no necessity for it. We'll go on living as we have lived. What are you saying? Cried Maria Konstantinovna in horror. For God's sake, what are you saying? Our getting married won't make things any better. On the contrary, it will make them even worse. We shall lose our freedom. My dear, what are you saying? Exclaimed Maria Konstantinovna, stepping back and flinging up her hands. You are talking wildly. Think what you are saying. You must settle down. Settle down? How do you mean? I have not lived yet, and you tell me to settle down. Nadezhda Fyodorovna reflected that she really had not lived. She had finished her studies in a boarding school and had been married to a man she did not love. Then she had thrown in her lot with Levski and had spent all her time with him on this empty, desolate coast, always expecting something better. Was that life? I ought to be married, though, she thought, but remembering Kirillin and Achmianov, she flushed and said, No, it's impossible. Even if Ivan Andreich begged me to on his knees even, then I would refuse. Maria Konstantinovna sat on the sofa for a minute in silence, grave and mournful, gazing fixedly into space. Then she got up and said coldly, Goodbye, my dear. Forgive me for having troubled you. Though it's not easy for me, it's my duty to tell you that from this day all is over between us, and, in spite of my profound respect for Ivan Andreich, the door of my house is closed to you henceforth." She uttered these words with great solemnity and was herself overwhelmed by her solemn tone. Her face began quivering again. It assumed a soft, almond-oily expression. She held out both hands to Nadezhda Fyodorovna, who was overcome with alarm and confusion, and said in an imploring voice, "My dear, allow me if only for a moment to be a mother or an elder sister to you. I will be as frank with you as a mother." Nadezhda Fyodorovna felt in her bosom warmth, gladness, and pity for herself, as though her own mother had really risen up and were standing before her. She impulsively embraced Maria Konstantinovna and pressed her face to her shoulder. Both of them shed tears. They sat down on the sofa and for a few minutes sobbed without looking at one another or being able to utter a word. "My dear child," began Maria Konstantinovna, "I will tell you some harsh truths without sparing you. For God's sake, do. Trust me, my dear, you remember of all the ladies here, I was the only one to receive you. You horrified me from the very first day, but I had not the heart to treat you with disdain like all the rest. I grieved over dear, good Ivan Andreich as though he were my son, a young man in a strange place, inexperienced, weak, with no mother, and I was worried, dreadfully worried. My husband was opposed to our making his acquaintance, but I talked him over, persuaded him. We began receiving Ivan Andreich, and with him, of course, you, if we had not, he would have been insulted. I have a daughter, a son. You understand the tender mind, the pure heart of childhood. Whoso offendeth one of these little ones? I received you into my house and trembled for my children. Oh, when you become a mother, you will understand my fears. And everyone was surprised at my receiving you, excuse my saying so, as a respectable woman, and hinted to me. Well, of course, slanders, suppositions. At the bottom of my heart I blamed you, but you were unhappy, flighty, to be pitied, and my heart was wrung with pity for you." "But why?" asked Nadezhda Fyodorovna, trembling all over. "What harm have I done anyone?" "You are a terrible sinner. You broke the vow you made your husband at the altar. You seduced a fine young man who perhaps had he not met you might have taken a lawful partner for life from a good family in his own circle and would have been like everyone else now. You have ruined his youth. Don't speak, my dear. I never believe that man is to blame for our sins. It is always the woman's fault. Men are frivolous in domestic life. They are guided by their minds and not by their hearts. There's a great deal they don't understand. Woman understands it all. Everything depends on her. To her much is given, and from her much will be required. Oh, my dear, if she had been more foolish or weaker than man on that side, God would not have entrusted her with the education of boys and girls. And then, my dear, you entered on the path of vice, forgetting all modesty. Any other woman in your place would have hidden herself from people, would have sat shut up at home, and would only have been seen in the temple of God, pale, dressed all in black and weeping, and everyone would have said in genuine compassion, 'O Lord, this erring angel is coming back again to thee.' But you, my dear, have forgotten all discretion, have lived openly, extravagantly, have seemed to be proud of your sin. You have been gay and laughing, and I, looking at you, shuddered with horror, and have been afraid that thunder from heaven would strike our house while you were sitting with us." "My dear, don't speak, cried Maria Konstantinovna, observing that Nadezhda Fyodorovna wanted to speak. "Trust me, I will not deceive you. I will not hide one truth from the eyes of your soul. Listen to me, my dear. God marks great sinners, and you have been marked out. Only think your costumes have always been appalling." Nadezhda Fyodorovna, who had always had the highest opinion of her costumes, left off crying and looked at her with surprise. "Yes, appalling," Maria Konstantinovna went on. "Anyone could judge of your behavior from the elaboration and gaudiness of your attire. People laughed and shrugged their shoulders as they looked at you, and I grieved. And forgive me, my dear, you are not nice in your person. When we met in the bathing place, you made me tremble. Your outer clothing was decent enough, but your petticoat, your chemise... My dear, I blushed. Poor Ivan Andreich. No one ever ties his cravat properly, and from his linen and his boots, poor fellow, one can see he has no one at home to look after him. And he is always hungry, my darling, and of course, if there is no one at home to think of the samovar and the coffee, one is forced to spend half one's salary at the pavilion. And it's simply awful, awful in your home. No one else in the town has flies, but there's no getting rid of them in your rooms. All the plates and dishes are black with them. If you look at the windows and the chairs, there's nothing but dust, dead flies, and glasses. What do you want glasses standing about for? And my dear, the table's not cleared till this time in the day. And one's ashamed to go into your bedroom, underclothes flung about everywhere, india rubber tubes hanging on the walls, pails and basins standing about. My dear, a husband ought to know nothing, and his wife ought to be as neat as a little angel in his presence. I wake up every morning before it is light, and wash my face with cold water that my Nicodim Alexandrich may not see me looking drowsy. That's all nonsense, Nadezhda Fyodorovna sobbed. If only I were happy, but I am so unhappy. Yes, yes, you are very unhappy, Maria Konstantinovna sighed, hardly able to restrain herself from weeping. And there's terrible grief in store for you in the future. A solitary old age, ill health, and then you will have to answer at the dread judgment seat. It's awful, awful. Now fate itself holds out to you a helping hand, and you madly thrust it from you. Be married, make haste and be married. Yes, we must, said Nadezhda Fyodorovna, but it's impossible. Why? It's impossible. Oh, if only you knew. Nadezhda Fyodorovna had an impulse to tell her about Kirillin, and how the evening before she had met handsome young Achmianov at the harbor, and how the mad, ridiculous idea had occurred to her of canceling her debt for 300. It had amused her very much, and she returned home late in the evening feeling that she had sold herself and was irrevocably lost. She did not know herself how it had happened. And she longed to swear to Maria Konstantinovna that she would certainly pay that debt, but sobs and shame prevented her from speaking. I am going away, she said. Ivan Andreich may stay, but I am going. Where? To Russia. But how will you live there? Why, you have nothing. I will do translation, or I will open a library. Don't let your fancy run away with you, my dear. You must have money for a library. Well, I will leave you now, and you calm yourself and think things over, and tomorrow come and see me, bright and happy. That will be enchanting. Well, goodbye, my angel. Let me kiss you. Maria Konstantinovna kissed Nadezhda Fyodorovna on the forehead, made the sign of the cross over her, and softly withdrew. It was getting dark, and Olga lighted up in the kitchen. Still crying, Nadezhda Fyodorovna went into the bedroom and lay down on the bed. She began to be very feverish. She undressed without getting up, crumpled up her clothes at her feet, and curled herself up under the bedclothes. She was thirsty, and there was no one to give her something to drink. I'll pay it back, she said to herself, and it seemed to her in delirium that she was sitting beside some sick woman and recognized her as herself. I'll pay it back. It would be stupid to imagine that it was for money. I will go away and send him the money from Petersburg, at first 100, then another 100, and then the third 100. It was late at night when Levsky came in. At first 100, Nadezhda Fyodorovna said to him, then another 100. You ought to take some quinine, he said, and thought, tomorrow is Wednesday, the steamer goes and I am not going in it, so I shall have to go on living here till Saturday. Nadezhda Fyodorovna knelt up in bed. I didn't say anything just now, did I? She asked, smiling and screwing up her eyes at the light. No, nothing. We shall have to send for the doctor tomorrow morning. Go to sleep. He took his pillow and went to the door. Ever since he had finally made up his mind to go away and leave Nadezhda Fyodorovna, she had begun to raise in him pity and a sense of guilt. He felt a little ashamed in her presence, as though in the presence of a sick or old horse whom one has decided to kill. He stopped in the doorway and looked round at her. I was out of humor at the picnic and said something rude to you. Forgive me, for God's sake. Saying this, he went off to his study, lay down, and for a long while could not get to sleep. Next morning, when Samolenko, attired, as it was a holiday, in full dress uniform with epaulets on his shoulders and decorations on his breast, came out of the bedroom after feeling Nadezhda Fyodorovna's pulse and looking at her tongue, Levsky, who was standing in the doorway, asked him anxiously, Well. There was an expression of terror, of extreme uneasiness, and of hope on his face. Don't worry yourself, there's nothing dangerous, said Samolenko. It's the usual fever. I don't mean that, Levsky frowned impatiently. Have you got the money? My dear soul, forgive me, he whispered, looking round at the door and overcome with confusion. For God's sake, forgive me. No one has anything to spare, and I've only been able to collect by 5 and by 10 ruble notes. Only 110 in all. Today I'll speak to someone else. Have patience. But Saturday is the latest date, whispered Levski, trembling with impatience. By all that's sacred, get it by Saturday. If I don't get away by Saturday, nothing's any use, nothing. I can't understand how a doctor can be without money. Lord have mercy on us, Samolenko whispered rapidly and intensely, and there was positively a breaking note in his throat. I've been stripped of everything. I am owed 7,000 and I'm in debt all round. Is it my fault? Then you'll get it by Saturday, yes. I'll try. I implore you, my dear fellow, so that the money may be in my hands by Friday morning. Samolenko sat down and prescribed solution of quinine and kallii bromati and tincture of rhubarb, tincturi gentiani, equifoniculi all in one mixture, added some pink syrup to sweeten it, and went away. You look as though you were coming to arrest me, said Von Koren, seeing Samolenko coming in his full dress uniform. I was passing by and thought, suppose I go in and pay my respects to zoology, said Samolenko, sitting down at the big table, knocked together by the zoologist himself out of plain boards. Good morning, Holy Father, he said to the deacon, who was sitting in the window copying something. I'll stay a minute and then run home to see about dinner. It's time. I'm not hindering you. Not in the least, answered the zoologist, laying out over the table slips of paper covered with small writing. We are busy copying. Oh, my goodness, sighed Samolenko. He cautiously took up from the table a dusty book on which there was lying a dead dried spider and said, Only fancy, though, some little green beetle is going about its business, when suddenly a monster like this swoops down upon it. I can fancy its terror. Yes, I suppose so. Is poison given it to protect it from its enemies? Yes, to protect it and enable it to attack. To be sure. And everything in nature, my dear fellows, is consistent and can be explained, sighed Samolenko. Only I tell you what I don't understand. You're a man of very great intellect, so explain it to me, please. There are, little beasts no bigger than rats, rather handsome to look at, but nasty and immoral in the extreme, let me tell you. Suppose such a little beast is running in the woods. He sees a bird, he catches it and devours it. He goes on and sees in the grass a nest of eggs. He does not want to eat them, he is not hungry, but yet he tastes one egg and scatters the others out of the nest with his paw. Then he meets a frog and begins to play with it. When he has tormented the frog, he goes on licking himself and meets a beetle. He crushes the beetle with his paw. And so he spoils and destroys everything on his way. He creeps into other beasts' holes, tears up the anthills, cracks the snail's shell. If he meets a rat, he fights with it. If he meets a snake or a mouse, he must strangle it, and so the whole day long. Come, tell me, what is the use of a beast like that? Why was he created? I don't know what animal you are talking of, said Von Koren. Most likely one of the insectivora. Well, he got hold of the bird because it was incautious. He broke the nest of eggs because the bird was not skillful, had made the nest badly, and did not know how to conceal it. The frog probably had some defect in its coloring, or he would not have seen it, and so on. Your little beast only destroys the weak, the unskillful, the careless in fact, those who have defects which nature does not think fit to hand on to posterity. Only the cleverer, the stronger, the more careful and developed survive. And so your little beast, without suspecting it, is serving the great ends of perfecting creation. Yes. By the way, brother, said Samolenko carelessly, lend me 100 rubles. Very good. There are some very interesting types among the insectivorous mammals. For instance, the mole is said to be useful because he devours noxious insects. There is a story that some German sent William I a fur coat made of moleskins, and the emperor ordered him to be reproved for having destroyed so great a number of useful animals. And yet the mole is not a bit less cruel than your little beast, and is very mischievous besides, as he spoils meadows terribly. Von Koren opened a box and took out a 100-ruble note. The mole has a powerful thorax, just like the bat, he went on, shutting the box. The bones and muscles are tremendously developed, the mouth is extraordinarily powerfully furnished. If it had the proportions of an elephant, it would be an all-destructive, invincible animal. It is interesting when two moles meet underground. They begin at once as though by agreement digging a little platform. They need the platform in order to have a battle more conveniently. When they have made it, they enter upon a ferocious struggle and fight till the weaker one falls. Take the 100 rubles, said Von Koren, dropping his voice, but only on condition that you're not borrowing it for Levski. And if it were for Levski, cried Samolenko, flaring up, what is that to you? I can't give it to you for Levski. I know you like lending people money. You would give it to Karim, the brigand, if he were to ask you, but excuse me, I can't assist you in that direction. Yes, it is for Levski I am asking it, said Samolenko, standing up and waving his right arm. Yes, for Levski, and no one, fiend or devil, has a right to dictate to me how to dispose of my own money. It doesn't suit you to lend it me. No. The deacon began laughing. Don't get excited, but be reasonable, said the zoologist. To shower benefits on Mr. Levski is, to my thinking, as senseless as to water weeds or to feed locusts. To my thinking, it is our duty to help our neighbors, cried Samolenko. In that case, help that hungry Turk who is lying under the fence. He is a workman and more useful and indispensable than your Levski. Give him that 100-ruble note, or subscribe 100 rubles to my expedition. Will you give me the money or not? I ask you. Tell me openly, what does he want money for? It's not a secret. He wants to go to Petersburg on Saturday. So that is it, Von Koren drawled out. Aha, we understand. And is she going with him, or how is it to be? She's staying here for the time. He'll arrange his affairs in Petersburg and send her the money, and then she'll go. That's smart, said the zoologist, and he gave a short tenor laugh. Smart, well planned. He went rapidly up to Samolenko and, standing face to face with him and looking him in the eyes, asked, Tell me now honestly, is he tired of her? Yes, tell me, is he tired of her? Yes. Yes, Samolenko articulated, beginning to perspire. How repulsive it is, said Von Koren, and from his face it could be seen that he felt repulsion. One of two things, Alexander Daviditch, either you are in the plot with him, or, excuse my saying so, you are a simpleton. Surely you must see that he is taking you in like a child in the most shameless way. Why, it's as clear as day that he wants to get rid of her and abandon her here. She'll be left a burden on you. It is as clear as day that you will have to send her to Petersburg at your expense. Surely your fine friend can't have so blinded you by his dazzling qualities that you can't see the simplest thing. That's all supposition, said Samolenko, sitting down. Supposition, but why is he going alone instead of taking her with him, and ask him why he doesn't send her off first? The sly beast. Overcome with sudden doubts and suspicions about his friend, Samolenko weakened and took a humbler tone. But it's impossible, he said, recalling the night Levski had spent at his house. He is so unhappy. What of that? Thieves and incendiaries are unhappy too. Even supposing you are right, said Samolenko, hesitating, let us admit it. Still, he's a young man in a strange place. A student, we have been students too, and there is no one but us to come to his assistance. To help him to do abominable things, because he and you at different times have been at universities, and neither of you did anything there. What nonsense. Stop, let us talk it over coolly. I imagine it will be possible to make some arrangement. Samolenko reflected, twiddling his fingers. I'll give him the money, you see, but make him promise on his honor that within a week he'll send Nadezhda Fyodorovna the money for the journey. And he'll give you his word of honor in fact, he'll shed tears and believe in it himself. But what's his word of honor worth? He won't keep it. And when in a year or two you meet him on the Nevsky Prospect with a new mistress on his arm, he'll excuse himself on the ground that he has been crippled by civilization, and that he is made after the pattern of Rudin. Drop him, for God's sake. Keep away from the filth, don't stir it up with both hands. Samolenko thought for a minute, and said resolutely, But I shall give him the money all the same. As you please. I can't bring myself to refuse a man simply on an assumption. Very fine, too. You can kiss him if you like. Give me the 100 rubles then, Samolenko asked timidly. I won't. A silence followed. Samolenko was quite crushed. His face wore a guilty, abashed, and ingratiating expression, and it was strange to see this pitiful, childish, shame-faced countenance on a huge man wearing epaulets and orders of merit. The bishop here goes the round of his diocese on horseback instead of in a carriage, said the deacon, laying down his pen. It's extremely touching to see him sit on his horse. His simplicity and humility are full of biblical grandeur. Is he a good man? Asked von Koren, who was glad to change the conversation. Of course, if he hadn't been a good man, do you suppose he would have been consecrated a bishop? Among the bishops are to be found good and gifted men, said von Koren. The only drawback is that some of them have the weakness to imagine themselves statesmen. One busies himself with Russification, another criticizes the sciences. That's not their business. They had much better look into their consistory a little. A layman cannot judge of bishops. Why so, deacon? A bishop is a man just the same as you or I. The same, but not the same. The deacon was offended and took up his pen. If you had been the same, the divine grace would have rested upon you, and you would have been bishop yourself. And since you are not bishop, it follows you are not the same. Don't talk nonsense, deacon, said Samolenko dejectedly. Listen to what I suggest, he said, turning to von Koren. Don't give me that 100 rubles. You'll be having your dinners with me for 3 months before the winter, so let me have the money beforehand for 3 months. I won't. Samolenko blinked and turned crimson. He mechanically drew towards him the book with the spider on it and looked at it. Then he got up and took his hat. Von Koren felt sorry for him. What it is to have to live and do with people like this, said the zoologist, and he kicked a paper into the corner with indignation. You must understand that this is not kindness, it is not love, but cowardice, slackness, poison. What's gained by reason is lost by your flabby good-for-nothing hearts. When I was ill with typhoid as a schoolboy, my aunt in her sympathy gave me pickled mushrooms to eat, and I very nearly died. You, and my aunt too, must understand that love for man is not to be found in the heart or the stomach or the bowels, but here. Von Koren slapped himself on the forehead. Take it, he said, and thrust a 100-ruble note into his hand. You've no need to be angry, Kalia, said Samolenko mildly, folding up the note. I quite understand you, but you must put yourself in my place. You are an old woman, that's what you are. The deacon burst out laughing. Hear my last request, Alexander Daviditch, said von Koren hotly. When you give that scoundrel the money, make it a condition that he takes his lady with him, or sends her on ahead, and don't give it him without. There's no need to stand on ceremony with him. Tell him so, or, if you don't, I give you my word I'll go to his office and kick him downstairs, and I'll break off all acquaintance with you. So you'd better know it. Well, to go with her or send her on beforehand will be more convenient for him, said Samolenko. He'll be delighted indeed. Well, goodbye. He said goodbye affectionately and went out, but before shutting the door after him, he looked round at von Koren and, with a ferocious face, said, It's the Germans who have ruined you, brother. Yes, the Germans. Roman 12. Next day, Thursday, Maria Konstantinovna was celebrating the birthday of her Kostya. All were invited to come at midday and eat pies, and in the evening to drink chocolate. When Levsky and Nadezhda Fyodorovna arrived in the evening, the zoologist, who was already sitting in the drawing room drinking chocolate, asked Samolenko, Have you talked to him? Not yet. Mind now, don't stand on ceremony. I can't understand the insolence of these people. Why, they know perfectly well the view taken by this family of their cohabitation, and yet they force themselves in here. If one is to pay attention to every prejudice, said Samolenko, one could go nowhere. Do you mean to say that the repugnance felt by the masses for illicit love and moral laxity is a prejudice? Of course it is. It's prejudice and hate. When the soldiers see a girl of light behavior, they laugh and whistle, but just ask them what they are themselves. It's not for nothing they whistle. The fact that girls strangle their illegitimate children and go to prison for it, and that Anna Karenin flung herself under the train, and that in the villages they smear the gates with tar, and that you and I, without knowing why, are pleased by Katia's purity, and that every one of us feels a vague craving for pure love, though he knows there is no such love as all that prejudice. That is the one thing, brother, which has survived intact from natural selection. And, if it were not for that obscure force regulating the relations of the sexes, the Levskys would have it all their own way, and mankind would degenerate in 2 years. Levsky came into the drawing room, greeted everyone, and shaking hands with von Koren, smiled ingratiatingly. He waited for a favorable moment and said to Samolenko, "Excuse me, Alexander Daviditch, I must say 2 words to you." Samoylenko got up, put his arm round Levsky's waist, and both of them went into Nikodym Alexandritch's study. "Tomorrow's Friday," said Levsky, biting his nails. "Have you got what you promised?" "I've only got 200. I'll get the rest today or tomorrow. Don't worry yourself." "Thank God," sighed Levsky, and his hands began trembling with joy. "You are saving me, Alexander Daviditch, and I swear to you by God, by my happiness and anything you like, I'll send you the money as soon as I arrive. And I'll send you my old debt too." "Look here, Vanya," said Samoylenko, turning crimson and taking him by the butt. "You must forgive my meddling in your private affairs, but why shouldn't you take Nadezhda Fyodorovna with you?" "You queer fellow, how is that possible? One of us must stay, or our creditors will raise an outcry. You see, I owe 700 or more to the shops. Only wait, and I will send them the money. I'll stop their mouths, and then she can come away." "I see, but why shouldn't you send her on first?" "My goodness, as though that were possible." Levsky was horrified. "Why, she's a woman. What would she do there alone? What does she know about it? That would only be a loss of time and a useless waste of money." "That's reasonable," thought Samoylenko, but remembering his conversation with Von Koren, he looked down and said sullenly, "I can't agree with you. Either go with her or send her first, otherwise I won't give you the money. Those are my last words." He staggered back, lurched backwards against the door, and went into the drawing room, crimson and overcome with confusion. "Friday's Friday," thought Levsky, going back into the drawing room. "Friday." He was handed a cup of chocolate. He burnt his lips and tongue with the scalding chocolate and thought, "Friday, Friday." For some reason, he could not get the word Friday out of his head. He could think of nothing but Friday, and the only thing that was clear to him, not in his brain but somewhere in his heart, was that he would not get off on Saturday. Before him stood Nikodym Alexandritch, very neat, with his hair combed over his temples, saying, "Please take something to eat." Maria Konstantinovna showed the visitors Katia's school report and said, drawling, "It's very, very difficult to do well at school nowadays. So much is expected." "Mama," groaned Katia, not knowing where to hide her confusion at the praises of the company. Levsky, too, looked at the report and praised it. Scripture, Russian language, conduct, 5s and 4s danced before his eyes, and all this, mixed with the haunting refrain of Friday, with the carefully combed locks of Nikodym Alexandritch and the red cheeks of Katia, produced on him a sensation of such immense overwhelming boredom that he almost shrieked with despair and asked himself, Is it possible I shall not get away?" They put 2 card tables side by side, and sat down to play post. Levsky sat down too. "Friday, Friday," he kept thinking as he smiled and took a pencil out of his pocket. "Friday." He wanted to think over his position, and was afraid to think. It was terrible to him to realize that the doctor had detected him in the deception which he had so long and carefully concealed from himself. Every time he thought of his future, he would not let his thoughts have full rein. He would get into the train and set off, and thereby the problem of his life would be solved, and he did not let his thoughts go farther. Like a faraway dim light in the fields, the thought sometimes flickered in his mind that in one of the side streets of Petersburg in the remote future, he would have to have recourse to a tiny lie in order to get rid of Nadezhda Fyodorovna and pay his debts. He would tell a lie only once, and then a completely new life would begin. And that was right. At the price of a small lie, he would win so much truth. Now, when by his blunt refusal the doctor had crudely hinted at his deception, he began to understand that he would need deception not only in the remote future, but today, and tomorrow, and in a month's time, and perhaps up to the very end of his life. In fact, in order to get away, he would have to lie to Nadezhda Fyodorovna, to his creditors, and to his superiors in the service. Then, in order to get money in Petersburg, he would have to lie to his mother, to tell her that he had already broken with Nadezhda Fyodorovna. And his mother would not give him more than 500 rubles, so he had already deceived the doctor, as he would not be in a position to pay him back the money within a short time. Afterwards, when Nadezhda Fyodorovna came to Petersburg, he would have to resort to a regular series of deceptions, little and big, in order to get free of her. And again there would be tears, boredom, a disgusting existence, remorse, and so there would be no new life. deception, and nothing more. A whole mountain of lies rose before Levski's imagination. To leap over it at one bound and not to do his lying piecemeal, he would have to bring himself to stern, uncompromising action. For instance, to getting up without saying a word, putting on his hat, and at once setting off without money and without explanation. But Levski felt that was impossible for him. Friday, he thought, Friday. They wrote little notes, folded them in two, and put them in Nicodim Alexandrich's old top hat. When there were a sufficient heap of notes, Kostya, who acted the part of postman, walked round the table and delivered them. The deacon, Katya, and Kostya, who received amusing notes and tried to write as funnily as they could, were highly delighted. "We must have a little talk," Nadezhda Fyodorovna read in a little note. She glanced at Maria Konstantinovna, who gave her an almond-oily smile and nodded. "Talk of what?" thought Nadezhda Fyodorovna. "If one can't tell the whole, it's no use talking." Before going out for the evening, she had tied Levski's cravat for him, and that simple action filled her soul with tenderness and sorrow. The anxiety in his face, his absent-minded looks, his pallor, and the incomprehensible change that had taken place in him of late, and the fact that she had a terrible, revolting secret from him, and the fact that her hands trembled when she tied his cravat all, this seemed to tell her that they had not long left to be together. She looked at him as though he were an icon, with terror and penitence, and thought, "Forgive, forgive." Opposite her was sitting Achmianov, and he never took his black, love-sick eyes off her. She was stirred by passion. She was ashamed of herself, and afraid that even her misery and sorrow would not prevent her from yielding to impure desire tomorrow, if not today, and that, like a drunkard, she would not have the strength to stop herself. She made up her mind to go away that she might not continue this life, shameful for herself and humiliating for Levski. She would beseech him with tears to let her go, and if he opposed her, she would go away secretly. She would not tell him what had happened, let him keep a pure memory of her. "I love you, I love you, I love you," she read. It was from Achmianov. She would live in some far remote place, would work and send Levski, anonymously, money, embroidered shirts, and tobacco, and would return to him only in old age or if he were dangerously ill and needed a nurse. When in his old age he learned what were her reasons for leaving him and refusing to be his wife, he would appreciate her sacrifice and forgive. "You've got a long nose. That must be from the deacon or Kostya." Nadezhda Fyodorovna imagined how, parting from Levski, she would embrace him warmly, would kiss his hand, and would swear to love him all her life, all her life. And then, living in obscurity among strangers, she would every day think that somewhere she had a friend. Someone she loved, a pure, noble, lofty man who kept a pure memory of her. "If you don't give me an interview today, I shall take measures, I assure you on my word of honor. You can't treat decent people like this, you must understand that." That was from Kirillin. Roman 13. Levski received 2 notes. He opened one and read, "Don't go away, my darling." Who could have written that, he thought. Not Samoylenko, of course, and not the deacon, for he doesn't know I want to go away. Von Koren, perhaps. The zoologist bent over the table and drew a pyramid. Levski fancied that his eyes were smiling. Most likely Samoylenko has been gossiping, thought Levski. In the other note, in the same disguised angular handwriting with long tails to the letters, was written, "Somebody won't go away on Saturday." A stupid jibe, thought Levski. Friday. Something rose in his throat. He touched his collar and coughed, but instead of a cough, a laugh broke from his throat. "Ho-he-ha," he laughed. "Ho-he-ha, what am I laughing at, ho-he-ha?" He tried to restrain himself, covered his mouth with his hand, but the laugh choked his chest and throat, and his hand could not cover his mouth. "How stupid it is," he thought, rolling with laughter. "Have I gone out of my mind?" The laugh grew shriller and shriller, and became something like the bark of a lapdog. Levski tried to get up from the table, but his legs would not obey him, and his right hand was strangely, without his volition, dancing on the table, convulsively clutching and crumpling up the bits of paper. He saw looks of wonder, Samoylenko's grave, frightened face, and the eyes of the zoologist full of cold irony and disgust, and realized that he was in hysterics. How hideous, how shameful, he thought, feeling the warmth of tears on his face. Oh, what a disgrace. It has never happened to me. They took him under his arms and, supporting his head from behind, led him away. A glass gleamed before his eyes and knocked against his teeth, and the water was spilt on his breast. He was in a little room, with 2 beds in the middle, side by side, covered by 2 snow-white quilts. He dropped on one of the beds and sobbed. It's nothing, Samolenko kept saying. It does happen, it does happen. Chill with horror, trembling all over and dreading something awful, Nadezhda Fyodorovna stood by the bedside and kept asking. What is it, for God's sake tell me. Can Kirillin have written him something, she thought. It's nothing, said Levsky, laughing and crying. Go away, darling. His face expressed neither hatred nor repulsion. So he knew nothing. Nadezhda Fyodorovna was somewhat reassured, and she went into the drawing room. Don't agitate yourself, my dear, said Maria Konstantinovna, sitting down beside her and taking her hand. It will pass. Men are just as weak as we poor sinners. You are both going through a crisis. One can so well understand it. Well, my dear, I am waiting for an answer. Let us have a little talk. No, we are not going to talk, said Nadezhda Fyodorovna, listening to Levsky's sobs. I feel depressed. You must allow me to go home. What do you mean, my dear? Cried Maria Konstantinovna in alarm. Do you think I could let you go without supper? We will have something to eat, and then you may go with my blessing. I feel miserable, whispered Nadezhda Fyodorovna, and she caught at the arm of the chair with both hands to avoid falling. He's got a touch of hysterics, said Von Koren gaily, coming into the drawing room, but seeing Nadezhda Fyodorovna, he was taken aback and retreated. When the attack was over, Levsky sat on the strange bed and thought. Disgraceful, I've been howling like some wretched girl. I must have been absurd and disgusting. I will go away by the back stairs. But that would seem as though I took my hysterics too seriously. I ought to take it as a joke. He looked in the looking-glass, sat there for some time, and went back into the drawing room. Here I am, he said, smiling. He felt agonizingly ashamed, and he felt others were ashamed in his presence. Fancy such a thing happening, he said, sitting down. I was sitting here, and all of a sudden, do you know, I felt a terrible piercing pain in my side. Unendurable, my nerves could not stand it, and it led to this silly performance. This is the age of nerves, there is no help for it. At supper he drank some wine, and from time to time, with an abrupt sigh, rubbed his side as though to suggest that he still felt the pain. And no one, except Nadezhda Fyodorovna, believed him, and he saw that. After 9 o'clock, they went for a walk on the boulevard. Nadezhda Fyodorovna, afraid that Kirillin would speak to her, did her best to keep all the time beside Maria Konstantinovna and the children. She felt weak with fear and misery, and felt she was going to be feverish. She was exhausted and her legs would hardly move, but she did not go home, because she felt sure that she would be followed by Kirillin or Achmianov or both at once. Kirillin walked behind her with Nikodim Alexandrich, and kept humming in an undertone. I don't allow people to play with me, I don't allow it. From the boulevard, they went back to the pavilion and walked along the beach, and looked for a long time at the phosphorescence on the water. Von Koren began telling them why it looked phosphorescent. Roman 14. It's time I went to my vent. They will be waiting for me, said Levsky. Goodbye, my friends. I'll come with you, wait a minute, said Nadezhda Fyodorovna, and she took his arm. They said goodbye to the company and went away. Kirillin took leave too, and saying that he was going the same way, went along beside them. What will be, thought Nadezhda Fyodorovna. So be it. And it seemed to her that all the evil memories in her head had taken shape and were walking beside her in the darkness, breathing heavily, while she, like a fly that had fallen into the ink pot, was crawling painfully along the pavement and smirching Levsky's side and arm with blackness. If Kirillin should do anything horrid, she thought, not he but she would be to blame for it. There was a time when no man would have talked to her as Kirillin had done, and she had torn up her security like a thread and destroyed it irrevocably. Who was to blame for it? Intoxicated by her passions, she had smiled at a complete stranger, probably just because he was tall and a fine figure. After 2 meetings she was weary of him, had thrown him over, and did not that, she thought now, give him the right to treat her as he chose. Here I'll say goodbye to you, darling, said Levsky. Ilya Mihalich will see you home. He nodded to Kirillin and, quickly crossing the boulevard, walked along the street to Chekhovsky's, where there were lights in the windows, and then they heard the gate bang as he went in. "Allow me to have an explanation with you," said Kirillin. "I'm not a boy, not some Achkasov or Lachkasov, Zachkasov. I demand serious attention." Nadezhda Fyodorovna's heart began beating violently. She made no reply. "The abrupt change in your behavior to me I put down at first to coquetry," Kirillin went on. "Now I see that you don't know how to behave with gentlemanly people. You simply wanted to play with me, as you are playing with that wretched Armenian boy. But I'm a gentleman and I insist on being treated like a gentleman. And so I am at your service." "I'm miserable," said Nadezhda Fyodorovna, beginning to cry, and to hide her tears she turned away. "I'm miserable too," said Kirillin, "but what of that?" Kirillin was silent for a space, then he said distinctly and emphatically, "I repeat, madam, that if you do not give me an interview this evening, I'll make a scandal this very evening." "Let me off this evening," said Nadezhda Fyodorovna, and she did not recognize her own voice, it was so weak and pitiful. "I must give you a lesson. Excuse me for the roughness of my tone, but it's necessary to give you a lesson. Yes, I regret to say I must give you a lesson. I insist on 2 interviews today and tomorrow. After tomorrow, you are perfectly free and can go wherever you like with anyone you choose. Today and tomorrow." Nadezhda Fyodorovna went up to her gate and stopped. "Let me go," she murmured, trembling all over and seeing nothing before her in the darkness but his white tunic. "You're right, I'm a horrible woman. I'm to blame, but let me go. I beg you." She touched his cold hand and shuddered. "I beseech you." "Alas," sighed Kirillin, "alas, it's not part of my plan to let you go. I only mean to give you a lesson and make you realize. And what's more, madam, I've too little faith in women." "I'm miserable." Nadezhda Fyodorovna listened to the even splash of the sea, looked at the sky studded with stars, and longed to make haste and end it all, and get away from the cursed sensation of life, with its sea, stars, men, fever. "Only not in my home," she said coldly. "Take me somewhere else." "Come to Muradov's, that's better." "Where's that?" "Near the old wall." She walked quickly along the street and then turned into the side street that led towards the mountains. It was dark. There were pale streaks of light here and there on the pavement, from the lighted windows, and it seemed to her that, like a fly, she kept falling into the ink and crawling out into the light again. At one point he stumbled, almost fell down and burst out laughing. "He's drunk," thought Nadezhda Fyodorovna. Never mind, so be it." Achmianov, too, soon took leave of the party and followed Nadezhda Fyodorovna to ask her to go for a row. He went to her house and looked over the fence. The windows were wide open, there were no lights. "Nadezhda Fyodorovna," he called. A moment passed, he called again. "Who's there?" he heard Olga's voice. "Is Nadezhda Fyodorovna at home?" "No, she has not come in yet." Strange, very strange, thought Achmianov, feeling very uneasy. She went home. He walked along the boulevard, then along the street, and glanced in at the windows of Chekhovsky's. Levsky was sitting at the table without his coat on, looking attentively at his cards. "Strange, strange," muttered Achmianov, and remembering Levsky's hysterics, he felt ashamed. "If she is not at home, where is she?" He went to Nadezhda Fyodorovna's lodgings again and looked at the dark windows. "It's a cheat," he thought, remembering that, meeting him at midday at Maria Konstantinovna's, she had promised to go in a boat with him that evening. The windows of the house where Kirillin lived were dark, and there was a policeman sitting asleep on a little bench at the gate. Everything was clear to Achmianov when he looked at the windows and the policeman. He made up his mind to go home and set off in that direction, but somehow found himself near Nadezhda Fyodorovna's lodgings again. He sat down on the bench near the gate and took off his hat, feeling that his head was burning with jealousy and resentment. The clock in the town church only struck twice in the 24 hours at midday and midnight. Soon after it struck midnight, he heard hurried footsteps. "Tomorrow evening, then, again at Muradov's," Achmianov heard, and he recognized Kirillin's voice. "At 8 o'clock, goodbye." Nadezhda Fyodorovna made her appearance near the garden. Without noticing that Achmianov was sitting on the bench, she passed beside him like a shadow, opened the gate, and leaving it open, went into the house. In her own room, she lighted the candle and quickly undressed, but instead of getting into bed, she sank on her knees before a chair, flung her arms round it, and rested her head on it. It was past 2 when Levski came home. Roman 15. Having made up his mind to lie, not all at once but piecemeal, Levski went soon after 1 o'clock next day to Samolenko to ask for the money that he might be sure to get off on Saturday. After his hysterical attack, which had added an acute feeling of shame to his depressed state of mind, it was unthinkable to remain in the town. If Samolenko should insist on his conditions, he thought it would be possible to agree to them and take the money, and next day, just as he was starting, to say that Nadezhda Fyodorovna refused to go. He would be able to persuade her that evening that the whole arrangement would be for her benefit. If Samolenko, who was obviously under the influence of von Koren, should refuse the money altogether or make fresh conditions, then he, Levski, would go off that very evening in a cargo vessel, or even in a sailing boat to Novi Athon or Novorossiysk, would send from there an humiliating telegram, and would stay there till his mother sent him the money for the journey. When he went into Samolenko's, he found von Koren in the drawing room. The zoologist had just arrived for dinner, and, as usual, was turning over the album and scrutinizing the gentlemen in top hats and the ladies in caps. How very unlucky, thought Levski, seeing him. He may be in the way. Good morning. Good morning, answered von Koren without looking at him. Is Alexander Daviditch at home? Yes, in the kitchen. Levski went into the kitchen, but seeing from the door that Samolenko was busy over the salad, he went back into the drawing room and sat down. He always had a feeling of awkwardness in the zoologist's presence, and now he was afraid there would be talk about his attack of hysterics. There was more than a minute of silence. Von Koren suddenly raised his eyes to Levski and asked, "How do you feel after yesterday?" "Very well indeed," said Levski, flushing. "It really was nothing much. Until yesterday, I thought it was only ladies who had hysterics, and so, at first I thought you had St. Vitus's dance." Levski smiled ingratiatingly and thought, "How indelicate on his part, he knows quite well how unpleasant it is for me." "Yes, it was a ridiculous performance," he said, still smiling. "I've been laughing over it the whole morning. What's so curious in an attack of hysterics is that you know it is absurd and are laughing at it in your heart, and at the same time you sob. In our neurotic age, we are the slaves of our nerves, they are our masters and do as they like with us. Civilization has done us a bad turn in that way." As Levski talked, he felt it disagreeable that von Koren listened to him gravely, and looked at him steadily and attentively as though studying him. And he was vexed with himself that in spite of his dislike of von Koren, he could not banish the ingratiating smile from his face. "I must admit, though," he added, "that there were immediate causes for the attack and quite sufficient ones too. My health has been terribly shaky of late, to which one must add boredom, constantly being hard up, the absence of people and general interests. My position is worse than a governor's." "Yes, your position is a hopeless one," answered von Koren. These calm, cold words, implying something between a jeer and an uninvited prediction, offended Levski. He recalled the zoologist's eyes the evening before, full of mockery and disgust. He was silent for a space and then asked, no longer smiling, "How do you know anything of my position? You were only just speaking of it yourself. Besides, your friends take such a warm interest in you that I am hearing about you all day long." "What friends? Samolenko, I suppose." "Yes, he too." "I would ask Alexander Daviditch and my friends in general not to trouble so much about me. Here is Samolenko, you had better ask him not to trouble so much about you." "I don't understand your tone," Levski muttered, suddenly feeling as though he had only just realized that the zoologist hated and despised him, and was jeering at him, and was his bitterest and most inveterate enemy. "Keep that tone for someone else," he said softly, unable to speak aloud for the hatred with which his chest and throat were choking, as they had been the night before with laughter. Samolenko came in his shirt sleeves, crimson and perspiring from the stifling kitchen. "Ah, you here," he said. "Good morning, my dear boy, have you had dinner? Don't stand on ceremony, have you had dinner?" "Alexander Daviditch," said Levski, standing up. Though I did appeal to you to help me in a private matter, it did not follow that I released you from the obligation of discretion and respect for other people's private affairs." "What's this?" asked Samolenko in astonishment. "If you have no money," Levski went on, raising his voice and shifting from one foot to the other in his excitement, "don't give it, refuse it. But why spread abroad in every back street that my position is hopeless, and all the rest of it? I can't endure such benevolence and friends' assistance where there's a shilling worth of talk for a ha'porth of help. You can boast of your benevolence as much as you please, but no one has given you the right to gossip about my private affairs." "What private affairs?" asked Samolenko, puzzled and beginning to be angry. "If you've come here to be abusive, you had better clear out. You can come again afterwards." He remembered the rule that when one is angry with one's neighbor, one must begin to count 100, and one will grow calm again, and he began rapidly counting. "I beg you not to trouble yourself about me," Levski went on. "Don't pay any attention to me, and whose business is it what I do and how I live? Yes, I want to go away. Yes, I get into debt, I drink, I am living with another man's wife, I'm hysterical, I'm ordinary. I am not so profound as some people, but whose business is that? Respect other people's privacy." "Excuse me, brother," said Samolenko, who had counted up to 35, "but—" "Respect other people's individuality," interrupted Levski. "This continual gossip about other people's affairs, this sighing and groaning and everlasting prying, this eavesdropping, this friendly sympathy. Damn it all, they lend me money and make conditions as though I were a schoolboy. I am treated as the devil knows what. I don't want anything," shouted Levski, staggering with excitement and afraid that it might end in another attack of hysterics. "I shan't get away on Saturday, then," flashed through his mind. "I want nothing. All I ask of you is to spare me your protecting care. I'm not a boy, and I'm not mad, and I beg you to leave off looking after me." The deacon came in, and seeing Levski pale and gesticulating, addressing his strange speech to the portrait of Prince Vorontsov, stood still by the door as though petrified. "This continual prying into my soul," Levski went on, "is insulting to my human dignity, and I beg these volunteer detectives to give up their spying. Enough." "What's that? What did you say?" said Samolenko, who had counted up to 100. He turned crimson and went up to Levski. "It's enough," said Levski, breathing hard and snatching up his cap. "I'm a Russian doctor, a nobleman by birth and a civil counselor," said Samolenko emphatically. "I've never been a spy, and I allow no one to insult me," he shouted in a breaking voice, emphasizing the last word. "Hold your tongue." The deacon, who had never seen the doctor so majestic, so swelling with dignity, so crimson and so ferocious, shut his mouth, ran out into the entry, and there exploded with laughter. As though through a fog, Levski saw Von Koren get up, and putting his hands in his trouser pockets, stand still in an attitude of expectancy, as though waiting to see what would happen. This calm attitude struck Levski as insolent and insulting to the last degree. "Kindly take back your words," shouted Samolenko. Levski, who did not by now remember what his words were, answered. "Leave me alone, I ask for nothing. All I ask is that you and German upstarts of Jewish origin should let me alone, or I shall take steps to make you. I will fight you." "Now we understand," said Von Koren, coming from behind the table. "Mr. Levski wants to amuse himself with a duel before he goes away. I can give him that pleasure. Mr. Levski, I accept your challenge." "A challenge," said Levski in a low voice, going up to the zoologist and looking with hatred at his swarthy brow and curly hair. "A challenge? By all means, I hate you, I hate you." "Delighted, tomorrow morning early near Kerbelay's. I leave all details to your taste, and now clear out." "I hate you," Levski said softly, breathing hard. "I have hated you a long while, a duel, yes." "Get rid of him, Alexander Daviditch, or else I'm going," said Von Koren. "He'll bite me." Von Koren's cool tone calmed the doctor. He seemed suddenly to come to himself, to recover his reason. He put both arms round Levski's waist, and, leading him away from the zoologist, muttered in a friendly voice that shook with emotion. "My friends, dear, good, you've lost your tempers, and that's enough, my friends." Hearing his soft, friendly voice, Levski felt that something unheard of monstrous had just happened to him, as though he had been nearly run over by a train. He almost burst into tears, waved his hand, and ran out of the room. To feel that one is hated, to expose oneself before the man who hates one, in the most pitiful, contemptible, helpless state. My God, how hard it is. He thought a little while afterwards as he sat in the pavilion, feeling as though his body were scarred by the hatred of which he had just been the object. How coarse it is, my God. Cold water with brandy in it revived him. He vividly pictured Von Koren's calm, haughty face, his eyes the day before, his shirt like a rug, his voice, his white hand, and heavy, passionate, hungry hatred rankled in his breast and clamored for satisfaction. In his thoughts he felled Von Koren to the ground and trampled him underfoot. He remembered to the minutest detail all that had happened, and wondered how he could have smiled ingratiatingly to that insignificant man, and how he could care for the opinion of wretched petty people whom nobody knew, living in a miserable little town which was not, it seemed, even on the map, and of which not one decent person in Petersburg had heard. If this wretched little town suddenly fell into ruins or caught fire, the telegram with the news would be read in Russia with no more interest than an advertisement of the sale of second-hand furniture. Whether he killed Von Koren next day or left him alive, it would be just the same, equally useless and uninteresting. Better to shoot him in the leg or hand, wound him, than laugh at him, and let him, like an insect with a broken leg lost in the grass, let him be lost with his obscure sufferings in the crowd of insignificant people like himself. Levski went to Sheshkovsky, told him all about it, and asked him to be his second. Then they both went to the superintendent of the postal telegraph department and asked him, too, to be a second and stayed to dinner with him. At dinner, there was a great deal of joking and laughing. Levski made jests at his own expense, saying he hardly knew how to fire off a pistol, calling himself a royal archer and William Tell. "We must give this gentleman a lesson," he said. After dinner they sat down to cards. Levski played, drank wine, and thought that dueling was stupid and senseless, as it did not decide the question but only complicated it, but that it was sometimes impossible to get on without it. In the given case, for instance, one could not, of course, bring an action against Von Koren. And this duel was so far good in that it made it impossible for Levski to remain in the town afterwards. He got a little drunk and interested in the game, and felt at ease. But when the sun had set and it grew dark, he was possessed by a feeling of uneasiness. It was not fear at the thought of death, because while he was dining and playing cards, he had for some reason a confident belief that the duel would end in nothing. It was dread at the thought of something unknown which was to happen next morning for the first time in his life, and dread of the coming night. He knew that the night would be long and sleepless, and that he would have to think not only of Von Koren and his hatred, but also of the mountain of lies which he had to get through, and which he had not strength or ability to dispense with. It was as though he had been taken suddenly ill. All at once he lost all interest in the cards and in people, grew restless, and began asking them to let him go home. He was eager to get into bed, to lie without moving, and to prepare his thoughts for the night. Sheshkovsky and the postal superintendent saw him home and went on to Von Koren's to arrange about the duel. Near his lodgings, Levski met Achmianov. The young man was breathless and excited. "I am looking for you, Ivan Andreich," he said. "I beg you to come quickly." "Where?" "Someone wants to see you, someone you don't know, about very important business. He earnestly begs you to come for a minute. He wants to speak to you of something. For him, it's a question of life and death." In his excitement, Achmianov spoke in a strong Armenian accent. "Who is it?" asked Levski. "He asked me not to tell you his name." "Tell him I'm busy, tomorrow if he likes." "How can you?" Achmianov was aghast. "He wants to tell you something very important for you, very important. If you don't come, something dreadful will happen." "Strange," muttered Levski, unable to understand why Achmianov was so excited, and what mysteries there could be in this dull, useless little town. "Strange," he repeated in hesitation. "Come along, though, I don't care." Achmianov walked rapidly on ahead and Levski followed him. They walked down a street, then turned into an alley. "What a bore this is," said Levski. One minute, it's near." Near the old rampart, they went down a narrow alley between two empty enclosures. Then they came into a sort of large yard and went towards a small house. "That's Muradov's, isn't it?" asked Levski. "Yes. But why we've come by the backyards I don't understand. We might have come by the street, it's nearer. Never mind, never mind. It struck Levski as strange, too, that Achmianov led him to a back entrance, and motioned to him as though bidding him go quietly and hold his tongue. This way, said Achmianov, cautiously opening the door and going into the passage on tiptoe. Quietly, quietly, I beg you, they may hear. He listened, drew a deep breath, and said in a whisper, "Open that door and go in, don't be afraid." Levski, puzzled, opened the door and went into a room with a low ceiling and curtained windows. There was a candle on the table. "What do you want?" asked someone in the next room. "Is it you, Muradov?" Levski turned into that room and saw Kirillin, and beside him Nadezhda Fyodorovna. He didn't hear what was said to him. He staggered back and did not know how he found himself in the street. His hatred for von Koren and his uneasiness all had vanished from his soul. As he went home, he waved his right arm awkwardly and looked carefully at the ground under his feet, trying to step where it was smooth. At home in his study, he walked backwards and forwards, rubbing his hands and awkwardly shrugging his shoulders and neck, as though his jacket and shirt were too tight. Then he lighted a candle and sat down to the table. Roman 16. The humane studies of which you speak will only satisfy human thought when, as they advance, they meet the exact sciences and progress side by side with them. Whether they will meet under a new microscope, or in the monologues of a new Hamlet, or in a new religion, I do not know, but I expect the earth will be covered with a crust of ice before it comes to pass. Of all humane learning, the most durable and living is, of course, the teaching of Christ, but look how differently even that is interpreted. Some teach that we must love all our neighbors but make an exception of soldiers, criminals, and lunatics. They allow the first to be killed in war, the second to be isolated or executed, and the third they forbid to marry. Other interpreters teach that we must love all our neighbors without exception, with no distinction of plus or minus. According to their teaching, if a consumptive or a murderer or an epileptic asks your daughter in marriage, you must let him have her. If CR-ins go to war against the physically and mentally healthy, don't defend yourselves. This advocacy of love for love's sake, like art for art's sake, if it could have power, would bring mankind in the long run to complete extinction, and so would become the vastest crime that has ever been committed upon earth. There are very many interpretations, and since there are many of them, serious thought is not satisfied by any one of them, and hastens to add its own individual interpretation to the mass. For that reason, you should never put a question on a philosophical or so-called Christian basis. By so doing, you only remove the question further from solution. The deacon listened to the zoologist attentively, thought a little, and asked, "Have the philosophers invented the moral law which is innate in every man, or did God create it together with the body?" "I don't know, but that law is so universal among all peoples and all ages that I fancy we ought to recognize it as organically connected with man. It is not invented, but exists and will exist. I don't tell you that one day it will be seen under the microscope, but its organic connection is shown, indeed, by evidence. Serious affections of the brain and all so-called mental diseases, to the best of my belief, show themselves first of all in the perversion of the moral law." Good, so then, just as our stomach bids us eat, our moral sense bids us love our neighbors. Is that it? But our natural man, through self-love, opposes the voice of conscience and reason, and this gives rise to many brain-racking questions. To whom ought we to turn for the solution of those questions if you forbid us to put them on the philosophically basis? Turn to what little exact science we have. Trust to evidence and the logic of facts. It is true it is but little, but, on the other hand, it is less fluid and shifting than philosophy. The moral law, let us suppose, demands that you love your neighbor. Well, love ought to show itself in the removal of everything which in one way or another is injurious to men and threatens them with danger in the present or in the future. Our knowledge and the evidence tells us that the morally and physically abnormal are a menace to humanity. If so, you must struggle against the abnormal. If you are not able to raise them to the normal standard, you must have strength and ability to render them harmless, that is, to destroy them. So love consists in the strong overcoming the weak. Undoubtedly. But you know the strong crucified our Lord Jesus Christ, said the deacon hotly. The fact is that those who crucified him were not the strong but the weak. Human culture weakens and strives to nullify the struggle for existence and natural selection, hence the rapid advancement of the weak and their predominance over the strong. Imagine that you succeeded in instilling into bees humanitarian ideas in their crude and elementary form. What would come of it? The drones who ought to be killed would remain alive, would devour the honey, would corrupt and stifle the bees, resulting in the predominance of the weak over the strong and the degeneration of the latter. The same process is taking place now with humanity. The weak are oppressing the strong. Among savages untouched by civilization, the strongest, cleverest, and most moral takes the lead. He is the chief and the master. But we civilized men have crucified Christ, and we go on crucifying him, so there is something lacking in us. And that's something one ought to raise up in ourselves, or there will be no end to these errors. But what criterion have you to distinguish the strong from the weak? Knowledge and evidence. The tuberculous and the scrofulous are recognized by their diseases, and the insane and the immoral by their actions. But mistakes may be made. Yes, but it's no use to be afraid of getting your feet wet when you are threatened with the deluge. That's philosophy, laughed the deacon. Not a bit of it. You are so corrupted by your seminary philosophy that you want to see nothing but fog in everything. The abstract studies with which your youthful head is stuffed are called abstract just because they abstract your minds from what is obvious. Look the devil straight in the eye, and if he's the devil, tell him he's the devil, and don't go calling to Kant or Hegel for explanations. The zoologist paused and went on. Twice two's four, and a stone's a stone. Here tomorrow we have a duel. You and I will say it's stupid and absurd, that the duel is out of date, that there is no real difference between the aristocratic duel and the drunken brawl in the pothouse, and yet we shall not stop, we shall go there and fight. So there is some force stronger than our reasoning. We shout that war is plunder, robbery, atrocity, fratricide. We cannot look upon blood without fainting, but the French or the Germans have only to insult us for us to feel at once an exaltation of spirit. In the most genuine way we shout hurrah, and rush to attack the foe. You will invoke the blessing of God on our weapons, and our valor will arouse universal and general enthusiasm. Again it follows that there is a force, if not higher, at any rate stronger, than us and our philosophy. We can no more stop it than that cloud which is moving upwards over the sea. Don't be hypocritical, don't make a long nose at it on the sly, and don't say, ah, old-fashioned, stupid. Ah, it's inconsistent with Scripture. But look it straight in the face, recognize its rational lawfulness, and when, for instance, it wants to destroy a rotten, scrofulous, corrupt race, don't hinder it with your pilules and misunderstood quotations from the gospel. Leskov has a story of a conscientious Danila who found a leper outside the town, and fed and warmed him in the name of love and of Christ. If that Danila had really loved humanity, he would have dragged the leper as far as possible from the town, and would have flung him in a pit, and would have gone to save the healthy. Christ, I hope, taught us a rational, intelligent, practical love. What a fellow you are, laughed the deacon. You don't believe in Christ. Why do you mention his name so often? Yes, I do believe in him. Only, of course, in my own way, not in yours. Oh, deacon, deacon, laughed the zoologist. He put his arm round the deacon's waist and said gaily, well, are you coming with us to the duel tomorrow? My orders don't allow it, or else I should come. What do you mean by orders? I have been consecrated. I am in a state of grace. Oh, deacon, deacon, repeated von Koren, laughing. I love talking to you. You say you have faith, said the deacon. What sort of faith is it? Why, I have an uncle, a priest, and he believes so that when in time of drought he goes out into the fields to pray for rain, he takes his umbrella and leather overcoat for fear of getting wet through on his way home. That's faith. When he speaks of Christ, his face is full of radiance, and all the peasants, men and women, weep floods of tears. He would stop that cloud and put all those forces you talk about to flight. Yes, faith moves mountains. The deacon laughed and slapped the zoologist on the shoulder. Yes, he went on. Here you are teaching all the time, fathoming the depths of the ocean, dividing the weak and the strong, writing books, and challenging to duel's end everything remains as it is. But behold, some feeble old man will mutter just one word with a holy spirit, or a new Mahomet with a sword will gallop from Arabia, and everything will be topsy-turvy, and in Europe not one stone will be left standing upon another. Well, deacon, that's on the knees of the gods. Faith without works is dead, but works without faith are worse still, mere waste of time, and nothing more. The doctor came into sight on the seafront. He saw the deacon and the zoologist and went up to them. "I believe everything is ready," he said, breathing hard. "Govorovsky and Boyko will be the seconds. They will start at 5 o'clock in the morning. How it has clouded over," he said, looking at the sky. "One can see nothing, there will be rain directly." "I hope you are coming with us," said the zoologist. "No, God preserve me, I'm worried enough as it is. Ustimovich is going instead of me. I've spoken to him already." Far over the sea was a flash of lightning, followed by a hollow roll of thunder. "How stifling it is before a storm," said von Koren. "I bet you've been to Levski already and have been weeping on his bosom." "Why should I go to him?" answered the doctor in confusion. "What next?" Before sunset, he had walked several times along the boulevard and the street in the hope of meeting Levski. He was ashamed of his hastiness and the sudden outburst of friendliness which had followed it. He wanted to apologize to Levski in a joking tone, to give him a good talking to soothe him, and to tell him that the duel was a survival of medieval barbarism. But that Providence itself had brought them to the duel as a means of reconciliation. That the next day, both being splendid and highly intelligent people, they would, after exchanging shots, appreciate each other's noble qualities and would become friends. But he could not come across Levski. "What should I go and see him for?" repeated Samolenko. "I did not insult him, he insulted me. Tell me, please, why he attacked me. What harm had I done him? I go into the drawing room and all of a sudden, without the least provocation, 'Spy, there's a nice thing. Tell me, how did it begin? What did you say to him?' I told him his position was hopeless. And I was right. It is only honest men or scoundrels who can find an escape from any position, but one who wants to be at the same time an honest man and a scoundrel, it is a hopeless position. But it's 11 o'clock, gentlemen, and we have to be up early tomorrow." There was a sudden gust of wind. It blew up the dust on the seafront, whirled it round in eddies, with a howl that drowned the roar of the sea. "A squall," said the deacon. "We must go in, our eyes are getting full of dust." As they went, Samolenko sighed and, holding his hat, said, "I suppose I shan't sleep tonight." "Don't you agitate yourself," laughed the zoologist. "You can set your mind at rest. The duel will end in nothing. Levski will magnanimously fire into the air, he can do nothing else, and I dare say I shall not fire at all. To be arrested and lose my time on Levski's account, the game's not worth the candle. By the way, what is the punishment for dueling?" "Arrest, and in the case of the death of your opponent, a maximum of 3 years' imprisonment in the fortress." "The fortress of St. Peter and St. Paul?" "No, in a military fortress, I believe." Though this fine gentleman ought to have a lesson. Behind them on the sea, there was a flash of lightning, which for an instant lighted up the roofs of the houses and the mountains. The friends parted near the boulevard. When the doctor disappeared in the darkness and his steps had died away, von Koren shouted to him, "I only hope the weather won't interfere with us tomorrow." "Very likely it will, please God it may." "Good night." "What about the night, what do you say?" In the roar of the wind and the sea and the crashes of thunder, it was difficult to hear. "It's nothing," shouted the zoologist and hurried home. Romans 17. Upon my mind, weighed down with woe, crowd thoughts, a heavy multitude. In silence memory unfolds her long, long scroll before my eyes. Loathing and shuddering I curse and bitterly lament in vain, and bitter though the tears I weep, I do not wash those lines away. Pushkin. Whether they killed him next morning or mocked at him, that is, left him his life, he was ruined anyway. Whether this disgraced woman killed herself in her shame and despair, or dragged on her pitiful existence, she was ruined anyway. So thought Levski as he sat at the table late in the evening, still rubbing his hands. The windows suddenly blew open with a bang, a violent gust of wind burst into the room, and the papers fluttered from the table. Levski closed the windows and bent down to pick up the papers. He was aware of something new in his body, a sort of awkwardness he had not felt before, and his movements were strange to him. He moved timidly, jerking with his elbows and shrugging his shoulders, and when he sat down to the table again, he again began rubbing his hands. His body had lost its suppleness. On the eve of death, one ought to write to one's nearest relation. Levski thought of this. He took a pen and wrote with a tremulous hand. Mother. He wanted to write to beg his mother, for the sake of the merciful God in whom she believed, that she would give shelter and bring a little warmth and kindness into the life of the unhappy woman who, by his doing, had been disgraced and was in solitude, poverty, and weakness, that she would forgive and forget everything, 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 and by her sacrifice atone to some extent for her son's terrible sin. But he remembered how his mother, a stout, heavily built old woman in a lace cap, used to go out into the garden in the morning, followed by her companion with the lapdog. How she used to shout in a peremptory way to the gardener and the servants, and how proud and haughty her face was. He remembered all this and scratched out the word he had written. There was a vivid flash of lightning at all 3 windows, and it was followed by a prolonged, deafening roll of thunder, beginning with a hollow rumble and ending with a crash so violent that all the window panes rattled. Levski got up, went to the window, and pressed his forehead against the pane. There was a fierce, magnificent storm. On the horizon, lightning flashes were flung in white streams from the storm clouds into the sea, lighting up the high, dark waves over the faraway expanse. And to right and to left, and no doubt over the house too, the lightning flashed. The storm, whispered Levski. He had a longing to pray to someone or to something, if only to the lightning or the storm clouds. Dear storm. He remembered how as a boy he used to run out into the garden without a hat on when there was a storm, and how 2 fair-haired girls with blue eyes used to run after him, and how they got wet through with the rain. They laughed with delight, but when there was a loud peal of thunder, the girls used to nestle up to the boy confidingly, while he crossed himself and made haste to repeat, "Holy, holy, holy." Oh, where had they vanished to? In what sea were they drowned, those dawning days of pure, fair life? He had no fear of the storm, no love of nature now. He had no God. All the confiding girls he had ever known had by now been ruined by him and those like him. All his life he had not planted one tree in his own garden, nor grown one blade of grass, and living among the living, he had not saved one fly. He had done nothing but destroy and ruin and lie. What in my past was not vice? He asked himself, trying to clutch at some bright memory as a man falling down a precipice clutches at the bushes. School, the university? But that was a sham. He had neglected his work and forgotten what he had learnt. The service of his country, that, too, was a sham, for he did nothing in the service, took a salary for doing nothing, and it was an abominable swindling of the state for which one was not punished. He had no craving for truth and had not sought it. Spellbound by vice and lying, his conscience had slept or been silent. Like a stranger, like an alien from another planet, he had taken no part in the common life of men, had been indifferent to their sufferings, their ideas, their religion, their sciences, their strivings, and their struggles. He had not said one good word, not written one line that was not useless and vulgar. He had not done his fellows one ha'porth of service, but had eaten their bread, drunk their wine, seduced their wives, lived on their thoughts, and to justify his contemptible, parasitic life in their eyes and in his own, he had always tried to assume an air of being higher and better than they. Lies, lies, lies. He vividly remembered what he had seen that evening at Muradov's, and he was in an insufferable anguish of loathing and misery. Kirillin and Achmianov were loathsome, but they were only continuing what he had begun. They were his accomplices and his disciples. This young weak woman had trusted him more than a brother, and he had deprived her of her husband, of her friends, and of her country, and had brought her here to the heat, to fever, and to boredom. And from day to day she was bound to reflect, like a mirror, his idleness, his viciousness and falsity, and that was all she had had to fill her weak, listless, pitiable life. Then he had grown sick of her, had begun to hate her, but had not had the pluck to abandon her, and he had tried to entangle her more and more closely in a web of lies. These men had done the rest. Levski sat at the table, then got up and went to the window. At one minute he put out the candle, and then he lighted it again. He cursed himself aloud, wept and wailed, and asked forgiveness. Several times he ran to the table in despair and wrote, "Mother." Except his mother, he had no relations or near friends, but how could his mother help him? And where was she? He had an impulse to run to Nadezhda Fyodorovna, to fall at her feet, to kiss her hands and feet, to beg her forgiveness. But she was his victim, and he was afraid of her as though she were dead. "My life is ruined," he repeated, rubbing his hands. "Why am I still alive, my God?" He had cast out of heaven his dim star, it had fallen, and its track was lost in the darkness of night. It would never return to the sky again, because life was given only once and never came a second time. If he could have turned back the days and years of the past, he would have replaced the falsity with truth, the idleness with work, the boredom with happiness. He would have given back purity to those whom he had robbed of it. He would have found God in goodness, but that was as impossible as to put back the fallen star into the sky, and because it was impossible, he was in despair. When the storm was over, he sat by the open window and thought calmly of what was before him. Von Koren would most likely kill him. The man's clear, cold theory of life justified the destruction of the rotten and the useless. If it changed at the crucial moment, it would be the hatred and the repugnance that Levski inspired in him that would save him. If he missed his aim, or, in mockery of his hated opponent, only wounded him or fired in the air, what could he do then? Where could he go? Go to Petersburg, Levski asked himself, but that would mean beginning over again the old life which he cursed. And the man who seeks salvation in change of place like a migrating bird would find nothing anywhere, for all the world is alike to him. Seek salvation in men? In whom and how? Sam Lenko's kindness and generosity could no more save him than the deacon's laughter or Von Koren's hatred. He must look for salvation in himself alone, and if there were no finding it, why waste time? He must kill himself, that was all. He heard the sound of a carriage. It was getting light. The carriage passed by, turned, and crunching on the wet sand, stopped near the house. There were 2 men in the carriage. "Wait a minute, I'm coming directly," Levski said to them out of the window. "I'm not asleep. Surely it's not time yet." "Yes, it's 4 o'clock, by the time we get there." Levski put on his overcoat and cap, put some cigarettes in his pocket, and stood still hesitating. He felt as though there was something else he must do. In the street, the seconds talked in low voices and the horses snorted, and this sound in the damp, early morning, when everybody was asleep and light was hardly dawning in the sky, filled Levski's soul with a disconsolate feeling which was like a presentiment of evil. He stood for a little, hesitating, and went into the bedroom. Nadezhda Fyodorovna was lying stretched out on the bed, wrapped from head to foot in a rug. She did not stir, and her whole appearance, especially her head, suggested an Egyptian mummy. Looking at her in silence, Levski mentally asked her forgiveness, and thought that if the heavens were not empty and there really were a God, then he would save her. If there were no God, then she had better perish. There was nothing for her to live for. All at once she jumped up and sat up in bed. Lifting her pale face and looking with horror at Levski, she asked, "Is it you? Is the storm over?" "Yes." She remembered, put both hands to her head, and shuddered all over. "How miserable I am," she said. "If only you knew how miserable I am. I expected," she went on, half closing her eyes, "that you would kill me or turn me out of the house into the rain and storm, but you delay. Warmly and impulsively, he put his arms round her and covered her knees and hands with kisses. Then, when she muttered something and shuddered with the thought of the past, he stroked her hair, and looking into her face, realized that this unhappy, sinful woman was the one creature near and dear to him, whom no one could replace. When he went out of the house and got into the carriage, he wanted to return home alive. Roman 18. The deacon got up, dressed, took his thick, gnarled stick and slipped quietly out of the house. It was dark, and for the first minute when he went into the street, he could not even see his white stick. There was not a single star in the sky, and it looked as though there would be rain again. There was a smell of wet sand and sea. "It's to be hoped that the mountaineers won't attack us," thought the deacon, hearing the tap of the stick on the pavement and noticing how loud and lonely the taps sounded in the stillness of the night. When he got out of town, he began to see both the road and his stick. Here and there in the black sky there were dark cloudy patches, and soon a star peeped out and timidly blinked its one eye. The deacon walked along the high rocky coast and did not see the sea. It was slumbering below, and its unseen waves broke languidly and heavily on the shore as though sighing, "Oof!" And how slowly. One wave broke. The deacon had time to count 8 steps, then another broke, and 6 steps, later a third. As before, nothing could be seen, and in the darkness one could hear the languid, drowsy drone of the sea. One could hear the infinitely faraway, inconceivable time when God moved above chaos. The deacon felt uncanny. He hoped God would not punish him for keeping company with infidels and even going to look at their duels. The duel would be nonsensical, bloodless, absurd, but however that might be, it was a heathen spectacle, and it was altogether unseemly for an ecclesiastical person to be present at it. He stopped and wondered should he go back, but an intense, restless curiosity triumphed over his doubts, and he went on. Though they are infidels, they are good people and will be saved, he assured himself. They are sure to be saved, he said aloud, lighting a cigarette. By what standard must one measure men's qualities to judge rightly of them? The deacon remembered his enemy, the inspector of the clerical school, who believed in God, lived in chastity, and did not fight duels. But he used to feed the deacon on bread with sand in it, and on one occasion almost pulled off the deacon's ear. If human life was so artlessly constructed that everyone respected this cruel and dishonest inspector who stole the government flour, and his health and salvation were prayed for in the schools, was it just to shun such men as von Koren and Levski, simply because they were unbelievers? The deacon was weighing this question, but he recalled how absurd Samolenko had looked yesterday, and that broke the thread of his ideas. What fun they would have next day. The deacon imagined how he would sit under a bush and look on, and when von Koren began boasting next day at dinner, he, the deacon, would begin laughing and telling him all the details of the duel. "How do you know all about it?" the zoologist would ask. "Well, there you are. I stayed at home, but I know all about it." It would be nice to write a comic description of the duel. His father-in-law would read it and laugh. A good story, told or written, was more than meat and drink to his father-in-law. The valley of the Yellow River opened before him. The stream was broader and fiercer for the rain, and instead of murmuring as before, it was raging. It began to get light. The gray, dingy morning and the clouds racing towards the west to overtake the storm clouds, the mountains girt with mist, and the wet trees all struck the deacon as ugly and sinister. He washed at the brook, repeated his morning prayer, and felt a longing for tea and hot rolls with sour cream which were served every morning at his father-in-law's. He remembered his wife and the days past recall, which she played on the piano. What sort of woman was she? His wife had been introduced, betrothed, and married to him all in 1 week. He had lived with her less than a month when he was ordered here, so that he had not had time to find out what she was like. All the same, he rather missed her. I must write her a nice letter, he thought. The flag on the duhan hung limp, soaked by the rain, and the duhan itself with its wet roof seemed darker and lower than it had been before. Near the door was standing a cart. Kerbalay, with 2 mountaineers and a young Tatar woman in trousers doubt Kerbalay's wife or daughter were bringing sacks of something out of the duhan and putting them on maize straw in the cart. Near the cart stood a pair of asses hanging their heads. When they had put in all the sacks, the mountaineers and the Tatar woman began covering them over with straw, while Kerbalay began hurriedly harnessing the asses. Smuggling, perhaps, thought the deacon. Here was the fallen tree with the dried pine needles. Here was the blackened patch from the fire. He remembered the picnic and all its incidents, the fire, the singing of the mountaineers, his sweet dreams of becoming a bishop, and of the church procession. The Black River had grown blacker and broader with the rain. The deacon walked cautiously over the narrow bridge, which by now was reached by the topmost crests of the dirty water, and went up through the little copse to the drying shed. A splendid head, he thought, stretching himself on the straw and thinking of von Koren. A fine head, God grant him health, only there is cruelty in him. Why did he hate Levski and Levski hate him? Why were they going to fight a duel? If from their childhood they had known poverty as the deacon had, if they had been brought up among ignorant, hard-hearted, grasping, coarse and ill-mannered people who grudged you a crust of bread, who spat on the floor and hiccuped at dinner and at prayers, if they had not been spoilt from childhood by the pleasant surroundings and the select circle of friends they lived in, how they would have rushed at each other, how readily they would have overlooked each other's shortcomings and would have prized each other's strong points. Why, how few even outwardly decent people there were in the world. It was true that Levski was flighty, dissipated, queer, but he did not steal, did not spit loudly on the floor. He did not abuse his wife and say, "You'll eat till you burst, but you don't want to work." He would not beat a child with reins or give his servant stinking meat to eat. Surely this was reason enough to be indulgent to him. Besides, he was the chief sufferer from his failings, like a sick man from his sores. Instead of being led by boredom and some sort of misunderstanding to look for degeneracy, extinction, heredity, and other such incomprehensible things in each other, would they not do better to stoop a little lower and turn their hatred and anger where whole streets resounded with moanings from coarse ignorance, greed, scolding, impurity, swearing, the shrieks of women. The sound of a carriage interrupted the deacon's thoughts. He glanced out of the door and saw a carriage, and in it 3 persons, Levski, Chekhovsky, and the superintendent of the post office. "Stop," said Chekhovsky. All 3 got out of the carriage and looked at one another. "They are not here yet," said Chekhovsky, shaking the mud off. "Well, till the show begins, let us go and find a suitable spot. There's not room to turn round here." They went further up the river and soon vanished from sight. The Tatar driver sat in the carriage with his head resting on his shoulder and fell asleep. After waiting 10 minutes, the deacon came out of the drying shed, and taking off his black hat that he might not be noticed, he began threading his way among the bushes and strips of maize along the bank, crouching and looking about him. The grass and maize were wet, and big drops fell on his head from the trees and bushes. Disgraceful. He muttered, picking up his wet and muddy skirt. "Had I realized it, I would not have come." Soon he heard voices and caught sight of them. Levski was walking rapidly to and fro in the small glade with bowed back and hands thrust in his sleeves. His seconds were standing at the water's edge, rolling cigarettes. "Strange," thought the deacon, not recognizing Levski's walk. "He looks like an old man." "How rude it is of them," said the superintendent of the post office, looking at his watch. "It may be learned manners to be late, but to my thinking it's hoggish." Chekhovsky, a stout man with a black beard, listened and said, "They're coming." Roman 19. "It's the first time in my life I've seen it. How glorious," said von Koren, pointing to the glade and stretching out his hands to the east. "Look, green rays." In the east behind the mountains rose 2 green streaks of light, and it really was beautiful. The sun was rising. "Good morning," the zoologist went on, nodding to Levski's seconds. "I'm not late, am I?" He was followed by his seconds, Boyko and Gavarovsky, 2 very young officers of the same height, wearing white tunics, and Astimovich, the thin, unsociable doctor. In one hand he had a bag of some sort, and in the other hand, as usual, a cane which he held behind him. Laying the bag on the ground and greeting no one, he put the other hand, too, behind his back and began pacing up and down the glade. Levski felt the exhaustion and awkwardness of a man who is soon perhaps to die, and is for that reason an object of general attention. He wanted to be killed as soon as possible or taken home. He saw the sunrise now for the first time in his life. The early morning, the green rays of light, the dampness, and the men in wet boots seemed to him to have nothing to do with his life, to be superfluous and embarrassing. All this had no connection with the night he had been through, with his thoughts and his feeling of guilt, and so he would have gladly gone away without waiting for the duel. Von Koren was noticeably excited and tried to conceal it, pretending that he was more interested in the green light than anything. The seconds were confused and looked at one another as though wondering why they were here and what they were to do. "I imagine, gentlemen, there is no need for us to go further," said Chekhovsky. "This place will do." "Yes, of course," von Koren agreed. A silence followed. Astimovich, pacing to and fro, suddenly turned sharply to Levski and said in a low voice, breathing into his face, "They have very likely not told you my terms yet. Each side is to pay me 15 rubles, and in the case of the death of one party, the survivor is to pay 30. Levski was already acquainted with the man, but now for the first time he had a distinct view of his lustreless eyes, his stiff mustaches, and wasted, consumptive neck. He was a money grubber, not a doctor. His breath had an unpleasant smell of beef. "What people there are in the world," thought Levski and answered, "Very good." The doctor nodded and began pacing to and fro again, and it was evident he did not need the money at all, but simply asked for it from hatred. Everyone felt it was time to begin, or to end what had been begun, but instead of beginning or ending, they stood about, moved to and fro and smoked. The young officers, who were present at a duel for the first time in their lives, and even now hardly believed in this civilian, and to their thinking, unnecessary duel, looked critically at their tunics and stroked their sleeves. Chekhovsky went up to them and said softly, "Gentlemen, we must use every effort to prevent this duel. They ought to be reconciled." He flushed crimson and added, "Kirillin was at my rooms last night, complaining that Levski had found him with Nadezhda Fyodorovna, and all that sort of thing." "Yes, we know that too," said Boyko. "Well, you see then," Levsky's hands are trembling and all that sort of thing. He can scarcely hold a pistol now. To fight with him is as inhuman as to fight a man who is drunk or who has typhoid. If a reconciliation cannot be arranged, we ought to put off the duel, gentlemen, or something. It's such a sickening business, I can't bear to see it. Talk to Von Koren. I don't know the rules of dueling, damnation take them, and I don't want to either. Perhaps he'll imagine Levsky funks it and has sent me to him, but he can think what he likes, I'll speak to him. Sheshkovsky hesitatingly walked up to Von Koren with a slight limp, as though his leg had gone to sleep. And as he went towards him, clearing his throat, his whole figure was a picture of indolence. There's something I must say to you, sir, he began, carefully scrutinizing the flowers on the zoologist's shirt. It's confidential. I don't know the rules of dueling, damnation take them, and I don't want to, and I look on the matter not as a second and that sort of thing, but as a man, and that's all about it. Yes, well, when seconds suggest reconciliation, they are usually not listened to, it is looked upon as a formality, a more proper and all that. But I humbly beg you to look carefully at Ivan Andreich. He's not in a normal state, so to speak, today not in his right mind, and a pitiable object. He has had a misfortune. I can't endure gossip. Sheshkovsky flushed crimson and looked round. But in view of the duel, I think it necessary to inform you, Levsky found his madam last night at Muradov's with another gentleman. How disgusting, muttered the zoologist. He turned pale, frowned, and spat loudly. Tifu. His lower lip quivered. He walked away from Sheshkovsky, unwilling to hear more, and as though he had accidentally tasted something bitter, spat loudly again, and for the first time that morning looked with hatred at Levsky. His excitement and awkwardness passed off. He tossed his head and said aloud, Gentlemen, what are we waiting for, I should like to know. Why don't we begin? Sheshkovsky glanced at the officers and shrugged his shoulders. Gentlemen, he said aloud, addressing no one in particular. Gentlemen, we propose that you should be reconciled. Let us make haste and get the formalities over, said Von Koren. Reconciliation has been discussed already. What is the next formality? Make haste, gentlemen, time won't wait for us. But we insist on reconciliation all the same, said Sheshkovsky in a guilty voice, as a man compelled to interfere in another man's business. He flushed, laid his hand on his heart, and went on. Gentlemen, we see no grounds for associating the offense with the duel. There's nothing in common between dueling and offenses against one another of which we are sometimes guilty through human weakness. You are university men and men of culture, and no doubt you see in the duel nothing but a foolish and out-of-date formality and all that sort of thing. That's how we look at it ourselves, or we shouldn't have come, for we cannot allow that in our presence men should fire at one another and all that. Sheshkovsky wiped the perspiration off his face and went on. Make an end to your misunderstanding, gentlemen, shake hands, and let us go home and drink to peace. Upon my honor, gentlemen. Von Koren did not speak. Levsky, seeing that they were looking at him, said, I have nothing against Nikolai Vassilitch. If he considers I'm to blame, I'm ready to apologize to him. Von Koren was offended. It is evident, gentlemen, he said, you want Mr. Levsky to return home a magnanimous and chivalrous figure, but I cannot give you and him that satisfaction. And there was no need to get up early and drive 8 miles out of town simply to drink to peace, to have breakfast, and to explain to me that the duel is an out-of-date formality. A duel is a duel, and there is no need to make it more false and stupid than it is in reality. I want to fight. A silence followed. Boyko took a pair of pistols out of a box. One was given to Von Koren and one to Levsky, and then there followed a difficulty which afforded a brief amusement to the zoologist and the seconds. It appeared that of all the people present, not one had ever in his life been at a duel, and no one knew precisely how they ought to stand, and what the seconds ought to say and do. But then Boyko remembered and began, with a smile, to explain. Gentleman, who remembers the description in Lermontov? Asked Von Koren, laughing. In Turgenev, too, Bazarov had a duel with someone. There's no need to remember, said Ustimovich impatiently. Measure the distance, that's all. And he took 3 steps as though to show how to measure it. Boyko counted out the steps while his companion drew his saber and scratched the earth at the extreme points to mark the barrier. In complete silence, the opponents took their places. Moles, the deacon thought, sitting in the bushes. Sheshkovsky said something, Boyko explained something again, but Levski did not hear or rather heard, but did not understand. He cocked his pistol when the time came to do so, and raised the cold, heavy weapon with the barrel upwards. He forgot to unbutton his overcoat, and it felt very tight over his shoulder and under his arm, and his arm rose as awkwardly as though the sleeve had been cut out of tin. He remembered the hatred he had felt the night before for the swarthy brow and curly hair, and felt that even yesterday at the moment of intense hatred and anger, he could not have shot a man. Fearing that the bullet might somehow hit von Koren by accident, he raised the pistol higher and higher, and felt that this too obvious magnanimity was indelicate and anything but magnanimous, but he did not know how else to do and could do nothing else. Looking at the pale, ironically smiling face of von Koren, who evidently had been convinced from the beginning that his opponent would fire in the air, Levski thought that, thank God, everything would be over directly, and all that he had to do was to press the trigger rather hard. He felt a violent shock on the shoulder. There was the sound of a shot and an answering echo in the mountains. Ping-ting. Von Koren cocked his pistol and looked at Ustimovich, who was pacing as before with his hands behind his back, taking no notice of anyone. "Doctor," said the zoologist, "be so good as not to move to and fro like a pendulum. You make me dizzy." The doctor stood still. Von Koren began to take aim at Levski. "It's all over," thought Levski. The barrel of the pistol aimed straight at his face, the expression of hatred and contempt in von Koren's attitude and whole figure, and the murder just about to be committed by a decent man in broad daylight, in the presence of decent men, and the stillness and the unknown force that compelled Levski to stand still and not to run, how mysterious it all was, how incomprehensible and terrible. The moment while von Koren was taking aim seemed to Levski longer than a night. He glanced imploringly at the seconds. They were pale and did not stir. "Make haste and fire," thought Levski, and felt that his pale, quivering, and pitiful face must arouse even greater hatred in von Koren. "I'll kill him directly," thought von Koren, aiming at his forehead, with his finger already on the catch. "Yes, of course I'll kill him." "He'll kill him!" A despairing shout was suddenly heard somewhere very close at hand. A shot rang out at once. Seeing that Levski remained standing where he was and did not fall, they all looked in the direction from which the shout had come and saw the deacon. With pale face and wet hair sticking to his forehead and his cheeks, wet through and muddy, he was standing in the maze on the further bank, smiling rather queerly and waving his wet hat. Sheshkovsky laughed with joy, burst into tears, and moved away. Roman 20. A little while afterwards, von Koren and the deacon met near the little bridge. The deacon was excited, he breathed hard, and avoided looking in people's faces. He felt ashamed both of his terror and his muddy, wet garments. "I thought you meant to kill him," he muttered. "How contrary to human nature it is, how utterly unnatural it is." "But how did you come here?" asked the zoologist. "Don't ask," said the deacon, waving his hand. "The evil one tempted me, saying, 'Go, go,' so I went and almost died of fright in the maze. But now, thank God, thank God. I am awfully pleased with you," muttered the deacon. "Old Granddad Tarantula will be glad. It's funny, it's too funny. Only I beg of you most earnestly don't tell anybody I was there, or I may get into hot water with the authorities, they will say." The deacon was a second. "Gentlemen," said von Koren, "the deacon asks you not to tell anyone you've seen him here. He might get into trouble." "How contrary to human nature it is," sighed the deacon. "Excuse my saying so, but your face was so dreadful that I thought you were going to kill him." "I was very much tempted to put an end to that scoundrel," said von Koren, "but you shouted close by, and I missed my aim. The whole procedure is revolting to anyone who is not used to it, and it has exhausted me, deacon. I feel awfully tired. Come along." "No, you must let me walk back. I must get dry, for I am wet and cold." "Well, as you like," said the zoologist, in a weary tone, feeling dispirited, and getting into the carriage, he closed his eyes. "As you like." While they were moving about the carriages and taking their seats, Kerbalay stood in the road, and laying his hands on his stomach, he bowed low, showing his teeth. He imagined that the gentry had come to enjoy the beauties of nature and drink tea, and could not understand why they were getting into the carriages. The party set off in complete silence, and only the deacon was left by the Duhan. "Come to the duhan, drink tea," he said to Kerbalay. "Me wants to eat." Kerbalay spoke good Russian, but the deacon imagined that the Tatar would understand him better if he talked to him in broken Russian. "Cook omelet, give cheese." "Come, come, father," said Kerbalay, bowing. "I'll give you everything. I've cheese and wine. Eat what you like." "What is God in Tatar?" asked the deacon, going into the duhan. "Your God and my God are the same," said Kerbalay, not understanding him. "God is the same for all men, only men are different. Some are Russian, some are Turks, some are English. There are many sorts of men, but God is one." "Very good. If all men worship the same God, why do you Mohammedans look upon Christians as your everlasting enemies?" "Why are you angry?" said Kerbalay, laying both hands on his stomach. "You are a priest. I am a Mussulman, you say. I want to eat, I give it you. Only the rich man distinguishes your God from my God. For the poor man it is all the same. If you please, it is ready." While this theological conversation was taking place at the duhan, Levski was driving home thinking how dreadful it had been driving there at daybreak, when the roads, the rocks, and the mountains were wet and dark, and the uncertain future seemed like a terrible abyss, of which one could not see the bottom. While now the raindrops hanging on the grass and on the stones were sparkling in the sun like diamonds, nature was smiling joyfully, and the terrible future was left behind. He looked at Sheshkovsky's sullen, tear-stained face, and at the two carriages ahead of them in which von Koren, his seconds, and the doctor were sitting, and it seemed to him as though they were all coming back from a graveyard in which a wearisome, insufferable man who was a burden to others had just been buried. Everything is over, he thought of his past, cautiously touching his neck with his fingers. On the right side of his neck was a small swelling, of the length and breadth of his little finger, and he felt a pain, as though someone had passed a hot iron over his neck. The bullet had bruised it. Afterwards, when he got home, a strange, long, sweet day began for him, misty as forgetfulness. Like a man released from prison or from hospital, he stared at the long-familiar objects and wondered that the tables, the windows, the chairs, the light, and the sea stirred in him a keen, childish delight, such as he had not known for long, long years. Nadezhda Fyodorovna, pale and haggard, could not understand his gentle voice and strange movements. She made haste to tell him everything that had happened to her. It seemed to her that very likely he scarcely heard and did not understand her, and that if he did know everything he would curse her and kill her, but he listened to her, stroked her face and hair, looked into her eyes and said, "I have nobody but you." Then they sat a long while in the garden, huddled close together, saying nothing, or dreaming aloud of their happy life in the future, in brief, broken sentences, while it seemed to him that he had never spoken at such length or so eloquently. Roman 21. More than 3 months had passed. The day came that von Koren had fixed on for his departure. A cold, heavy rain had been falling from early morning, a northeast wind was blowing, and the waves were high on the sea. It was said that the steamer would hardly be able to come into the harbor in such weather. By the timetable, it should have arrived at 10 o'clock in the morning. But von Koren, who had gone on to the sea front at midday and again after dinner, could see nothing through the field glass but gray waves and rain covering the horizon. Towards the end of the day, the rain ceased and the wind began to drop perceptibly. Von Koren had already made up his mind that he would not be able to get off that day, and had settled down to play chess with Samolenko. But after dark, the orderly announced that there were lights on the sea and that a rocket had been seen. Von Koren made haste. He put his satchel over his shoulder and kissed Samolenko and the deacon. Though there was not the slightest necessity, he went through the rooms again, said goodbye to the orderly and the cook, and went out into the street, feeling that he had left something behind, either at the doctor's or his lodging. In the street he walked beside Samolenko. Behind them came the deacon with a box, and last of all the orderly with 2 portmanteaus. Only Samolenko and the orderly could distinguish the dim lights on the sea. The others gazed into the darkness and saw nothing. The steamer had stopped a long way from the coast. Make haste, von Koren hurried them. "I am afraid it will set off." As they passed the little house with 3 windows, into which Levski had moved soon after the duel, von Koren could not resist peeping in at the window. Levski was sitting, writing, bent over the table, with his back to the window. "I wonder at him," said the zoologist softly. "What a screw he has put on himself." Yes, one may well wonder, said Samolenko. He sits from morning till night, he's always at work, he works to pay off his debts, and he lives, brother, worse than a beggar. Half a minute of silence followed. The zoologist, the doctor, and the deacon stood at the window and went on looking at Levski. So he didn't get away from here, poor fellow, said Samolenko. Do you remember how hard he tried? Yes, he has put a screw on himself, Von Koren repeated. His marriage, the way he works all day long for his daily bread, a new expression in his face, and even in his walk, it's all so extraordinary that I don't know what to call it. The zoologist took Samolenko's sleeve and went on with emotion in his voice. You tell him and his wife that when I went away I was full of admiration for them and wished them all happiness. And I beg him, if he can, not to remember evil against me. He knows me. He knows that if I could have foreseen this change, then I might have become his best friend. Go in and say goodbye to him. No, that wouldn't do. Why, God knows, perhaps you'll never see him again. The zoologist reflected and said, That's true. Samolenko tapped softly at the window. Levski started and looked round. Vanya, Nikolai Vassilitch wants to say goodbye to you, said Samolenko. He is just going away. Levski got up from the table and went into the passage to open the door. Samolenko, the zoologist, and the deacon went into the house. I can only come for 1 minute, began the zoologist, taking off his galoshes in the passage, and already wishing he had not given way to his feelings and come in, uninvited. It is as though I were forcing myself on him, he thought, and that's stupid. Forgive me for disturbing you, he said as he went into the room with Levski, but I'm just going away, and I had an impulse to see you. God knows whether we shall ever meet again. I am very glad to see you. Please come in, said Levski, and he awkwardly set chairs for his visitors as though he wanted to bar their way, and stood in the middle of the room, rubbing his hands. I should have done better to have left my audience in the street, thought Von Koren, and he said firmly, Don't remember evil against me, Ivan Andreich. To forget the past is, of course, impossible. It is too painful, and I've not come here to apologize or to declare that I was not to blame. I acted sincerely, and I have not changed my conviction since then. It is true that I see, to my great delight, that I was mistaken in regard to you, but it's easy to make a false step even on a smooth road, and in fact, it's the natural human lot. If one is not mistaken in the main, one is mistaken in the details. Nobody knows the real truth. No, no one knows the truth, said Levski. Well, goodbye, God give you all happiness. Von Koren gave Levski his hand. The latter took it and bowed. Don't remember evil against me, said Von Koren. Give my greetings to your wife, and say I am very sorry not to say goodbye to her. She is at home. Levski went to the door of the next room and said, Nadia, Nikolai Vassilitch wants to say goodbye to you. Nadezhda Fyodorovna came in. She stopped near the doorway and looked shyly at the visitors. There was a look of guilt and dismay on her face, and she held her hands like a schoolgirl receiving a scolding. I'm just going away, Nadezhda Fyodorovna, said Von Koren, and have come to say goodbye. She held out her hand uncertainly, while Levski bowed. What pitiful figures they are, though, thought Von Koren. The life they are living does not come easy to them. I shall be in Moscow and Petersburg. Can I send you anything? He asked. Oh, said Nadezhda Fyodorovna, and she looked anxiously at her husband. I don't think there's anything. No, nothing, said Levski, rubbing his hands. Our greetings. Von Koren did not know what he could or ought to say, though as he went in he thought he would say a very great deal that would be warm and good and important. He shook hands with Levski and his wife in silence and left them with a depressed feeling. What people, said the deacon in a low voice as he walked behind them. My God, what people! Of a truth, the right hand of God has planted this vine. Lord, Lord, one man vanquishes thousands and another tens of thousands. Nikolai Vassilitch, he said ecstatically, let me tell you that today you have conquered the greatest of man's enemies' pride. Hush, deacon, fine conquerors we are. Conquerors ought to look like eagles, while he's a pitiful figure, timid, crushed. He bows like a Chinese idol, and I am sad. They heard steps behind them. It was Levski, hurrying after them to see him off. The orderly was standing on the quay with the 2 portmanteaus, and at a little distance stood 4 boatmen. "There is a wind, though, brrr," said Samolenko. "There must be a pretty stiff storm on the sea now. You are not going off at a nice time, Koila." "I'm not afraid of seasickness." "That's not the point. I only hope these rascals won't upset you. You ought to have crossed in the agent's sloop." "Where's the agent's sloop?" he shouted to the boatman. "It is gone, Your Excellency." "And the customs house boat?" "That's gone too." "Why didn't you let us know?" said Samolenko angrily. "You dolts." "It's all the same, don't worry yourself," said Von Koren. "Well, goodbye, God keep you." Samolenko embraced Von Koren and made the sign of the cross over him 3 times. "Don't forget us, Kalia." "Right, we shall look out for you next spring." "Goodbye, Deacon," said Von Koren, shaking hands with the deacon. "Thank you for your company and for your pleasant conversation. Think about the expedition." "Oh Lord, yes, to the ends of the earth," laughed the deacon. "I've nothing against it." Von Koren recognized Levski in the darkness and held out his hand without speaking. The boatmen were by now below, holding the boat, which was beating against the piles, though the breakwater screened it from the breakers. Von Koren went down the ladder, jumped into the boat, and sat at the helm. "Right," Samolenko shouted to him, "take care of yourself." "No one knows the real truth," thought Levski, turning up the collar of his coat and thrusting his hands into his sleeves. The boat turned briskly out of the harbor into the open sea. It vanished in the waves, but at once from a deep hollow glided up onto a high breaker, so that they could distinguish the men and even the oars. The boat moved 3 yards forward and was sucked 2 yards back. "Right," shouted Samolenko, "it's devilish weather for you to go in." "Yes, no one knows the real truth," thought Levski, looking wearily at the dark, restless sea. "It flings the boat back," he thought. "She makes 2 steps forward and 1 step back, but the boatmen are stubborn, they work the oars unceasingly and are not afraid of the high waves. The boat goes on and on. Now she is out of sight, but in half an hour the boatmen will see the steamer lights distinctly, and within an hour they will be by the steamer ladder. So it is in life. In the search for truth, man makes 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Suffering, mistakes, and weariness of life thrust them back, but the thirst for truth and stubborn will drive them on and on. And who knows? Perhaps they will reach the real truth at last." "Go Oadbai," shouted Samolenko. "There's no sight or sound of them," said the deacon. "Good luck on the journey." It began to spot with rain. Excellent people. Once upon a time, there lived in Moscow a man called Vladimir Semyonich Lyadovsky. He took his degree at the university in the faculty of law and had a post on the board of management of some railway. But if you had asked him what his work was, he would look candidly and openly at you with his large bright eyes through his gold pince-nez, and would answer in a soft, velvety, lisping baritone. "My work is literature." After completing his course at the university, Vladimir Semyonich had had a paragraph of theatrical criticism accepted by a newspaper. From this paragraph, he passed on to reviewing, and a year later he had advanced to writing a weekly article on literary matters for the same paper. But it does not follow from these facts that he was an amateur, that his literary work was of an ephemeral, haphazard character. Whenever I saw his neat spare figure, his high forehead and long mane of hair, when I listened to his speeches, it always seemed to me that his writing, quite apart from what and how he wrote, was something organically part of him, like the beating of his heart, and that his whole literary program must have been an integral part of his brain while he was a baby in his mother's womb. Even in his walk, his gestures, his manner of shaking off the ash from his cigarette, I could read this whole program from A to Z, with all its claptrap, dullness, and honorable sentiments. He was a literary man all over, when with an inspired face he laid a wreath on the coffin of some celebrity, or with a grave and solemn face collected signatures for some address. His passion for making the acquaintance of distinguished literary men, his faculty for finding talent even where it was absent, his perpetual enthusiasm, his pulse that went at 120 a minute, his ignorance of life, the genuinely feminine flutter with which he threw himself into concerts and literary evenings for the benefit of destitute students. The way in which he gravitated towards the young all this would have created for him the reputation of a writer, even if he had not written his articles. He was one of those writers to whom phrases like, "We are but few," or "What would life be without strife?" "Forward," were preeminently becoming, though he never strove with anyone and never did go forward. It did not even sound mawkish when he fell to discoursing of ideals. Every anniversary of the university on St. Tatiana's Day, he got drunk, chanted Gaudimus out of tune, and his beaming and perspiring countenance seemed to say, "See, I'm drunk, I'm keeping it up." But even that suited him. Vladimir Semyonich had genuine faith in his literary vocation and his whole program. He had no doubts, and was evidently very well pleased with himself. Only one thing grieved him: the paper for which he worked had a limited circulation and was not very influential. But Vladimir Semyonich believed that sooner or later he would succeed in getting on to a solid magazine where he would have scope, and could display himself, and what little distress he felt on this score was pale beside the brilliance of his hopes. Visiting this charming man, I made the acquaintance of his sister, Vera Semyonovna, a woman doctor. At first sight, what struck me about this woman was her look of exhaustion and extreme ill health. She was young, with a good figure and regular, rather large features, but in comparison with her agile, elegant, and talkative brother she seemed angular, listless, slovenly, and sullen. There was something strained, cold, apathetic in her movements, smiles, and words. She was not liked, and was thought proud and not very intelligent. In reality, I fancy she was resting. "My dear friend," her brother would often say to me, sighing and flinging back his hair in his picturesque literary way, "one must never judge by appearances. Look at this book. It has long ago been read. It is warped, tattered, and lies in the dust uncared for, but open it, and it will make you weep and turn pale. My sister is like that book. Lift the cover and peep into her soul, and you will be horror-stricken." Vera passed in some 3 months through experiences that would have been ample for a whole lifetime. Vladimir Semyonich looked round him, took me by the sleeve, and began to whisper. "You know, after taking her degree she married, for love, an architect. It's a complete tragedy. They had hardly been married a month when her husband died of typhus. But that was not all. She caught typhus from him, and when, on her recovery, she learnt that her Ivan was dead, she took a good dose of morphia. If it had not been for vigorous measures taken by her friends, my Vera would have been by now in paradise. Tell me, isn't it a tragedy? And is not my sister like an ingenue, who has played already all the 5 acts of her life? The audience may stay for the farce, but the ingenue must go home to rest. After 3 months of misery, Vera Semyonovna had come to live with her brother. She was not fitted for the practice of medicine, which exhausted her and did not satisfy her. She did not give one the impression of knowing her subject, and I never once heard her say anything referring to her medical studies. She gave up medicine and, silent and unoccupied as though she were a prisoner, spent the remainder of her youth in colorless apathy, with bowed head and hanging hands. The only thing to which she was not completely indifferent, and which brought some brightness into the twilight of her life, was the presence of her brother, whom she loved. She loved him himself and his program. She was full of reverence for his articles, and when she was asked what her brother was doing, she would answer in a subdued voice as though afraid of waking or distracting him, "He is writing." Usually when he was at his work, she used to sit beside him, her eyes fixed on his writing hand. She used at such moments to look like a sick animal warming itself in the sun. One winter evening, Vladimir Semyonich was sitting at his table writing a critical article for his newspaper. Vera Semyonovna was sitting beside him, staring as usual at his writing hand. The critic wrote rapidly, without erasures or corrections. The pen scratched and squeaked. On the table near the writing hand, there lay open a freshly cut volume of a thick magazine containing a story of peasant life, signed with 2 initials. Vladimir Semyonich was enthusiastic. He thought the author was admirable in his handling of the subject, suggested Turgenev in his descriptions of nature, was truthful, and had an excellent knowledge of the life of the peasantry. The critic himself knew nothing of peasant life except from books and hearsay, but his feelings and his inner convictions forced him to believe the story. He foretold a brilliant future for the author, assured him he should await the conclusion of the story with great impatience, and so on. "Fine story," he said, flinging himself back in his chair and closing his eyes with pleasure. "The tone is extremely good." Vera Semyonovna looked at him, yawned aloud, and suddenly asked an unexpected question. In the evening, she had a habit of yawning nervously and asking short, abrupt questions, not always relevant. "Voladia," she asked, "what is the meaning of non-resistance to evil?" "Non-resistance to evil," repeated her brother, opening his eyes. "Yes, what do you understand by it?" "You see, my dear, imagine that thieves or brigands attack you, and you instead of." "No, give me a logical definition." "A logical definition? Well." Vladimir Semyonich pondered. Non-resistance to evil means an attitude of non-interference with regard to all that in the sphere of mortality is called evil. Saying this, Vladimir Semyonich bent over the table and took up a novel. This novel, written by a woman, dealt with the painfulness of the irregular position of a society lady who was living under the same roof with her lover and her illegitimate child. Vladimir Semyonich was pleased with the excellent tendency of the story, the plot, and the presentation of it. Making a brief summary of the novel, he selected the best passages and added to them in his account. How true to reality, how living, how picturesque. The author is not merely an artist. He is also a subtle psychologist who can see into the hearts of his characters. Take, for example, this vivid description of the emotions of the heroine on meeting her husband, and so on. "Voladia," Vera Semyonovna interrupted his critical effusions, "I've been haunted by a strange idea since yesterday. I keep wondering where we should all be if human life were ordered on the basis of non-resistance to evil. In all probability, nowhere. Non-resistance to evil would give the full rein to the criminal will, and, to say nothing of civilization, this would leave not one stone standing upon another anywhere on earth. What would be left? Bashibazok and brothels. In my next article, I'll talk about that perhaps. Thank you for reminding me." And a week later, my friend kept his promise. That was just at the period in the 80s when people were beginning to talk and write of non-resistance, of the right to judge, to punish, to make war. When some people in our set were beginning to do without servants, to retire into the country, to work on the land, and to renounce animal food and carnal love. After reading her brother's article, Vera Semyonovna pondered and hardly perceptibly shrugged her shoulders. "Very nice," she said, "but still there's a great deal I don't understand. For instance, in Leskov's story, Belonging to the Cathedral, there is a queer gardener who sews for the benefit of all, for customers, for beggars, and any who care to steal. Did he behave sensibly?" From his sister's tone and expression, Vladimir Semyonich saw that she did not like his article, and almost for the first time in his life, his vanity as an author sustained a shock. With a shade of irritation, he answered, "Theft is immoral. To sew for thieves is to recognize the right of thieves to existence. What would you think if I were to establish a newspaper and, dividing it into sections, provide for blackmailing as well as for liberal ideas? Following the example of that gardener, I ought, logically, to provide a section for blackmailers, the intellectual scoundrels." "Yes." Vera Semyonovna made no answer. She got up from the table, moved languidly to the sofa, and lay down. "I don't know, I know nothing about it," she said musingly. "You are probably right, but it seems to me, I feel somehow, that there's something false in our resistance to evil, as though there were something concealed or unsaid. God knows, perhaps our methods of resisting evil belong to the category of prejudices which have become so deeply rooted in us, that we are incapable of parting with them, and therefore cannot form a correct judgment of them." "How do you mean?" "I don't know how to explain to you. Perhaps man is mistaken in thinking that he is obliged to resist evil and has a right to do so, just as he is mistaken in thinking, for instance, that the heart looks like an ace of hearts. It is very possible in resisting evil we ought not to use force, but to use what is the very opposite of force. If you, for instance, don't want this picture stolen from you, you ought to give it away rather than lock it up." "That's clever, very clever. If I want to marry a rich, vulgar woman, she ought to prevent me from such a shabby action by hastening to make me an offer herself." The brother and sister talked till midnight without understanding each other. If any outsider had overheard them, he would hardly have been able to make out what either of them was driving at. They usually spent the evening at home. There were no friends' houses to which they could go, and they felt no need for friends. They only went to the theater when there was a new play. Such was the custom in literary circles. They did not go to concerts, for they did not care for music. You may think what you like, Vera Semyonovna began again the next day, but for me the question is to a great extent settled. I am firmly convinced that I have no grounds for resisting evil directed against me personally. If they want to kill me, let them. My defending myself will not make the murder better. All I have now to decide is the second half of the question, how I ought to behave to evil directed against my neighbors. Vera, mind you don't become rabid, said Vladimir Semyonich, laughing. I see non-resistance is becoming your idée fixe. He wanted to turn off these tedious conversations with a jest, but somehow it was beyond a jest. His smile was artificial and sour. His sister gave up sitting beside his table and gazing reverently at his writing hand, and he felt every evening that behind him on the sofa lay a person who did not agree with him. And his back grew stiff and numb, and there was a chill in his soul. An author's vanity is vindictive, implacable, incapable of forgiveness, and his sister was the first and only person who had laid bare and disturbed that uneasy feeling which is like a big box of crockery, easy to unpack but impossible to pack up again as it was before. Weeks and months passed by, and his sister clung to her ideas and did not sit down by the table. One spring evening Vladimir Semyonich was sitting at his table writing an article. He was reviewing a novel which described how a village schoolmistress refused the man whom she loved and who loved her, a man both wealthy and intellectual, simply because marriage made her work as a schoolmistress impossible. Vera Semyonovna lay on the sofa and brooded. "My God, how slow it is," she said, stretching. "How insipid and empty life is. I don't know what to do with myself, and you are wasting your best years in goodness knows what. Like some alchemist, you are rummaging in old rubbish that nobody wants. My God." Vladimir Semyonich dropped his pen and slowly looked round at his sister. "It's depressing to look at you," said his sister. "Wagner in Faust dug up worms, but he was looking for a treasure anyway, and you are looking for worms for the sake of the worms. That's vague." "Yes, Volodya, all these days I've been thinking painfully for a long time, and I have come to the conclusion that you are hopelessly reactionary and conventional. Come, ask yourself what is the object of your zealous, conscientious work. Tell me, what is it? Why, everything has long ago been extracted that can be extracted from that rubbish in which you are always rummaging. You may pound water in a mortar and analyze it as long as you like, you'll make nothing more of it than the chemists have made already." "Indeed," drawled Vladimir Semyonich, getting up. "Yes, all this is old rubbish because these ideas are eternal, but what do you consider new then? You undertake to work in the domain of thought, it is for you to think of something new. It's not for me to teach you." "Me an alchemist?" the critic cried in wonder and indignation, screwing up his eyes ironically. "Art, progress all that is alchemy. You see, Volodya, it seems to me that if all you thinking people had set yourselves to solving great problems, all these little questions that you fuss about now would solve themselves by the way. If you go up in a balloon to see a town, you will incidentally, without any effort, see the fields and the villages and the rivers as well. When stearine is manufactured, you get glycerine as a byproduct. It seems to me that contemporary thought has settled on one spot and stuck to it. It is prejudiced, apathetic, timid, afraid to take a wide titanic flight, just as you and I are afraid to climb on a high mountain. It is conservative." Such conversations could not but leave traces. The relations of the brother and sister grew more and more strained every day. The brother became unable to work in his sister's presence and grew irritable when he knew his sister was lying on the sofa, looking at his back, while the sister frowned nervously and stretched when, trying to bring back the past, he attempted to share his enthusiasms with her. Every evening she complained of being bored and talked about independence of mind and those who are in the rut of tradition. Carried away by her new ideas, Vera Semyonovna proved that the work that her brother was so engrossed in was conventional, that it was a vain effort of conservative minds to preserve what had already served its turn and was vanishing from the scene of action. She made no end of comparisons. She compared her brother at one time to an alchemist, then to a musty old believer who would sooner die than listen to reason. By degrees, there was a perceptible change in her manner of life, too. She was capable of lying on the sofa all day long doing nothing but think, while her face wore a cold, dry expression such as one sees in one-sided people of strong faith. She began to refuse the attentions of the servants, swept and tidied her own room, cleaned her own boots, and brushed her own clothes. Her brother could not help looking with irritation and even hatred at her cold face when she went about her menial work. In that work, which was always performed with a certain solemnity, he saw something strained and false. He saw something both pharisaical and affected. And knowing he could not touch her by persuasion, he carped at her and teased her like a schoolboy. "You won't resist evil, but you resist my having servants," he taunted her. "If servants are an evil, why do you oppose it? That's inconsistent." He suffered, was indignant, and even ashamed. He felt ashamed when his sister began doing odd things before strangers. "It's awful, my dear fellow," he said to me in private, waving his hands in despair. "It seems that our ingenue has remained to play a part in the farce, too. She's become morbid to the marrow of her bones. I've washed my hands of her, let her think as she likes. But why does she talk? Why does she excite me? She ought to think what it means for me to listen to her. What I feel when in my presence she has the effrontery to support her errors by blasphemously quoting the teaching of Christ. It chokes me. It makes me hot all over to hear my sister propounding her doctrines and trying to distort the gospel to suit her, when she purposely refrains from mentioning how the money changers were driven out of the temple. That's, my dear fellow, what comes of being half-educated, undeveloped. That's what comes of medical studies which provide no general culture." One day, on coming home from the office, Vladimir Semyonich found his sister crying. She was sitting on the sofa with her head bowed, wringing her hands, and tears were flowing freely down her cheeks. The critic's good heart throbbed with pain. Tears fell from his eyes, too, and he longed to pet his sister, to forgive her, to beg her forgiveness, and to live as they used to before. He knelt down and kissed her head, her hands, her shoulders. She smiled bitterly, unaccountably, while he with a cry of joy jumped up, seized the magazine from the table, and said warmly, "Hurrah, we'll live as we used to, Verotchka, with God's blessing, and I've such a surprise for you here. Instead of celebrating the occasion with champagne, let us read it together. A splendid, wonderful thing." "Oh, no, no," cried Vera Semyonovna, pushing away the book in alarm. "I've read it already. I don't want it. "When did you read it?" "A year, 2 years ago. I read it long ago, and I know it. "HMS, you're a fanatic," her brother said coldly, flinging the magazine onto the table. "No, you are a fanatic, not I, you." And Vera Semyonovna dissolved into tears again. Her brother stood before her, looked at her quivering shoulders, and thought. He thought, not of the agonies of loneliness endured by anyone who begins to think in a new way of their own, not of the inevitable sufferings of a genuine spiritual revolution, but of the outrage of his program, the outrage to his author's vanity. From this time he treated his sister coldly, with careless irony, and he endured her presence in the room as one endures the presence of old women that are dependent on one. For her part, she left off disputing with him and met all his arguments, jeers, and attacks with a condescending silence which irritated him more than ever. One summer morning Vera Semyonovna, dressed for traveling with a satchel over her shoulder, went into her brother and coldly kissed him on the forehead. "Where are you going?" he asked with surprise. "To the province of N to do vaccination work." Her brother went out into the street with her. "So that's what you've decided upon, you queer girl," he muttered. "Don't you want some money?" "No, thank you, goodbye." The sister shook her brother's hand and set off. "Why don't you have a cab?" cried Vladimir Semyonich. She did not answer. Her brother gazed after her, watched her rusty-looking waterproof. The swaying of her figure as she slouched along forced himself to sigh, but did not succeed in rousing a feeling of regret. His sister had become a stranger to him, and he was a stranger to her. Anyway, she did not once look round. Going back to his room, Vladimir Semyonich at once sat down to the table and began to work at his article. I never saw Vera Semyonovna again. Where she is now, I do not know. And Vladimir Semyonich went on writing his articles, laying wreaths on coffins, singing Gaudimus, busying himself over the Mutual Aid Society of Moscow journalists. He fell ill with inflammation of the lungs. He was ill in bed for 3 months, at first at home, and afterwards in the Golitsyn hospital. An abscess developed in his knee. People said he ought to be sent to the Crimea and began getting up a collection for him. But he did not go to the Crimea, he died. We buried him in the Vagankovsky Cemetery, on the left side, where artists and literary men are buried. One day we writers were sitting in the Tatars restaurant. I mentioned that I had lately been in the Vagankovsky Cemetery and had seen Vladimir Semyonich's grave there. It was utterly neglected and almost indistinguishable from the rest of the ground. The cross had fallen. It was necessary to collect a few rubles to put it in order. But they listened to what I said unconcernedly, made no answer, and I could not collect a farthing. No one remembered Vladimir Semyonich. He was utterly forgot. Mire, gracefully swaying in the saddle, a young man wearing the snow-white tunic of an officer rode into the great yard of the vodka distillery belonging to the heirs of M.E. Rothstein. The sun smiled carelessly on the lieutenant's little stars, on the white trunks of the birch trees, on the heaps of broken glass scattered here and there in the yard. The radiant, vigorous beauty of a summer day lay over everything, and nothing hindered the snappy young green leaves from dancing gaily and winking at the clear blue sky. Even the dirty and soot-begrimed appearance of the bricksheds and the stifling fumes of the distillery did not spoil the general good impression. The lieutenant sprang gaily out of the saddle, handed over his horse to a man who ran up, and stroking with his finger his delicate black mustaches, went in at the front door. On the top step of the old but light and softly carpeted staircase, he was met by a maidservant with a haughty, not very youthful face. The lieutenant gave her his card without speaking. As she went through the rooms with the card, the maid could see on it the name Alexander Grigorievich Sokolsky. A minute later she came back and told the lieutenant that her mistress could not see him, as she was not feeling quite well. Sokolsky looked at the ceiling and thrust out his lower lip. "How vexatious," he said. "Listen, my dear," he said eagerly. "Go and tell Susanna Moisevna that it is very necessary for me to speak to her I will only keep her 1 minute. Ask her to excuse me." The maid shrugged one shoulder and went off languidly to her mistress. "Very well," she sighed, returning after a brief interval. "Please walk in." The lieutenant went with her through 5 or 6 large, luxuriously furnished rooms and a corridor, and finally found himself in a large and lofty square room, in which from the first step he was impressed by the abundance of flowers and plants and the sweet, almost revoltingly heavy fragrance of jasmine. Flowers were trained to trellis work along the walls, screening the windows, hung from the ceiling, and were wreathed over the corners, so that the room was more like a greenhouse than a place to live in. Tits, canaries, and goldfinches chirruped among the green leaves and fluttered against the window panes. "Forgive me for receiving you here," the lieutenant heard in a mellow feminine voice with a burr on the letter R which was not without charm. "Yesterday I had a sick headache, and I'm trying to keep still to prevent its coming on again. What do you want?" Exactly opposite the entrance, he saw sitting in a big low chair, such as old men use, a woman in an expensive Chinese dressing gown with her head wrapped up, leaning back on a pillow. Nothing could be seen behind the woolen shawl in which she was muffled but a pale, long, pointed, somewhat aquiline nose and one large dark eye. Her ample dressing gown concealed her figure, but judging from her beautiful hand, from her voice, her nose, and her eye, she might be 26 or 28. "Forgive me for being so persistent," began the lieutenant, clinking his spurs. "Allow me to introduce myself, Sokolsky. I come with a message from my cousin, your neighbor, Alexei Ivanovich Kryukov, who—" "I know," interposed Susanna Moisevna. "I know Kryukov. Sit down. I don't like anything big standing before me." "My cousin charges me to ask you a favor," the lieutenant went on, clinking his spurs once more and sitting down. "The fact is, your late father made a purchase of oats from my cousin last winter, and a small sum was left owing. The payment only becomes due next week, but my cousin begs you most particularly to pay him if possible today." As the lieutenant talked, he stole side glances about him. "Surely I'm not in her bedroom," he thought. In one corner of the room, where the foliage was thickest and tallest, under a pink awning like a funeral canopy, stood a bed not yet made, with the bedclothes still in disorder. Close by, on 2 armchairs, lay heaps of crumpled feminine garments. Petticoats and sleeves with rumpled lace and flounces were trailing on the carpet, on which here and there lay bits of white tape, cigarette ends, and the papers of caramels. Under the bed, the toes, pointed and square, of slippers of all kinds peeped out in a long row. And it seemed to the lieutenant that the scent of the jasmine came not from the flowers, but from the bed and the slippers. And what is the sum owing? Asked Susanna Moisevna. 2,300. Oh-ho, said the Jewess, showing another large black eye. And you call that a small sum? However, it's just the same paying it today or paying it in a week, but I've had so many payments to make in the last 2 months since my father's death. Such a lot of stupid business, it makes my head go round. A nice idea. I want to go abroad and they keep forcing me to attend to these silly things. Vodka, oats. She muttered, half closing her eyes, oats, bills, percentages, or, as my head clerk says, percentage. It's awful. Yesterday I simply turned the excise officer out. He pesters me with his trowels. I said to him, "Go to the devil with your trowels, I can't see anyone." He kissed my hand and went away. I tell you what, can't your cousin wait 2 or 3 months? A cruel question, laughed the lieutenant. My cousin can wait a year, but it's I who cannot wait. You see, it's on my own account I'm acting, I ought to tell you. At all costs, I must have money, and by ill luck my cousin hasn't a ruble to spare. I'm forced to ride about and collect debts. I've just been to see a peasant, our tenant. Here I'm now calling on you. From here I shall go on to somewhere else, and keep on like that until I get together 5,000 rubles. I need money awfully. Nonsense. What does a young man want with money? Whims, mischief. Why have you been going in for dissipation, or losing at cards, or are you getting married? You've guessed, laughed the lieutenant, and rising slightly from his seat, he clinked his spurs. I really am going to be married. Susanna Moisevna looked intently at her visitor, made a wry face, and sighed. I can't make out what possesses people to get married, she said, looking about her for her pocket handkerchief. Life is so short, one has so little freedom, and they must put chains on themselves. Everyone has his own way of looking at things. Yes, of course, everyone has his own way of looking at things. But, I say, are you really going to marry someone poor? Are you passionately in love? And why must you have 5,000? Why won't 4 do, or 3? What a tongue she has, thought the lieutenant, and answered. The difficulty is that an officer is not allowed by law to marry till he is 28. If you choose to marry, you have to leave the service or else pay a deposit of 5,000. Ah, now I understand. Listen, you said just now that everyone has his own way of looking at things. Perhaps your fiancé is someone special and remarkable, but I am utterly unable to understand how any decent man can live with a woman. I can't for the life of me understand it. I have lived, thank the Lord, 27 years, and I have never yet seen an endurable woman. They're all affected minxes, immoral liars. The only ones I can put up with are cooks and housemaids, but so-called ladies I won't let come within shooting distance of me. But, thank God, they hate me and don't force themselves on me. If one of them wants money, she sends her husband, but nothing will induce her to come herself, not from pride, no, but from cowardice. She's afraid of my making a scene. Oh, I understand their hatred very well. Rather, I openly display what they do their very utmost to conceal from God and man. How can they help hating me? No doubt you've heard bushels of scandal about me already. I only arrived here so lately. Tut, tut, tut. I see from your eyes, but your brother's wife, surely she primed you for this expedition? Think of letting a young man come to see such an awful woman without warning him, how could she? Ha ha. But tell me, how is your brother? He's a fine fellow, such a handsome man. I've seen him several times at Mass. Why do you look at me like that? I very often go to church. We all have the same God. To an educated person, externals matter less than the idea. That's so, isn't it? Yes, of course, smiled the lieutenant. Yes, the idea. But you are not a bit like your brother. You are handsome too, but your brother is a great deal better looking. There's wonderfully little likeness. That's quite natural. He's not my brother but my cousin. Ah, to be sure, so you must have the money today. Why today? My furlough is over in a few days. Well, what's to be done with you? Sighed Susanna Moisevna. So be it. I'll give you the money, though I know you'll abuse me for it afterwards. You'll quarrel with your wife after you are married and say, if that mangy Jewess hadn't given me the money, I should perhaps have been as free as a bird today. Is your fiancé pretty? Oh yes. Anyway, better something if it's only beauty than nothing. Though however beautiful a woman is, it can never make up to her husband for her silliness. That's original, laughed the lieutenant. You are a woman yourself, and such a woman-hater. A woman, smiled Susanna. It's not my fault that God has cast me into this mold, is it? I'm no more to blame for it than you are for having mustaches. The violin is not responsible for the choice of its case. I am very fond of myself, but when anyone reminds me that I am a woman, I begin to hate myself. Well, you can go away and I'll dress. Wait for me in the drawing room." The lieutenant went out, and the first thing he did was to draw a deep breath, to get rid of the heavy scent of jasmine, which had begun to irritate his throat and to make him feel giddy. "What a strange woman," he thought, looking about him. "She talks fluently, but far too much and too freely. She must be neurotic." The drawing room in which he was standing now was richly furnished and had pretensions to luxury and style. There were dark bronze dishes with patterns in relief, views of Nice and the Rhine on the tables, old-fashioned sconces, Japanese statuettes. But all this striving after luxury and style only emphasized the lack of taste which was glaringly apparent in the gilt cornices, the gaudy wallpaper, the bright velvet tablecloths, the common oleographs in heavy frames. The bad taste of the general effect was the more complete from the lack of finish and the overcrowding of the room, which gave one a feeling that something was lacking and that a great deal should have been thrown away. It was evident that the furniture had not been bought all at once, but had been picked up at auctions and other favorable opportunities. Heaven knows what taste the lieutenant could boast of, but even he noticed one characteristic peculiarity about the whole place, which no luxury or style could efface: a complete absence of all trace of womanly, careful hands, which, as we all know, give a warmth, poetry, and snugness to the furnishing of a room. There was a chilliness about it such as one finds in waiting rooms at stations, in clubs, and foyers at the theaters. There was scarcely anything in the room definitely Jewish, except, perhaps, a big picture of the meeting of Jacob and Esau. The lieutenant looked round about him, and, shrugging his shoulders, thought of his strange, new acquaintance, of her free and easy manners and her way of talking. But then the door opened, and in the doorway appeared the lady herself in a long black dress, so slim and tightly laced that her figure looked as though it had been turned in a lathe. Now the lieutenant saw not only the nose and eyes, but also a thin white face, a head black and as curly as lamb's wool. She did not attract him, though she did not strike him as ugly. He had a prejudice against un-Russian faces in general, and he considered, too, that the lady's white face, the whiteness of which for some reason suggested the cloying scent of jasmine, did not go well with her little black curls and thick eyebrows, that her nose and ears were astoundingly white, as though they belonged to a corpse or had been molded out of transparent wax. When she smiled, she showed pale gums as well as her teeth, and he did not like that either. Anemic debility, he thought. She's probably as nervous as a turkey. "Here I am, come along," she said, going on rapidly ahead of him and pulling off the yellow leaves from the plants as she passed. "I'll give you the money directly, and if you like I'll give you some lunch. 2,300 rubles. After such a good stroke of business you'll have an appetite for your lunch. Do you like my rooms? The ladies about here declare that my rooms always smell of garlic." With that culinary jibe, their stock of wit is exhausted. I hasten to assure you that I've no garlic even in the cellar. And one day when a doctor came to see me who smelt of garlic, I asked him to take his hat and go and spread his fragrance elsewhere. There is no smell of garlic here, but the place does smell of drugs. My father lay paralyzed for a year and a half, and the whole house smelt of medicine. A year and a half. I was sorry to lose him, but I'm glad he's dead. He suffered so. She led the officer through 2 rooms similar to the drawing room, through a large reception hall, and came to a stop in her study, where there was a ladies' writing table covered with little knickknacks. On the carpet near it several books lay strewn about, opened and folded back. Through a small door leading from the study, he saw a table laid for lunch. Still chatting, Susanna took out of her pocket a bunch of little keys and unlocked an ingeniously made cupboard with a curved, sloping lid. When the lid was raised, the cupboard emitted a plaintive note which made the lieutenant think of an plus Aeolian harp. Susanna picked out another key and clicked another lock. "I have underground passages here and secret doors," she said, taking out a small Morocco portfolio. "It's a funny cupboard, isn't it? And in this portfolio I have a quarter of my fortune. Look how podgy it is. You won't strangle me, will you?" Susanna raised her eyes to the lieutenant and laughed good-naturedly. The lieutenant laughed too. "She's rather jolly," he thought, watching the keys flashing between her fingers. "Here it is," she said, picking out the key of the portfolio. "Now, Mr. Creditor, trot out the IOU. What a silly thing money is really. How paltry it is, and yet how women love it. I am a Jewess, to the marrow of my bones. I am passionately fond of SH and Yankles, but how I loathe that passion for gain in our Semitic blood. They hoard and they don't know what they are hoarding for. One ought to live and enjoy oneself, but they're afraid of spending an extra farthing. In that way, I am more like an hussar than a SH. I don't like money to be kept long in one place. And altogether, I fancy I'm not much like a Jewess. Does my accent give me away much, eh? What shall I say? Mumbled the lieutenant. You speak good Russian, but you do roll your R's. Susanna laughed and put the little key in the lock of the portfolio. The lieutenant took out of his pocket a little roll of ice and laid them with a notebook on the table. Nothing betrays a Jew as much as his accent, Susanna went on, looking gaily at the lieutenant. However much he twists himself into a Russian or a Frenchman, ask him to say feather and he will say fetter. But I pronounce it correctly. Feather, feather, feather. Both laughed. By Jove, she's very jolly, thought Sokolsky. Susanna put the portfolio on a chair, took a step towards the lieutenant, and bringing her face close to his, went on gaily. Next to the Jews, I love no people so much as the Russian and the French. I did not do much at school and I know no history, but it seems to me that the fate of the world lies in the hands of those two nations. I lived a long time abroad. I spent 6 months in Madrid. I've gazed my fill at the public, and the conclusion I've come to is that there are no decent peoples except the Russian and the French. Take the languages, for instance. The German language is like the neighing of horses. As for the English, you can't imagine anything stupider. Fight feet foot. Italian is only pleasant when they speak it slowly. If you listen to Italians gabbling, you get the effect of the Jewish jargon. And the Poles, mercy on us, there's no language so disgusting. Ni peepas, pietas, peepasm weepaza bo mozas piarzapapazie weepaza peepasm. That means, don't pepper a sucking pig with pepper, piotr, or perhaps you'll overpepper the sucking pig with pepper. Ha ha ha. Susanna Moisevna rolled her eyes and broke into such a pleasant, infectious laugh that the lieutenant, looking at her, went off into a loud and merry peal of laughter. She took the visitor by the button and went on. You don't like Jews, of course. They've many faults like all nations, I don't dispute that. But are the Jews to blame for it? No, it's not the Jews who are to blame, but the Jewish women. They are narrow-minded, greedy, there's no sort of poetry about them, they're dull. You have never lived with a Jewess, so you don't know how charming it is. Susanna Moisevna pronounced the last words with deliberate emphasis and with no eagerness or laughter. She paused as though frightened at her own openness, and her face was suddenly distorted in a strange, unaccountable way. Her eyes stared at the lieutenant without blinking, her lips parted and showed clenched teeth. Her whole face, her throat, and even her bosom seemed quivering with a spiteful, cat-like expression. Still keeping her eyes fixed on her visitor, she rapidly bent to one side and swiftly, like a cat, snatched something from the table. All this was the work of a few seconds. Watching her movements, the lieutenant saw 5 fingers crumple up his eyas and caught a glimpse of the white rustling paper as it disappeared in her clenched fist. Such an extraordinary transition from good-natured laughter to crime so appalled him that he turned pale and stepped back. And she, still keeping her frightened, searching eyes upon him, felt along her hip with her clenched fist for her pocket. Her fist struggled convulsively for the pocket, like a fish in the net, and could not find the opening. In another moment the eyas would have vanished in the recesses of her feminine garments, but at that point the lieutenant uttered a faint cry, and moved more by instinct than reflection, seized the Jewess by her arm above the clenched fist. Showing her teeth more than ever, she struggled with all her might and pulled her hand away. Then Sokolsky put his right arm firmly round her waist, and the other round her chest, and a struggle followed. Afraid of outraging her sex or hurting her, he tried only to prevent her moving, and to get hold of the fist with the eyas. But she wriggled like an eel in his arms with her supple, flexible body, struck him in the chest with her elbows, and scratched him so that he could not help touching her all over, and was forced to hurt her and disregard her modesty. How unusual this is, how strange, he thought, utterly amazed, hardly able to believe his senses, and feeling rather sick from the scent of jasmine. In silence, breathing heavily, stumbling against the furniture, they moved about the room. Susanna was carried away by the struggle. She flushed, closed her eyes, and forgetting herself, once even pressed her face against the face of the lieutenant so that there was a sweetish taste left on his lips. At last he caught hold of her clenched hand. Forcing it open and not finding the papers in it, he let go the Jewess. With flushed faces and disheveled hair, they looked at one another, breathing hard. The spiteful, cat-like expression on the Jewess's face was gradually replaced by a good-natured smile. She burst out laughing, and turning on one foot, went towards the room where lunch was ready. The lieutenant moved slowly after her. She sat down to the table, and still flushed and breathing hard, tossed off half a glass of port. "Listen," the lieutenant broke the silence, "I hope you're joking." "Not a bit of it," she answered, thrusting a piece of bread into her mouth. How do you wish me to take all this?" "As you choose, sit down and have lunch." "But it's dishonest." "Perhaps, but don't trouble to give me a sermon. I have my own way of looking at things." "Won't you give them back?" "Of course not. If you were a poor, unfortunate man, with nothing to eat, then it would be a different matter. But he wants to get married." "It's not my money, it's my cousin's." "And what does your cousin want with money?" "To get fashionable clothes for his wife. But I really don't care whether your bell sewer his dresses or not." The lieutenant had ceased to remember that he was in a strange house with an unknown lady, and did not trouble himself with decorum. He strode up and down the room, scowled, and nervously fingered his waistcoat. The fact that the Jewess had lowered herself in his eyes by her dishonest action made him feel bolder and more free and easy. "The devil knows what to make of it," he muttered. "Listen, I shan't go away from here until I get the IS." "Ah, so much the better," laughed Susanna. "If you stay here for good, it will make it livelier for me." Excited by the struggle, the lieutenant looked at Susanna's laughing, insolent face, at her munching mouth, at her heaving bosom, and grew bolder and more audacious. Instead of thinking about the IO, he began for some reason recalling with a sort of relish his cousin's stories of the Jewess's romantic adventures, of her free way of life, and these reminiscences only provoked him to greater audacity. Impulsively, he sat down beside the Jewess, and thinking no more of the IS, began to eat. "Will you have vodka or wine?" Susanna asked with a laugh. "So you will stay till you get the IS? Poor fellow, how many days and nights you will have to spend with me, waiting for those IS. Won't your fiancé have something to say about it?" Roman II. 5 hours had passed. The lieutenant's cousin, Alexei Ivanovich Krukov, was walking about the rooms of his country house in his dressing gown and slippers, and looking impatiently out of window. He was a tall, sturdy man, with a large black beard and a manly face, and as the Jewess had truly said, he was handsome, though he had reached the age when men are apt to grow too stout, puffy, and bald. By mind and temperament, he was one of those natures in which the Russian intellectual classes are so rich. Warm-hearted, good-natured, well-bred, having some knowledge of the arts and sciences, some faith, and the most chivalrous notions about honor, but indolent and lacking in depth. He was fond of good eating and drinking, was an ideal whist player, was a connoisseur in women and horses, but in other things he was apathetic and sluggish as a seal, and to rouse him from his lethargy, something extraordinary and quite revolting was needed. And then he would forget everything in the world and display intense activity. He would fume and talk of a duel, write a petition of 7 pages to a minister, gallop at breakneck speed about the district, call some one publicly a scoundrel, would go to law, and so on. "How is it our Sasha's not back yet?" he kept asking his wife, glancing out of window. "Why, it's dinner time." After waiting for the lieutenant till 6 o'clock, they sat down to dinner. When supper time came, however, Alexei Ivanovich was listening to every footstep, to every sound of the door, and kept shrugging his shoulders. "Strange," he said, "the rascally dandy must have stayed on at the tenant's." As he went to bed after supper, Kryukov made up his mind that the lieutenant was being entertained at the tenant's, where after a festive evening he was staying the night. Alexander Grigorievich only returned next morning. He looked extremely crumpled and confused. "I want to speak to you alone," he said mysteriously to his cousin. They went into the study. The lieutenant shut the door, and he paced for a long time up and down before he began to speak. "Something's happened, my dear fellow," he began, "that I don't know how to tell you about. You wouldn't believe it." And blushing, faltering, not looking at his cousin, he told what had happened with the IS. Kryukov, standing with his feet wide apart and his head bent, listened and frowned. "Are you joking?" he asked. How the devil could I be joking? It's no joking matter. I don't understand, muttered Krukov, turning crimson and flinging up his hands. It's positively immoral on your part. Before your very eyes, a hussy is up to the devil knows what, a serious crime, plays a nasty trick, and you go and kiss her. But I can't understand myself how it happened, whispered the lieutenant, blinking guiltily. Upon my honor, I don't understand it. It's the first time in my life I've come across such a monster. It's not her beauty that does for you, not her mind, but that, you understand, insolence, cynicism. Insolence, cynicism? It's unclean. If you've such a longing for insolence and cynicism, you might have picked a sow out of the mire and have devoured her alive. It would have been cheaper anyway, instead of 2,300. You do express yourself elegantly, said the lieutenant, frowning. I'll pay you back the 2,300. I know you'll pay it back, but it's not a question of money. Damn the money. What revolts me is your being such a limp rag, such filthy feebleness, and engaged with a fiancé. Don't speak of it, said the lieutenant, blushing. I loathe myself as it is. I should like to sink into the earth. It's sickening and vexatious that I shall have to bother my aunt for that 5,000. Krukov continued for some time longer expressing his indignation and grumbling. Then, as he grew calmer, he sat down on the sofa and began to jeer at his cousin. You young officers, he said with contemptuous irony, nice bridegrooms. Suddenly he leapt up as though he had been stung, stamped his foot, and ran about the study. No, I'm not going to leave it like that, he said, shaking his fist. I will have those eyes, I'll give it her. One doesn't beat women, but I'll break every bone in her body. I'll pound her to a jelly. I'm not a lieutenant. You won't touch me with insolence or cynicism. No, oh, damn her. Miss Ka, he shouted. Run and tell them to get the racing droshky out for me. Krukov dressed rapidly, and without heeding the agitated lieutenant, got into the droshky, and with a wave of his hand resolutely raced off to Susanna Moisevna. For a long time the lieutenant gazed out of window at the clouds of dust that rolled after his cousin's droshky, stretched, yawned, and went to his own room. A quarter of an hour later he was sound asleep. At 6 o'clock he was waked up and summoned to dinner. How nice this is of Alexei, his cousin's wife greeted him in the dining room. He keeps us waiting for dinner. Do you mean to say he's not come back yet? Yawned the lieutenant. He's probably gone round to see the tenant. But Alexei Ivanovitch was not back by supper either. His wife and Sokolsky decided that he was playing cards at the tenant's and would most likely stay the night there. What had happened was not what they had supposed, however. Krukov returned next morning, and without greeting anyone, without a word, dashed into his study. Well, whispered the lieutenant, gazing at him round-eyed. Krukov waved his hand and gave a snort. Why, what's the matter? What are you laughing at? Krukov flopped on the sofa, thrust his head in the pillow, and shook with suppressed laughter. A minute later he got up, and looking at the surprised lieutenant, with his eyes full of tears from laughing, said, Close the door. Well, she is a female, I beg to inform you. Did you get the ayas? Krukov waved his hand, and went off into a peal of laughter again. Well, she is a female, he went on. Merci for the acquaintance, my boy. She's a devil in petticoats. I walked in like such an avenging Jove, that I felt almost afraid of myself. I frowned, I scowled, even clenched my fists to be more awe-inspiring. Jokes don't pay with me, madam, said I, and more in that style, and I threatened her with the law and with the governor. To begin with, she burst into tears, said she'd been joking with you, and even took me to the cupboard to give me the money. Then she began arguing that the future of Europe lies in the hands of the French, and the Russians swore at women. Like you, I listened, fascinated, ass that I was. She kept singing the praises of my beauty, patted me on the arm near the shoulder to see how strong I was, and as you see, only just got away from her. Ha ha, she's enthusiastic about you. You're a nice fellow, laughed the lieutenant. A married man, highly respected. Well, aren't you ashamed? Disgusted? Joking apart though, old man, you've got your Queen Tamara in your own neighborhood. In my own neighborhood? Why, you wouldn't find another such chameleon in the whole of Russia. I've never seen anything like it in my life, though I know a good bit about women, too. I have known regular devils in my time, but I never met anything like this. It is, as you say, by insolence and cynicism she gets over you. What is so attractive in her is the diabolical suddenness, the quick transitions, the swift shifting hues. BRRR and the IUFU write it off for lost. We are both great sinners, we'll go halves in our sin. I shall put down to you not 2,300, but half of it. Mind, tell my wife I was at the tenants. Kryukov and the lieutenant buried their heads in the pillows and broke into laughter. They raised their heads, glanced at one another, and again subsided into their pillows. Engaged, a lieutenant, Kryukov jeered. Married, retorted Sokolsky, highly respected, father of a family. At dinner they talked in veiled allusions, winked at one another, and to the surprise of the others, were continually gushing with laughter into their dinner napkins. After dinner, still in the best of spirits, they dressed up as Turks, and running after one another with guns, played at soldiers with the children. In the evening they had a long argument. The lieutenant maintained that it was mean and contemptible to accept a dowry with your wife, even when there was passionate love on both sides. Kryukov thumped the table with his fists and declared that this was absurd, and that a husband who did not like his wife to have property of her own was an egoist and a despot. Both shouted, boiled over, did not understand each other, drank a good deal, and in the end, picking up the skirts of their dressing gowns, went to their bedrooms. They soon fell asleep and slept soundly. Life went on as before, even, sluggish, and free from sorrow. The shadows lay on the earth, thunder pealed from the clouds. From time to time the wind moaned plaintively, as though to prove that nature, too, could lament, but nothing troubled the habitual tranquility of these people. Of Susanna Moisevna and the Ayas they said nothing. Both of them felt, somehow, ashamed to speak of the incident aloud. Yet they remembered it and thought of it with pleasure, as of a curious farce, which life had unexpectedly and casually played upon them, and which it would be pleasant to recall in old age. On the 6th or 7th day after his visit to the Jewess, Kryukov was sitting in his study in the morning writing a congratulatory letter to his aunt. Alexander Grigorievich was walking to and fro near the table in silence. The lieutenant had slept badly that night. He woke up depressed, and now he felt bored. He paced up and down, thinking of the end of his furlough, of his fiancée, who was expecting him, of how people could live all their lives in the country without feeling bored. Standing at the window, for a long time he stared at the trees, smoked 3 cigarettes one after another, and suddenly turned to his cousin. "I have a favor to ask you, Alyosha," he said. "Let me have a saddle horse for the day." Kryukov looked searchingly at him and continued his writing with a frown. "You will, then?" asked the lieutenant. Kryukov looked at him again, then deliberately drew out a drawer in the table, and taking out a thick roll of notes, gave it to his cousin. "Here's 5,000, he said. "Though it's not my money, yet God bless you, it's all the same. I advise you to send for post horses at once and go away." "Yes, really." The lieutenant in his turn looked searchingly at Kryukov and laughed. "You've guessed right, Alyosha," he said, reddening. "It was to her I meant to ride. Yesterday evening when the washerwoman gave me that damned tunic, the one I was wearing then, and it smelt of jasmine, why, I felt I must go." "You must go away." "Yes, certainly, and my furlough's just over. I really will go today. Yes, by Jove, however long one stays, one has to go in the end. I'm going." The post horses were brought after dinner the same day. The lieutenant said goodbye to the Kryukovs and set off, followed by their good wishes. Another week passed. It was a dull but hot and heavy day. From early morning, Kryukov walked aimlessly about the house, looking out of window or turning over the leaves of albums, though he was sick of the sight of them already. When he came across his wife or children, he began grumbling crossly. It seemed to him, for some reason that day, that his children's manners were revolting, that his wife did not know how to look after the servants, that their expenditure was quite disproportionate to their income. All this meant that the master was out of humor. After dinner, Kryukov, feeling dissatisfied with the soup and the roast meat he had eaten, ordered out his racing droshky. He drove slowly out of the courtyard, drove at a walking pace for 1/4 of a mile, and stopped. "Shall I drive to her, that devil?" he thought, looking at the leaden sky. And Kryukov positively laughed, as though it were the first time that day he had asked himself that question. At once the load of boredom was lifted from his heart, and there rose a gleam of pleasure in his lazy eyes. He lashed the horse. All the way his imagination was picturing how surprised the Jewess would be to see him, how he would laugh and chat, and come home feeling refreshed. Once a month one needs something to brighten one up. Something out of the common round, he thought, something that would give the stagnant organism a good shaking up, a reaction. Whether it's a drinking bout or, Susanna, one can't get on without it. It was getting dark when he drove into the yard of the vodka distillery. From the open windows of the owner's house came sounds of laughter and singing. Brighter than lightning, more burning than flame, sang a powerful, mellow bass voice. Aha, she has visitors, thought Chekhov. And he was annoyed that she had visitors. Shall I go back? He thought with his hand on the bell, but he rang all the same and went up the familiar staircase. From the entry he glanced into the reception hall. There were about 5 men there, all landowners and officials of his acquaintance. One, a tall, thin gentleman, was sitting at the piano, singing, and striking the keys with his long, thin fingers. The others were listening and grinning with enjoyment. Chekhov looked himself up and down in the looking-glass and was about to go into the hall when Susanna Moisevna herself darted into the entry, in high spirits and wearing the same black dress. Seeing Chekhov, she was petrified for an instant, then she uttered a little scream and beamed with delight. "Is it you?" she said, clutching his hand. "What a surprise!" "Here she is," smiled Chekhov, putting his arm round her waist. "Well, does the destiny of Europe still lie in the hands of the French and the Russians?" "I'm so glad," laughed the Jewess, cautiously removing his arm. "Come, go into the hall, they're all friends there. I'll go and tell them to bring you some tea. Your name's Alexei, isn't it? Well, go in, I'll come directly." She blew him a kiss and ran out of the entry, leaving behind her the same sickly smell of jasmine. Chekhov raised his head and walked into the hall. He was on terms of friendly intimacy with all the men in the room, but scarcely nodded to them. They, too, scarcely responded, as though the places in which they met were not quite decent, and as though they were in tacit agreement with one another that it was more suitable for them not to recognize one another. From the hall, Chekhov walked into the drawing room, and from it into a second drawing room. On the way he met 3 or 4 other guests, also men whom he knew, though they barely recognized him. Their faces were flushed with drink and merriment. Alexei Ivanovitch glanced furtively at them and marveled that these men, respectable heads of families, who had known sorrow and privation, could demean themselves to such pitiful, cheap gaiety. He shrugged his shoulders, smiled, and walked on. There are places, he reflected, where a sober man feels sick and a drunken man rejoices. I remember I never could go to the operetta or the gypsies when I was sober. Wine makes a man more good-natured and reconciles him with vice. Suddenly he stood still, petrified, and caught hold of the doorpost with both hands. At the writing table in Susanna's study was sitting Lieutenant Alexander Grigorievich. He was discussing something in an undertone with a fat, flabby-looking Jew, and seeing his cousin, flushed crimson and looked down at an album. The sense of decency was stirred in Chekhov, and the blood rushed to his head. Overwhelmed with amazement, shame, and anger, he walked up to the table without a word. Sokolsky's head sank lower than ever. His face worked with an expression of agonizing shame. "Ah, it's you, Alyosha," he articulated, making a desperate effort to raise his eyes and to smile. "I called here to say goodbye, and, as you see, but tomorrow I am certainly going." "What can I say to him? What?" thought Alexei Ivanovitch. "How can I judge him since I'm here myself?" And clearing his throat without uttering a word, he went out slowly. Call her not heavenly, and leave her on earth's. The bass was singing in the hall. A little while after, Chekhov's racing droshky was bumping along the dusty road. Neighbours. Pyotr Mihalich Ivishin was very much out of humor. His sister, a young girl, had gone away to live with Vlasich, a married man. To shake off the despondency and depression which pursued him at home and in the fields, he called to his aid his sense of justice. His genuine and noble ideas. He had always defended free love. But this was of no avail, and he always came back to the same conclusion as their foolish old nurse, that his sister had acted wrongly and that Vlasich had abducted his sister. And that was distressing. His mother did not leave her room all day long. The old nurse kept sighing and speaking in whispers. His aunt had been on the point of taking her departure every day, and her trunks were continually being brought down to the hall and carried up again to her room. In the house, in the yard, and in the garden it was as still as though there were someone dead in the house. His aunt, the servants, and even the peasants, so it seemed to Pyotr Mihalich, looked at him enigmatically and with perplexity, as though they wanted to say, "Your sister has been seduced. Why are you doing nothing?" And he reproached himself for inactivity, though he did not know precisely what action he ought to have taken. So passed 6 days. On the 7th, it was Sunday afternoon, a messenger on horseback brought a letter. The address was in a familiar feminine handwriting, her XIII, Anna Nikolaevna Ivishin. Pyotr Mihalich fancied that there was something defiant, provocative, in the handwriting and in the abbreviation XIII. And advanced ideas in women are obstinate, ruthless, cruel. She'd rather die than make any concession to her unhappy mother or beg her forgiveness, thought Pyotr Mihalich, as he went to his mother with the letter. His mother was lying on her bed, dressed. Seeing her son, she rose impulsively and, straightening her gray hair, which had fallen from under her cap, asked quickly, "What is it? What is it?" "This has come," said her son, giving her the letter. Zina's name, and even the pronoun she, was not uttered in the house. Zina was spoken of impersonally. "This has come, gone away," and so on. The mother recognized her daughter's handwriting, and her face grew ugly and unpleasant, and her gray hair escaped again from her cap. "No," she said, with a motion of her hands, as though the letter scorched her fingers. "No, no, never, nothing would induce me." The mother broke into hysterical sobs of grief and shame. She evidently longed to read the letter, but her pride prevented her. Pyotr Mihalich realized that he ought to open the letter himself and read it aloud, but he was overcome by anger such as he had never felt before. He ran out into the yard and shouted to the messenger, "Say there will be no answer, there will be no answer, tell them that, you beast." And he tore up the letter. Then tears came into his eyes, and feeling that he was cruel, miserable, and to blame, he went out into the fields. He was only 27, but he was already stout. He dressed like an old man in loose, roomy clothes and suffered from asthma. He already seemed to be developing the characteristics of an elderly country bachelor. He never fell in love, never thought of marriage, and loved no one but his mother, his sister, his old nurse, and the gardener Vasilich. He was fond of good fare, of his nap after dinner, and of talking about politics and exalted subjects. He had in his day taken his degree at the university, but he now looked upon his studies as though in them he had discharged a duty incumbent upon young men between the ages of 18 and 25. At any rate, the ideas which now strayed every day through his mind had nothing in common with the university or the subjects he had studied there. In the fields it was hot and still, as though rain were coming. It was steaming in the wood, and there was a heavy fragrant scent from the pines and rotting leaves. Pyotr Mihalich stopped several times and wiped his wet brow. He looked at his winter corn and his spring oats, walked round the clover field, and twice drove away a partridge with its chicks which had strayed in from the wood. And all the while he was thinking that this insufferable state of things could not go on forever, and that he must end it one way or another. End it stupidly, madly, but he must end it. "But how? What can I do?" he asked himself, and looked imploringly at the sky and at the trees, as though begging for their help. But the sky and the trees were mute. His noble ideas were no help, and his common sense whispered that the agonizing question could have no solution but a stupid one, and that today's scene with the messenger was not the last one of its kind. It was terrible to think what was in store for him. As he returned home, the sun was setting. By now it seemed to him that the problem was incapable of solution. He could not accept the accomplished fact, and he could not refuse to accept it, and there was no intermediate course. When, taking off his hat and fanning himself with his handkerchief, he was walking along the road, and had only another mile and a half to go before he would reach home, he heard bells behind him. It was a very choice and successful combination of bells, which gave a clear crystal note. No one had such bells on his horses but the police captain, Medovsky, formerly an officer in the Hussars, a man in broken-down health, who had been a great rake and spendthrift, and was a distant relation of Pyotr Mihalich. He was like one of the family at the Ivishins, and had a tender, fatherly affection for Zina, as well as a great admiration for her. "I was coming to see you," he said, overtaking Pyotr Mihalich. "Get in, I'll give you a lift." He was smiling and looked cheerful. Evidently, he did not yet know that Zina had gone to live with Vlasich. Perhaps he had been told of it already, but did not believe it. Pyotr Mihalich felt in a difficult position. "You are very welcome," he muttered, blushing till the tears came into his eyes and not knowing how to lie or what to say. "I am delighted," he went on, trying to smile, "but Zina is away and mother is ill." "How annoying," said the police captain, looking pensively at Pyotr Mihalich. "And I was meaning to spend the evening with you. Where has Zinaida Mihailovna gone?" "To the Sinitskys, and I believe she meant to go from there to the monastery. I don't quite know." The police captain talked a little longer and then turned back. Pyotr Mihalich walked home and thought with horror what the police captain's feelings would be when he learned the truth. And Pyotr Mihalich imagined his feelings, and actually experiencing them himself, went into the house. "Lord help us," he thought, "Lord help us." At evening tea, the only one at the table was his aunt. As usual, her face wore the expression that seemed to say that though she was a weak, defenseless woman, she would allow no one to insult her. Pyotr Mihalich sat down at the other end of the table. He did not like his aunt, and began drinking tea in silence. "Your mother has had no dinner again today," said his aunt. "You ought to do something about it, Petrusha. Starving oneself is no help in sorrow." It struck Pyotr Mihalich as absurd that his aunt should meddle in other people's business and should make her departure depend on Zina's having gone away. He was tempted to say something rude to her, but restrained himself. And as he restrained himself, he felt the time had come for action, and that he could not bear it any longer. Either he must act at once or fall on the ground and scream and bang his head upon the floor. He pictured Vlasic and Zina, both of them progressive and self-satisfied, kissing each other somewhere under a maple tree, and all the anger and bitterness that had been accumulating in him for the last 7 days fastened upon Vlasic. "One has seduced and abducted my sister," he thought. "Another will come and murder my mother, a third will set fire to the house and sack the place. And all this under the mask of friendship, lofty ideas, unhappiness. No, it shall not be." Pyotr Mihalich cried suddenly, and he brought his fist down on the table. He jumped up and ran out of the dining room. In the stable, the steward's horse was standing ready saddled. He got on it and galloped off to Vlasic. There was a perfect tempest within him. He felt a longing to do something extraordinary, startling, even if he had to repent of it all his life afterwards. Should he call Vlasic a blackguard, slap him in the face, and then challenge him to a duel? But Vlasic was not one of those men who do fight duels. Being called a blackguard and slapped in the face would only make him more unhappy and would make him shrink into himself more than ever. These unhappy, defenseless people are the most insufferable, the most tiresome creatures in the world. They can do anything with impunity. When the luckless man responds to well-deserved reproach by looking at you with eyes full of deep and guilty feeling, and with a sickly smile bends his head submissively, even justice itself could not lift its hand against him. "No matter, I'll horsewhip him before her eyes and tell him what I think of him," Pyotr Mihalich decided. He was riding through his wood and wasteland, and he imagined Zina would try to justify her conduct by talking about the rights of women and individual freedom, and about there being no difference between legal marriage and free union. Like a woman, she would argue about what she did not understand. And very likely at the end she would ask, "How do you come in? What right have you to interfere?" "No, I have no right," muttered Pyotr Mihalich, "but so much the better. The harsher I am, the less right I have to interfere, the better." It was sultry. Clouds of gnats hung over the ground, and in the waste places the peewits called plaintively. Everything betokened rain, but he could not see a cloud in the sky. Pyotr Mihalich crossed the boundary of his estate and galloped over a smooth, level field. He often went along this road and knew every bush, every hollow in it. What now in the far distance looked in the dusk like a dark cliff was a red church. He could picture it all down to the smallest detail, even the plaster on the gate and the calves that were always grazing in the church enclosure. 3/4 of a mile to the right of the church, there was a copse like a dark blurret was Count Koltanovich's, and beyond the church Vlasic's estate began. From behind the church and the Count's copse a huge black storm cloud was rising, and there were ashes of white lightning. "Here it is," thought Pyotr Mihalich. "Lord help us, Lord help us." The horse was soon tired after its quick gallop, and Pyotr Mihalich was tired too. The storm cloud looked at him angrily and seemed to advise him to go home. He felt a little scared. "I will prove to them they are wrong," he tried to reassure himself. They will say that it is free love, individual freedom, but freedom means self-control and not subjection to passion. It's not liberty but license. He reached the Count's big pond. It looked dark blue and frowning under the cloud, and a smell of damp and slime rose from it. Near the dam, 2 willows, one old and one young, drooped tenderly towards one another. Pyotr Mihalich and Vlasic had been walking near this very spot only a fortnight before, humming a student's song. Youth is wasted, life is not, when the heart is cold and loveless. A wretched song. It was thundering as Pyotr Mihalich rode through the copse, and the trees were bending and rustling in the wind. He had to make haste. It was only 3/4 of a mile through a meadow from the copse to Vlasic's house. Here there were old birch trees on each side of the road. They had the same melancholy and unhappy air as their owner Vlasic, and looked as tall and lanky as he. Big drops of rain pattered on the birches and on the grass. The wind had suddenly dropped, and there was a smell of wet earth and poplars. Before him he saw Vlasic's fence with a row of yellow acacias, which were tall and lanky too. Where the fence was broken, he could see the neglected orchard. Pyotr Mihalich was not thinking now of the horsewhip or of a slap in the face, and did not know what he would do at Vlasic's. He felt nervous. He felt frightened on his own account and on his sister's, and was terrified at the thought of seeing her. How would she behave with her brother? What would they both talk about? And had he not better go back before it was too late? As he made these reflections, he galloped up the avenue of lime trees to the house, rode round the big clumps of lilacs, and suddenly saw Vlasic. Vlasic, wearing a cotton shirt and top boots, bending forward with no hat on in the rain, was coming from the corner of the house to the front door. He was followed by a workman with a hammer and a box of nails. They must have been mending a shutter which had been banging in the wind. Seeing Pyotr Mihalich, Vlasic stopped. "It's you," he said, smiling. "That's nice." "Yes, I've come, as you see," said Pyotr Mihalich, brushing the rain off himself with both hands. "Well, that's capital. I'm very glad," said Vlasic, but he did not hold out his hand. Evidently he did not venture, but waited for Pyotr Mihalich to hold out his. "It will do the oats good," he said, looking at the sky. "Yes." They went into the house in silence. To the right of the hall was a door leading to another hall and then to the drawing room, and on the left was a little room which in winter was used by the steward. Pyotr Mihalich and Vlasic went into this little room. "Where were you caught in the rain?" "Not far off, quite close to the house." Pyotr Mihalich sat down on the bed. He was glad of the noise of the rain and the darkness of the room. It was better. It made it less dreadful, and there was no need to see his companion's face. There was no anger in his heart now, nothing but fear and vexation with himself. He felt he had made a bad beginning, and that nothing would come of this visit. Both were silent for some time, and affected to be listening to the rain. "Thank you, Petrusha," Vlasic began, clearing his throat. "I am very grateful to you for coming. It's generous and noble of you. I understand it, and believe me, I appreciate it. Believe me." He looked out of the window and went on, standing in the middle of the room. "Everything happened so secretly, as though we were concealing it all from you. The feeling that you might be wounded and angry has been a blot on our happiness all these days. But let me justify myself. We kept it secret not because we did not trust you. To begin with, it all happened suddenly, by a kind of inspiration. There was no time to discuss it. Besides, it's such a private, delicate matter, and it was awkward to bring a third person in, even someone as intimate as you. Above all, in all this we reckoned on your generosity. You are a very noble and generous person. I am infinitely grateful to you. If you ever need my life, come and take it." Vlasic talked in a quiet, hollow bass, always on the same droning note. He was evidently agitated. Pyotr Mihalich felt it was his turn to speak, and that to listen and keep silent would really mean playing the part of a generous and noble simpleton, and that had not been his idea in coming. He got up quickly and said, breathlessly in an undertone, "Listen, Grigory, you know I liked you and could have desired no better husband for my sister, but what has happened is awful. It's terrible to think of it." "Why is it terrible?" asked Vlasic, with a quiver in his voice. "It would be terrible if we had done wrong, but that isn't so. Listen, Grigory, you know I have no prejudices, but, excuse my frankness, to my mind you have both acted selfishly. Of course, I shan't say so to my sister, it will distress her, but you ought to know. Mother is miserable beyond all description. Yes, that's sad, sighed Vlasic. We foresaw that, Petrusha, but what could we have done? Because one's actions hurt other people, it doesn't prove that they are wrong. What's to be done? Every important step one takes is bound to distress somebody. If you want to fight for freedom, that would distress your mother, too. What's to be done? Anyone who puts the peace of his family before everything has to renounce the life of ideas completely. There was a vivid flash of lightning at the window, and the lightning seemed to change the course of Vlasic's thoughts. He sat down beside Pyotr Mihalich and began saying what was utterly beside the point. I have such a reverence for your sister, Petrusha, he said. When I used to come and see you, I felt as though I were going to a holy shrine, and I really did worship Zina. Now my reverence for her grows every day. For me, she is something higher than a wife, yes, higher. Vlasic waved his hands. She is my holy of holies. Since she is living with me, I enter my house as though it were a temple. She is an extraordinary, rare, most noble woman. Well, he's off now, thought Pyotr Mihalich. He disliked the word woman. Why shouldn't you be married properly? He asked. How much does your wife want for a divorce? 75,000. It's rather a lot, but if we were to negotiate with her. She won't take a farthing less. She is an awful woman, brother, sighed Vlasic. I've never talked to you about her before. It was unpleasant to think of her, but now that the subject has come up, I'll tell you about her. I married her on the impulse of the moment, a fine, honorable impulse. An officer in command of a battalion of our regiment, if you care to hear the details, had an affair with a girl of 18. That is, to put it plainly, he seduced her, lived with her for 2 months, and abandoned her. She was in an awful position, brother. She was ashamed to go home to her parents. Besides, they wouldn't have received her. Her lover had abandoned her. There was nothing left for her but to go to the barracks and sell herself. The other officers in the regiment were indignant. They were by no means saints themselves, but the baseness of it was so striking. Besides, no one in the regiment could endure the man. And to spite him, you understand, the indignant lieutenants and ensigns began getting up a subscription for the unfortunate girl. And when we subalterns met together and began to subscribe 5 or 10 rubles each, I had a sudden inspiration. I felt it was an opportunity to do something fine. I hastened to the girl and warmly expressed my sympathy. And while I was on my way to her, and while I was talking to her, I loved her fervently as a woman insulted and injured. Yes. Well, a week later I made her an offer. The colonel and my comrades thought my marriage out of keeping with the dignity of an officer. That roused me more than ever. I wrote a long letter, do you know, in which I proved that my action ought to be inscribed in the annals of the regiment in letters of gold, and so on. I sent the letter to my colonel and copies to my comrades. Well, I was excited, and of course, I could not avoid being rude. I was asked to leave the regiment. I have a rough copy of it put away somewhere. I'll give it to you to read sometime. It was written with great feeling. You will see what lofty and noble sentiments I was experiencing. I resigned my commission and came here with my wife. My father had left a few debts, I had no money, and from the first day my wife began making acquaintances, dressing herself smartly, and playing cards, and I was obliged to mortgage the estate. She led a bad life, you understand, and you are the only one of the neighbors who hasn't been her lover. After 2 years I gave her all I had to set me free, and she went off to town. Yes, and now I pay her 1,200 rubles a year. She is an awful woman. There is a fly, brother, which lays an egg in the back of a spider, so that the spider can't shake it off. The grub fastens upon the spider and drinks its heart's blood. That was how this woman fastened upon me and sucks the blood of my heart. She hates and despises me for being so stupid, that is, for marrying a woman like her. My chivalry seems to her despicable. A wise man cast me off, she says, and a fool picked me up. To her thinking no one but a pitiful idiot could have behaved as I did, and that is insufferably bitter to me, brother. Altogether, I may say in parenthesis, fate has been hard upon me, very hard. Pyotr Mihalich listened to Vlasic and wondered in perplexity what it was in this man that had so charmed his sister. He was not young, he was 41, lean and lanky, narrow-chested, with a long nose and gray hairs in his beard. He talked in a droning voice, had a sickly smile, and waved his hands awkwardly as he talked. He had neither health, nor pleasant, manly manners, nor savoir-faire, nor gaiety, and in all his exterior there was something colorless and indefinite. He dressed without taste, his surroundings were depressing, he did not care for poetry or painting because, They have no answer to give to the questions of the day, that is, he did not understand them. Music did not touch him. He was a poor farmer. His estate was in a wretched condition and was mortgaged. He was paying 12% on the second mortgage and owed $10,000 on personal securities as well. When the time came to pay the interest on the mortgage or to send money to his wife, he asked everyone to lend him money with as much agitation as though his house were on fire. And, at the same time losing his head, he would sell the whole of his winter store of fuel for 5 rubles and a stack of straw for 3 rubles, and then have his garden fence or old cucumber frames chopped up to heat his stoves. His meadows were ruined by pigs, the peasants' cattle strayed in the undergrowth in his woods, and every year the old trees were fewer and fewer. Beehives and rusty pails lay about in his garden and kitchen garden. He had neither talents nor abilities, nor even ordinary capacity for living like other people. In practical life, he was a weak, naive man, easy to deceive and to cheat, and the peasants with good reason called him simple. He was a liberal, and in the district was regarded as a red, but even his progressiveness was a bore. There was no originality nor moving power about his independent views. He was revolted, indignant, and delighted always on the same note. It was always spiritless and ineffective. Even in moments of strong enthusiasm, he never raised his head or stood upright. But the most tiresome thing of all was that he managed to express even his best and finest ideas so that they seemed in him commonplace and out of date. It reminded one of something old one had read long ago, when slowly and with an air of profundity he would begin discoursing of his noble, lofty moments of his best years. Or when he went into raptures over the younger generation, which has always been, and still is, in advance of society, or abused Russians for donning their dressing gowns at 30 and forgetting the principles of their alma mater. If you stayed the night with him, he would put Pisaryev or Darwin on your bedroom table. If you said you had read it, he would go and bring Dobrolubov. In the district, this was called free thinking, and many people looked upon this free thinking as an innocent and harmless eccentricity. It made him profoundly unhappy, however. It was for him the maggot of which he had just been speaking. It had fastened upon him and was sucking his lifeblood. In his past, there had been the strange marriage in the style of Dostoevsky, long letters and copies written in a bad, unintelligible handwriting, but with great feeling, endless misunderstandings, explanations, disappointments, then debts, a second mortgage, the allowance to his wife, the monthly borrowing of money, and all this for no benefit to anyone, either himself or others. And in the present, as in the past, he was still in a nervous flurry, on the lookout for heroic actions, and poking his nose into other people's affairs. As before, at every favorable opportunity there were long letters and copies, wearisome, stereotyped conversations about the village community, or the revival of handicrafts, or the establishment of cheese factories conversations, as like one another as though he had prepared them, not in his living brain, but by some mechanical process. And finally, this scandal with Zina, of which one could not see the end. And meanwhile Zina was young. She was only 22, good-looking, elegant, gay. She was fond of laughing, chatter, argument, a passionate musician. She had good taste in dress, in furniture, in books, and in her own home she would not have put up with a room like this, smelling of boots and cheap vodka. She, too, had advanced ideas, but in her free thinking one felt the overflow of energy, the vanity of a young, strong-spirited girl, passionately eager to be better and more original than others. How had it happened that she had fallen in love with VIII? He is a Quixote, an obstinate fanatic, a maniac, thought Pyotr Mihalich, and she is as soft, yielding, and weak in character as I am. She and I give in easily without resistance. She loves him, but then I, too, love him in spite of everything. Pyotr Mihalich considered VIII a good, straightforward man, but narrow and one-sided. In his perturbations and his sufferings, and in fact in his whole life, he saw no lofty aims, remote or immediate. He saw nothing but boredom and incapacity for life. His self-sacrifice and all that VIII himself called heroic actions or noble impulses seemed to him a useless waste of force, unnecessary blank shots which consumed a great deal of powder. And VIII's fanatical belief in the extraordinary loftiness and faultlessness of his own way of thinking struck him as naive and even morbid. And the fact that VIII all his life had contrived to mix the trivial with the exalted, that he had made a stupid marriage and looked upon it as an act of heroism, and then had affairs with other women, and regarded that as a triumph of some idea or other was simply incomprehensible. Nevertheless, Pyotr Mihalich was fond of Vlasic. He was conscious of a sort of power in him, and for some reason he had never had the heart to contradict him. Vlasic sat down quite close to him for a talk in the dark, to the accompaniment of the rain, and he had cleared his throat as a prelude to beginning on something lengthy, such as the history of his marriage. But it was intolerable for Pyotr Mihalich to listen to him. He was tormented by the thought that he would see his sister directly. "Yes, you've had bad luck," he said gently, "but excuse me, we've been wandering from the point. That's not what we are talking about." "Yes, yes, quite so. Well, let us come back to the point," said Vlasic, and he stood up. "I tell you, Petrusha, our conscience is clear. We are not married, but there is no need for me to prove to you that our marriage is perfectly legitimate. You are as free in your ideas as I am, and happily there can be no disagreement between us on that point. As for our future, that ought not to alarm you. I'll work in the sweat of my brow, I'll work day and night in fact, I will strain every nerve to make Zina happy. Her life will be a splendid one. You may ask, am I able to do it? I am, brother. When a man devotes every minute to one thought, it's not difficult for him to attain his object. But let us go to Zina. It will be a joy to her to see you." Pyotr Mihalich's heart began to beat. He got up and followed Vlasic into the hall, and from there into the drawing room. There was nothing in the huge, gloomy room but a piano and a long row of old chairs ornamented with bronze, on which no one ever sat. There was a candle alight on the piano. From the drawing room they went in silence into the dining room. This room, too, was large and comfortless. In the middle of the room there was a round table with 2 leaves with 6 thick legs and only 1 candle. A clock in a large mahogany case, like an Eichen stand, pointed to 2:30. Vlasic opened the door into the next room and said, "Zina, here is Petrusha come to see us." At once there was the sound of hurried footsteps, and Zina came into the dining room. She was tall, plump, and very pale, and just as when he had seen her for the last time at home, she was wearing a black skirt and a red blouse with a large buckle on her belt. She flung one arm round her brother and kissed him on the temple. "What a storm," she said. "Grigory went off somewhere, and I was left quite alone in the house." She was not embarrassed, and looked at her brother as frankly and candidly as at home. Looking at her, Pyotr Mihalich, too, lost his embarrassment. "But you are not afraid of storms," he said, sitting down at the table. "No," she said, "but here the rooms are so big, the house is so old, and when there is thunder it all rattles like a cupboard full of crockery. It's a charming house altogether," she went on, sitting down opposite her brother. "There's some pleasant memory in every room. In my room, only fancy, Grigory's grandfather shot himself. In August, we shall have the money to do up the lodge and the garden," said Vlasic. "For some reason, when it thunders, I think of that grandfather," Zina went on. "And in this dining room, somebody was flogged to death." "That's an actual fact," said Vlasic, and he looked with wide-open eyes at Pyotr Mihalich. "Sometime in the 40s, this place was let to a Frenchman called Olivier. The portrait of his daughter is lying in an attic, now a very pretty girl. This Olivier, so my father told me, despised Russians for their ignorance and treated them with cruel derision. Thus, for instance, he insisted on the priest walking without his hat for 1/2 mile round his house, and on the church bells being rung when the Olivier family drove through the village. The serfs and altogether the humble of this world, of course, he treated with even less ceremony. Once there came along this road one of the simple-hearted sons of wandering Russia, somewhat after the style of Gogol's divinity student, Homo Brute. He asked for a night's lodging, pleased the bailiffs, and was given a job at the office of the estate. There are many variations of the story. Some say the divinity student stirred up the peasants, others that Olivier's daughter fell in love with him. I don't know which is true. Only one fine evening Olivier called him in here and cross-examined him, then ordered him to be beat. Do you know, he sat here at this table drinking claret while the stable boys beat the man. He must have tried to wring something out of him. Towards morning the divinity student died of the torture and his body was hidden. They say it was thrown into Koltovich's pond. There was an inquiry, but the Frenchman paid some thousands to someone in authority and went away to Alsace. His lease was up just then, and so the matter ended." "What scoundrels?" said Zina, shuddering. My father remembered Olivier and his daughter well. He used to say she was remarkably beautiful and eccentric. I imagine the divinity student had done both, stirred up the peasants and won the daughter's heart. Perhaps he wasn't a divinity student at all, but someone traveling incognito. Zina grew thoughtful. The story of the divinity student and the beautiful French girl had evidently carried her imagination far away. It seemed to Pyotr Mihalich that she had not changed in the least during the last week, except that she was a little paler. She looked calm and just as usual, as though she had come with her brother to visit Vlasic. But Pyotr Mihalich felt that some change had taken place in himself. Before, when she was living at home, he could have spoken to her about anything, and now he did not feel equal to asking her the simple question, "How do you like being here?" The question seemed awkward and unnecessary. Probably the same change had taken place in her. She was in no haste to turn the conversation to her mother, to her home, to her relations with Vlasic. She did not defend herself. She did not say that free unions are better than marriages in the church. She was not agitated, and calmly brooded over the story of Olivier. And why had they suddenly begun talking of Olivier? "You are both of you wet with the rain," said Zina, and she smiled joyfully. She was touched by this point of resemblance between her brother and Vlasic. And Pyotr Mihalich felt all the bitterness and horror of his position. He thought of his deserted home, the closed piano, and Zina's bright little room into which no one went now. He thought there were no prints of little feet on the garden paths, and that before tea no one went off, laughing gaily, to bathe. What he had clung to more and more from his childhood upwards, what he had loved thinking about when he used to sit in the stuffy classroom or the lecture theatre, brightness, purity, and joy, everything that filled the house with life and light, had gone never to return, had vanished, and was mixed up with a coarse, clumsy story of some battalion officer, a chivalrous lieutenant, a depraved woman, and a grandfather who had shot himself. And to begin to talk about his mother, or to think that the past could ever return, would mean not understanding what was clear. Pyotr Mihalich's eyes filled with tears, and his hand began to tremble as it lay on the table. Zina guessed what he was thinking about, and her eyes, too, glistened and looked red. "Grigory, come here," she said to Vlasic. They walked away to the window and began talking of something in a whisper. From the way that Vlasic stooped down to her and the way she looked at him, Pyotr Mihalich realized again that everything was irreparably over, and that it was no use to talk of anything. Zina went out of the room. "Well, brother," Vlasic began after a brief silence, rubbing his hands and smiling. "I called our life happiness just now, but that was, so to speak, poetical license. In reality, there has not been a sense of happiness so far. Zina has been thinking all the time of you, of her mother, and has been worrying. Looking at her, I too felt worried. Hers is a bold, free nature, but, it's difficult when you're not used to it, and she is young, too. The servants call her Miss. It seems a trifle, but it upsets her. There it is, brother." Zina brought in a plateful of strawberries. She was followed by a little maidservant, looking crushed and humble, who set a jug of milk on the table and made a very low bow. She had something about her that was in keeping with the old furniture, something petrified and dreary. The sound of the rain had ceased. Pyotr Mihalich ate strawberries while Vlasic and Zina looked at him in silence. The moment of the inevitable but useless conversation was approaching, and all three felt the burden of it. Pyotr Mihalich's eyes filled with tears again. He pushed away his plate and said that he must be going home, or it would be getting late, and perhaps it would rain again. The time had come when common decency required Zina to speak of those at home and of her new life. "How are things at home?" she asked rapidly, and her pale face quivered. "How is mother?" "You know mother," said Pyotr Mihalich, not looking at her. "Petrusha, you've thought a great deal about what has happened," she said, taking hold of her brother's sleeve, and he knew how hard it was for her to speak. "You've thought a great deal. Tell me, can we reckon on mother's accepting Grigory and the whole position one day?" She stood close to her brother, face to face with him, and he was astonished that she was so beautiful, and that he seemed not to have noticed it before. And it seemed to him utterly absurd that his sister, so like his mother, pampered, elegant, should be living with Vlasic and in Vlasic's house, with the petrified servant, and the table with 6 legs in the house where a man had been flogged to death, and that she was not going home with him, but was staying here to sleep. "You know mother," he said, not answering her question. "I think you ought to do something, to ask her forgiveness or something." But to ask her forgiveness would mean pretending we had done wrong. I'm ready to tell a lie to comfort Mother, but it won't lead anywhere. I know Mother. Well, what will be, must be, said Zina, growing more cheerful now that the most unpleasant had been said. We'll wait for 5 years, 10 years, and be patient, and then God's will be done. She took her brother's arm, and when she walked through the dark hall, she squeezed close to him. They went out on the steps. Pyotr Mihalich said goodbye, got on his horse, and set off at a walk. Zina and Vlasic walked a little way with him. It was still and warm, with a delicious smell of hay. Stars were twinkling brightly between the clouds. Vlasic's old garden, which had seen so many gloomy stories in its time, lay slumbering in the darkness, and for some reason it was mournful riding through it. Zina and I today after dinner spent some really exalted moments, said Vlasic. I read aloud to her an excellent article on the question of emigration. You must read it, brother, you really must. It's remarkable for its lofty tone. I could not resist writing a letter to the editor to be forwarded to the author. I wrote only a single line, I thank you and warmly press your noble hand. Pyotr Mihalich was tempted to say, don't meddle in what does not concern you, but he held his tongue. Vlasic walked by his right stirrup and Zina by the left. Both seemed to have forgotten that they had to go home. It was damp, and they had almost reached Koltovich's copse. Pyotr Mihalich felt that they were expecting something from him, though they hardly knew what it was, and he felt unbearably sorry for them. Now as they walked by the horse with submissive faces, lost in thought, he had a deep conviction that they were unhappy, and could not be happy, and their love seemed to him a melancholy, irreparable mistake. Pity, and the sense that he could do nothing to help them, reduced him to that state of spiritual softening, when he was ready to make any sacrifice to get rid of the painful feeling of sympathy. I'll come over sometimes for a night, he said. But it sounded as though he were making a concession and did not satisfy him. When they stopped near Koltovich's copse to say goodbye, he bent down to Zina, touched her shoulder, and said, You are right, Zina, you have done well. To avoid saying more and bursting into tears, he lashed his horse and galloped into the wood. As he rode into the darkness, he looked round and saw Vlasic and Zina walking home along the road, he taking long strides, while she walked with a hurried, jerky step beside him, talking eagerly about something. I am an old woman, thought Pyotr Mihalich. I went to solve the question, and I have only made it more complicated. There it is. He was heavy at heart. When he got out of the copse, he rode at a walk and then stopped his horse near the pond. He wanted to sit and think without moving. The moon was rising and was reflected in a streak of red on the other side of the pond. There were low rumbles of thunder in the distance. Pyotr Mihalich looked steadily at the water and imagined his sister's despair, her martyr-like pallor, the tearless eyes with which she would conceal her humiliation from others. He imagined her with child, imagined the death of their mother, her funeral, Zina's horror. The proud, superstitious old woman would be sure to die of grief. Terrible pictures of the future rose before him on the background of smooth, dark water, and among pale feminine figures he saw himself, a weak, cowardly man with a guilty face. 100 paces off on the right bank of the pond, something dark was standing motionless. Was it a man or a tall post? Pyotr Mihalich thought of the divinity student who had been killed and thrown into the pond. Olivier behaved inhumanly, but one way or another he did settle the question, while I have settled nothing and have only made it worse, he thought, gazing at the dark figure that looked like a ghost. He said and did what he thought right, while I say and do what I don't think right, and I don't know really what I do think. He rode up to the dark figure. It was an old rotten post, the relic of some shed. From Koltovich's copse and garden, there came a strong, fragrant scent of lilies of the valley and honey-laden flowers. Pyotr Mihalich rode along the bank of the pond and looked mournfully into the water. And thinking about his life, he came to the conclusion he had never said or acted upon what he really thought, and other people had repaid him in the same way. And so the whole of life seemed to him as dark as this water in which the night sky was reflected and water weeds grew in a tangle. And it seemed to him that nothing could ever set it right. At home the Don Railway, a quiet, cheerless station, white and solitary in the steppe, with its walls baking in the sun, without a speck of shade, and, it seems, without a human being. The train goes on after leaving one here, the sound of it is scarcely audible and dies away at last. Outside the station it is a desert, and there are no horses but one's own. One gets into the carriage which is so pleasant after the train end is borne along the road through the steppe, and by degrees there are unfolded before one views such as one does not see near Moscow immense, endless, fascinating in their monotony. The steppe, and nothing more, in the distance an ancient barrow or a windmill, ox wagons laden with coal trail by. Solitary birds fly low over the plain, and a drowsy feeling comes with the monotonous beat of their wings. It is hot. Another hour or so passes, and still the steppe, and still in the distance the barrow. The driver tells you something, some long unnecessary tale, pointing into the distance with his whip. And tranquility takes possession of the soul, one is loth to think of the past. A carriage with 3 horses had been sent to fetch Vera Ivanovna Cardin. The driver put in her luggage and set the harness to rights. "Everything just as it always has been," said Vera, looking about her. "I was a little girl when I was here last, 10 years ago. I remember old Boris came to fetch me then. Is he still living, I wonder?" The driver made no reply, but, like a little Russian, looked at her angrily and clambered onto the box. It was a 20-mile drive from the station, and Vera, too, abandoned herself to the charm of the steppe, forgot the past, and thought only of the wide expanse of the freedom. Healthy, clever, beautiful, and young, she was only 23. She had hitherto lacked nothing in her life but just this space and freedom. The steppe. The horses trotted, the sun rose higher and higher, and it seemed to Vera that never in her childhood had the steppe been so rich, so luxuriant in June. The wild flowers were green, yellow, lilac, white, and a fragrance rose from them and from the warmed earth, and there were strange blue birds along the roadside. Vera had long got out of the habit of praying, but now, struggling with drowsiness, she murmured, "Lord, grant that I may be happy here." And there was peace and sweetness in her soul, and she felt as though she would have been glad to drive like that all her life, looking at the steppe. Suddenly there was a deep ravine overgrown with oak saplings and alder trees. There was a moist feeling in the air. There must have been a spring at the bottom. On the near side, on the very edge of the ravine, a covey of partridges rose noisily. Vera remembered that in old days they used to go for evening walks to this ravine, so it must be near home. And now she could actually see the poplars, the barn, black smoke rising on one side. They were burning old straw. And there was Auntie Dasha coming to meet her and waving her handkerchief. Grandfather was on the terrace. Oh dear, how happy she was. My darling," cried her aunt, shrieking as though she were in hysterics. "Our real mistress has come. You must understand you are our mistress, you are our queen. Here everything is yours. My darling, my beauty, I am not your aunt but your willing slave." Vera had no relations but her aunt and her grandfather. Her mother had long been dead. Her father, an engineer, had died 3 months before at Kazan, on his way from Siberia. Her grandfather had a big gray beard. He was stout, red-faced, and asthmatic, and walked leaning on a cane and sticking his stomach out. Her aunt, a lady of 42, drawn in tightly at the waist and fashionably dressed with sleeves high on the shoulder, evidently tried to look young and was still anxious to be charming. She walked with tiny steps with a wriggle of her spine. "Will you love us?" she said, embracing Vera. "You are not proud." At her grandfather's wish there was a Thanksgiving service, then they spent a long while over dinner and Vera's new life began. She was given the best room. All the rugs in the house had been put in it, and a great many flowers, and when at night she lay down in her snug, wide, very soft bed and covered herself with a silk quilt that smelt of old clothes long stored away, she laughed with pleasure. Auntie Dasha came in for a minute to wish her good night. "Here you are home again, thank God," she said, sitting down on the bed. "As you see, we get along very well and have everything we want. There's only one thing, your grandfather is in a poor way, a terribly poor way. He is short of breath and he has begun to lose his memory. And you remember how strong, how vigorous he used to be. There was no doing anything with him. In old days, if the servants didn't please him or anything else went wrong, he would jump up at once and shout, 25 strokes. The birch, but now he has grown milder and you never hear him. And besides, times are changed, my precious. One mayn't beat them nowadays. Of course, they oughtn't to be beaten, but they need looking after." "And are they beaten now, Auntie?" asked Vera. "The steward beats them sometimes, but I never do, bless their hearts. And your grandfather sometimes lifts his stick from old habit, but he never beats them." Auntie Dasha yawned and crossed herself over her mouth and her right ear. "It's not dull here?" Vera inquired. "What shall I say? There are no landowners living here now, but there have been works built near, darling, and there are lots of engineers, doctors, and mine managers. Of course, we have theatricals and concerts, but we play cards more than anything. They come to us too. Dr. Neshchapov from the works comes to see us, such a handsome, interesting man. He fell in love with your photograph. I made up my mind. He is Verotchka's destiny, I thought. He's young, handsome, he has means a good match, in fact. And of course you're a match for anyone. You're of good family. The place is mortgaged, it's true, but it's in good order and not neglected. There is my share in it, but it will all come to you. I am your willing slave. And my brother, your father, left you 15,000 rubles. But I see you can't keep your eyes open. Sleep, my child. Next day, Vera spent a long time walking round the house. The garden, which was old and unattractive, lying inconveniently upon the slope, had no paths and was utterly neglected. Probably the care of it was regarded as an unnecessary item in the management. There were numbers of grass snakes. Hoopoes flew about under the trees calling oot-toot-toot, as though they were trying to remind her of something. At the bottom of the hill there was a river overgrown with tall reeds, and 1/2 mile beyond the river was the village. From the garden Vera went out into the fields. Looking into the distance, thinking of her new life in her own home, she kept trying to grasp what was in store for her. The space, the lovely piece of the steppe, told her that happiness was near at hand, and perhaps was here already. Thousands of people, in fact, would have said. What happiness to be young, healthy, well-educated, to be living on one's own estate. And at the same time, the endless plain, all alike, without one living soul, frightened her, and at moments it was clear to her that its peaceful green vastness would swallow up her life and reduce it to nothingness. She was very young, elegant, fond of life. She had finished her studies at an aristocratic boarding school, had learnt 3 languages, had read a great deal, had traveled with her father, and could all this have been meant to lead to nothing but settling down in a remote country house in the steppe, and wandering day after day from the garden into the fields, and from the fields into the garden to while away the time, and then sitting at home listening to her grandfather's breathing? But what could she do? Where could she go? She could find no answer, and as she was returning home, she doubted whether she would be happy here, and thought that driving from the station was far more interesting than living here. Dr. Neshchapov drove over from the works. He was a doctor, but 3 years previously he had taken a share in the works and had become one of the partners, and now he no longer looked upon medicine as his chief vocation, though he still practiced. In appearance he was a pale, dark man in a white waistcoat with a good figure, but to guess what there was in his heart and his brain was difficult. He kissed Auntie Dasha's hand on greeting her, and was continually leaping up to set a chair or give his seat to someone. He was very silent and grave all the while, and when he did speak, it was for some reason impossible to hear and understand his first sentence, though he spoke correctly and not in a low voice. "You play the piano?" he asked Vera, and immediately leapt up, as she had dropped her handkerchief. He stayed from midday to midnight without speaking, and Vera found him very unattractive. She thought that a white waistcoat in the country was bad form, and his elaborate politeness, his manners, and his pale, serious face with dark eyebrows were mawkish, and it seemed to her that he was perpetually silent, probably because he was stupid. When he had gone, her aunt said enthusiastically, "Well, isn't he charming?" Roman II. Auntie Dasha looked after the estate. Tightly laced, with jingling bracelets on her wrists, she went into the kitchen, the granary, the cattle yard, tripping along with tiny steps, wriggling her spine, and whenever she talked to the steward or to the peasants, she used, for some reason, to put on a pince-nez. Vera's grandfather always sat in the same place, playing patience or dozing. He ate a very great deal at dinner and supper. They gave him the dinner cooked today and what was left from yesterday, and cold pie left from Sunday, and salt meat from the servants' dinner, and he ate it all greedily. And every dinner left on Vera such an impression that when she saw afterwards a flock of sheep driven by, or flour being brought from the mill, she thought, "Grandfather will eat that." For the most part he was silent, absorbed in eating or in patience, but it sometimes happened at dinner that at the sight of Vera he would be touched and say tenderly, "My only grandchild, Verotchka," and tears would glisten in his eyes. Or his face would turn suddenly crimson, his neck would swell, he would look with fury at the servants, and ask, tapping with his stick, "Why haven't you brought the horseradish?" In winter, he led a perfectly inactive existence. In summer, he sometimes drove out into the fields to look at the oats and the hay. And when he came back, he would flourish his stick and declare that everything was neglected now, that he was not there to look after it. "Your grandfather is out of humor," Auntie Dasha would whisper, "but it's nothing now to what it used to be in the old days. 25 strokes, the birch." Her aunt complained that everyone had grown lazy, that no one did anything, and that the estate yielded no profit. Indeed, there was no systematic farming. They plowed and sowed a little simply from habit, and in reality did nothing and lived in idleness. Meanwhile, there was a running to and fro, reckoning and worrying all day long. The bustle in the house began at 5 o'clock in the morning. There were continual sounds of bring it, fetch it, make haste, and by the evening the servants were utterly exhausted. Auntie Dasha changed her cooks and her housemaids every week. Sometimes she discharged them for immorality. Sometimes they went of their own accord, complaining that they were worked to death. None of the village people would come to the house as servants. Auntie Dasha had to hire them from a distance. There was only one girl from the village living in the house, Aliona, and she stayed because her whole family, old people and children, were living upon her wages. This Aliona, a pale, rather stupid little thing, spent the whole day turning out the rooms, waiting at table, heating the stoves, sewing, washing. But it always seemed as though she were only pottering about, treading heavily with her boots, and were nothing but a hindrance in the house. In her terror that she might be dismissed and sent home, she often dropped and broke the crockery, and they stopped the value of it out of her wages, and then her mother and grandmother would come and bow down at Auntie Dasha's feet. Once a week or sometimes oftener visitors would arrive. Her aunt would come to Vera and say, "You should sit a little with the visitors, or else they'll think that you are stuck up." Vera would go in to the visitors and play vint with them for hours together, or play the piano for the visitors to dance. Her aunt, in high spirits and breathless from dancing, would come up and whisper to her, "Be nice to Maria Nikiforovna." On the 6th of December, St. Nicholas' Day, a large party of about 30 arrived all at once. They played vint until late at night, and many of them stayed the night. In the morning they sat down to cards again, then they had dinner, and when Vera went to her room after dinner to rest from conversation and tobacco smoke, there were visitors there too, and she almost wept in despair. And when they began to get ready to go in the evening, she was so pleased they were going at last that she said, "Do stay a little longer." She felt exhausted by the visitors and constrained by their presence, yet every day, as soon as it began to grow dark, something drew her out of the house, and she went out to pay visits either at the works or at some neighbors. And then there were cards, dancing, forfeits, suppers. The young people in the works or in the mines sometimes sang Little Russian songs, and sang them very well. It made one sad to hear them sing. Or they all gathered together in one room and talked in the dusk of the mines, of the treasures that had once been buried in the steps of Sauer's grave. Later on, as they talked, a shout of help sometimes reached them. It was a drunken man going home, or someone was being robbed by the pit nearby. Or the wind howled in the chimneys, the shutters banged. Then, soon afterwards, they would hear the uneasy church bell as the snowstorm began. At all the evening parties, picnics, and dinners, Auntie Dasha was invariably the most interesting woman and the doctor the most interesting man. There was very little reading either at the works or at the country houses. They played only marches and polkas, and the young people always argued hotly about things they did not understand, and the effect was crude. The discussions were loud and heated, but, strange to say, Vera had nowhere else met people so indifferent and careless as these. They seemed to have no fatherland, no religion, no public interests. When they talked of literature or debated some abstract question, it could be seen from Dr. Neshchapov's face that the question had no interest for him whatever, and that for long, long years he had read nothing and cared to read nothing. Serious and expressionless, like a badly painted portrait, forever in his white waistcoat, he was silent and incomprehensible as before. But the ladies, young and old, thought him interesting and were enthusiastic over his manners. They envied Vera, who appeared to attract him very much. And Vera always came away from the visits with a feeling of vexation, vowing inwardly to remain at home. But the day passed, the evening came, and she hurried off to the works again, and it was like that almost all the winter. She ordered books and magazines and used to read them in her room, and she read at night, lying in bed. When the clock in the corridor struck 2 or 3 and her temples were beginning to ache from reading, she sat up in bed and thought, "What am I to do? Where am I to go?" A cursed, importunate question to which there were a number of ready-made answers, and in reality no answer at all. Oh, how noble, how holy, how picturesque it must be to serve the people, to alleviate their sufferings, to enlighten them. But she, Vera, did not know the people. And how could she go to them? They were strange and uninteresting to her. She could not endure the stuffy smell of the huts, the pothouse oaths, the unwashed children, the women's talk of illnesses. To walk over the snowdrifts, to feel cold, than to sit in a stifling hut, to teach children she disliked, no, she would rather die. And to teach the peasants' children, while Auntie Dasha made money out of the pothouses, and find the peasants, it was too great a farce. What a lot of talk there was of schools, of village libraries, of universal education. But if all these engineers, these mine owners and ladies of her acquaintance, had not been hypocrites, and really had believed that enlightenment was necessary, they would not have paid the schoolmasters 15 rubles a month as they did now, and would not have let them go hungry. And the schools and the talk about ignorance, it was all only to stifle the voice of conscience, because they were ashamed to own 15 or 30,000 acres, and to be indifferent to the peasant's lot. Here the ladies said about Dr. Neschapov that he was a kind man and had built a school at the works. Yes, he had built a school out of the old bricks at the works for some 800 rubles, and they sang the prayer for long life to him when the building was opened. But there was no chance of his giving up his shares, and it certainly never entered his head that the peasants were human beings like himself, and that they, too, needed university teaching, and not merely lessons in these wretched schools. And Vera felt full of anger against herself and everyone else. She took up a book again and tried to read it, but soon afterwards sat down and thought again. To become a doctor? But to do that one must pass an examination in Latin. Besides, she had an invincible repugnance to corpses and disease. It would be nice to become a mechanic, a judge, a commander of a steamer, a scientist, to do something into which she could put all her powers, physical and spiritual, and to be tired out and sleep soundly at night. To give up her life to something that would make her an interesting person, able to attract interesting people, to love, to have a real family of her own. But what was she to do? How was she to begin? One Sunday in Lent, her aunt came into her room early in the morning to fetch her umbrella. Vera was sitting up in bed, clasping her head in her hands, thinking. "You ought to go to church, darling," said her aunt, "or people will think you are not a believer." Vera made no answer. "I see you are dull, poor child," said Auntie Dasha, sinking on her knees by the bedside. She adored Vera. "Tell me the truth, are you bored?" "Dreadfully." "My beauty, my queen, I am your willing slave. I wish you nothing but good and happiness. Tell me, why don't you want to marry Neschapov? What more do you want, my child? You must forgive me, darling, you can't pick and choose like this, we are not princes. Time is passing, you are not 17. And I don't understand it. He loves you, idolizes you." "Oh, mercy," said Vera with vexation. "How can I tell? He sits dumb and never says a word." "He's shy, darling. He's afraid you'll refuse him." And when her aunt had gone away, Vera remained standing in the middle of her room, uncertain whether to dress or to go back to bed. The bed was hateful. If one looked out of the window, there were the bare trees, the gray snow, the hateful jackdaws, the pigs that her grandfather would eat. Yes, after all, perhaps I'd better get married, she thought. Roman III. For 2 days Auntie Dasha went about with a tear-stained and heavily powdered face, and at dinner she kept sighing and looking towards the icon. And it was impossible to make out what was the matter with her. But at last she made up her mind, went in to Vera, and said in a casual way, "The fact is, child, we have to pay interest on the bank loan, and the tenant hasn't paid his rent. Will you let me pay it out of the 15,000 your papa left you?" All day afterwards Auntie Dasha spent in making cherry jam in the garden. Aliona, with her cheeks flushed with the heat, ran to and from the garden to the house and back again to the cellar. When Auntie Dasha was making jam with a very serious face, as though she were performing a religious rite, and her short sleeves displayed her strong, little, despotic hands and arms, and when the servants ran about incessantly, bustling about the jam which they would never taste, there was always a feeling of martyrdom in the air. The garden smelt of hot cherries. The sun had set, the charcoal stove had been carried away, but the pleasant, sweetish smell still lingered in the air. Vera sat on a bench in the garden and watched a new laborer, a young soldier, not of the neighborhood, who was, by her express orders, making new paths. He was cutting the turf with a spade and heaping it up on a barrow. "Where were you serving?" Vera asked him. "At Berdyansk." "And where are you going now?" "Home." "No," answered the laborer, "I have no home." "But where were you born and brought up?" "In the province of Oriol. Till I went into the army I lived with my mother, in my stepfather's house. My mother was the head of the house, and people looked up to her, and while she lived I was cared for. But while I was in the army I got a letter telling me my mother was dead. And now I don't seem to care to go home. It's not my own father, so it's not like my own home." "Then your father is dead." "I don't know, I am illegitimate." At that moment, Auntie Dasha appeared at the window and said, "Il n'y faut pas parler aux gens. Go into the kitchen, my good man. You can tell your story there," she said to the soldier. And then came as yesterday an everyday supper, reading, a sleepless night, and endless thinking about the same thing. At 3 o'clock the sun rose. Aliona was already busy in the corridor, and Vera was not asleep yet and was trying to read. She heard the creak of the barrow. It was the new laborer at work in the garden. Vera sat at the open window with a book, dozed, and watched the soldier making the paths for her, and that interested her. The paths were as even and level as a leather strap, and it was pleasant to imagine what they would be like when they were strewn with yellow sand. She could see her aunt come out of the house soon after 5 o'clock in a pink wrapper and curl papers. She stood on the steps for 3 minutes without speaking, and then said to the soldier, "Take your passport and go in peace. I can't have anyone illegitimate in my house." An oppressive, angry feeling sank like a stone on Vera's heart. She was indignant with her aunt, she hated her. She was so sick of her aunt that her heart was full of misery and loathing. But what was she to do? To stop her mouth? To be rude to her? But what would be the use? Suppose she struggled with her, got rid of her, made her harmless, prevented her grandfather from flourishing his stick, what would be the use of it? It would be like killing one mouse or one snake in the boundless steppe. The vast expanse, the long winters, the monotony and dreariness of life instill a sense of helplessness. The position seems hopeless, and one wants to do nothing, everything is useless. Aliona came in, and bowing low to Vera, began carrying out the armchairs to beat the dust out of them. "You have chosen a time to clean up," said Vera with annoyance. "Go away." Aliona was overwhelmed, and in her terror could not understand what was wanted of her. She began hurriedly tidying up the dressing table. "Go out of the room, I tell you," Vera shouted, turning cold. She had never had such an oppressive feeling before. "Go away." Aliona uttered a sort of moan, like a bird, and dropped Vera's gold watch on the carpet. "Go away," Vera shrieked in a voice not her own, leaping up and trembling all over. "Send her away, she worries me to death," she went on, walking rapidly after Aliona down the passage, stamping her feet. "Go away, birch her, beat her." Then suddenly she came to herself, and just as she was, unwashed, uncombed, in her dressing gown and slippers, she rushed out of the house. She ran to the familiar ravine and hid herself there among the sloe trees, so that she might see no one and be seen by no one. Lying there motionless on the grass, she did not weep. She was not horror-stricken, but gazing at the sky open-eyed, she reflected coldly and clearly that something had happened which she could never forget, and for which she could never forgive herself all her life. "No, I can't go on like this," she thought. "It's time to take myself in hand, or there'll be no end to it. I can't go on like this." At midday, Dr. Neschapov drove by the ravine on his way to the house. She saw him and made up her mind that she would begin a new life, and that she would make herself begin it, and this decision calmed her. And following with her eyes the doctor's well-built figure, she said, as though trying to soften the crudity of her decision, "He's a nice man. We shall get through life somehow." She returned home. While she was dressing, Auntie Dasha came into the room and said, "Aliona upset you, darling. I've sent her home to the village. Her mother's given her a good beating and has come here crying." "Auntie," said Vera quickly, "I'm going to marry Dr. Neschapov. Only talk to him yourself. I can't." And again she went out into the fields. And wandering aimlessly about, she made up her mind that when she was married she would look after the house, doctor the peasants, teach in the school, that she would do all the things that other women of her circle did. And this perpetual dissatisfaction with herself and everyone else, this series of crude mistakes which stand up like a mountain before one whenever one looks back upon one's past, she would accept as her real life to which she was fated, and she would expect nothing better. Of course there was nothing better. Beautiful nature, dreams, music, told one story, but reality another. Evidently truth and happiness existed somewhere outside real life. One must give up one's own life and merge oneself into this luxuriant steppe, boundless and indifferent as eternity, with its flowers, its ancient barrows, and its distant horizon, and then it would be well with one. A month later Vera was living at the works. Expensive lessons. For a cultivated man to be ignorant of foreign languages is a great inconvenience. Vorotov became acutely conscious of it when, after taking his degree, he began upon a piece of research work. "It's awful," he said, breathing hard. Although he was only 26, he was fat, heavy, and suffered from shortness of breath. "It's awful. Without languages, I'm like a bird without wings. I might just as well give up the work." And he made up his mind at all costs to overcome his innate laziness and to learn French and German, and began to look out for a teacher. One winter noon, as Vorotov was sitting in his study at work, the servant told him that a young lady was inquiring for him. "Ask her in," said Vorotov. And a young lady, elaborately dressed in the last fashion, walked in. She introduced herself as a teacher of French, Alice Osipovna Enki, and told Vorotov that she had been sent to him by one of his friends. "Delighted, please sit down," said Vorotov, breathing hard and putting his hand over the collar of his nightshirt. To breathe more freely, he always wore a nightshirt at work instead of a stiff linen one with collar. "It was Pyotr Sergych sent you?" Yes. I asked him about it." Delighted. As he talked to Emdil, Enki, he looked at her shyly and with curiosity. She was a genuine Frenchwoman, very elegant and still quite young. Judging from her pale, languid face, her short curly hair, and her unnaturally slim waist, she might have been 18, but looking at her broad, well-developed shoulders, the elegant lines of her back, and her severe eyes, Vorotov thought that she was not less than 23 and might be 25. But then again he began to think she was not more than 18. Her face looked as cold and businesslike as the face of a person who has come to speak about money. She did not once smile or frown, and only once a look of perplexity flitted over her face when she learnt that she was not required to teach children, but a stout grown-up man. "So, Alice Osipovna," said Vorotov, "will have a lesson every evening from 7 to 8. As regards your terms a ruble a lesson, I've nothing to say against that. By all means let it be a ruble." And he asked her if she would not have some tea or coffee, whether it was a fine day, and with a good-natured smile, stroking the baize of the table, he inquired in a friendly voice who she was, where she had studied, and what she lived on. With a cold, business-like expression, Alice Osipovna answered that she had completed her studies at a private school and had the diploma of a private teacher, that her father had died lately of scarlet fever, that her mother was alive and made artificial flowers, that she, Emdil, Enki, taught in a private school till dinner time, and after dinner was busy till evening giving lessons in different good families. She went away, leaving behind her the faint fragrance of a woman's clothes. For a long time afterwards, Vorotov could not settle to work, but sitting at the table stroking its green baize surface, he meditated. "It's very pleasant to see a girl working to earn her own living," he thought. "On the other hand, it's very unpleasant to think that poverty should not spare such elegant and pretty girls as Alice Osipovna, and that she, too, should have to struggle for existence. It's a sad thing." Having never seen virtuous Frenchwomen before, he reflected also that this elegantly dressed young lady with her well-developed shoulders and exaggeratedly small waist in all probability followed another calling as well as giving French lessons. The next evening, when the clock pointed to 5 minutes to 7, Enki appeared, rosy from the frost. She opened Margit, which she had brought with her, and without introduction began. "French grammar has 26 letters. The first letter is called the second B." "Excuse me," Vorotov interrupted, smiling. "I must warn you, mademoiselle, that you must change your method a little in my case. You see, I know Russian, Greek, and Latin well. I've studied comparative philology, and I think we might omit Margit and pass straight to reading some author." And he explained to the French girl how grown-up people learn languages. "A friend of mine," he said, wanting to learn modern languages, laid before him the French, German, and Latin Gospels and read them side by side, carefully analyzing each word, and would you believe it, he attained his object in less than a year. Let us do the same. We'll take some author and read him. The French girl looked at him in perplexity. Evidently, the suggestion seemed to her very naive and ridiculous. If this strange proposal had been made to her by a child, she would certainly have been angry and have scolded it. But as he was a grown-up man and very stout, and she could not scold him, she only shrugged her shoulders hardly perceptibly and said, "As you please." Vorotov rummaged in his bookcase and picked out a dog's-eared French book. "Will this do?" "It's all the same," she said. "In that case, let us begin, and good luck to it. Let's begin with the title, Memoirs." "Reminiscences," Deal, Enki translated. With a good-natured smile, breathing hard, he spent a quarter of an hour over the word memoirs, and as much over the word de, and this wearied the young lady. She answered his questions languidly, grew confused, and evidently did not understand her pupil well, and did not attempt to understand him. Vorotov asked her questions, and at the same time kept looking at her fair hair and thinking. Her hair isn't naturally curly, she curls it. It's a strange thing. She works from morning to night, and yet she has time to curl her hair. At 8 o'clock precisely she got up, and saying coldly and dryly, "Au revoir, monsieur," walked out of the study, leaving behind her the same tender, delicate, disturbing fragrance. For a long time again her pupil did nothing. He sat at the table meditating. During the days that followed he became convinced that his teacher was a charming, conscientious, and precise young lady, but that she was very badly educated and incapable of teaching grown-up people, and he made up his mind not to waste his time, to get rid of her, and to engage another teacher. When she came the 7th time, he took out of his pocket an envelope with 7 rubles in it, and holding it in his hand, became very confused and began. "Excuse me, Alice Osipovna, but I ought to tell you, I'm under painful necessity." Seeing the envelope, the French girl guessed what was meant, and for the first time during their lessons, her face quivered and her cold, businesslike expression vanished. She colored a little, and dropping her eyes, began nervously fingering her slender gold chain. And Vorotov, seeing her perturbation, realized how much a ruble meant to her, and how bitter it would be to her to lose what she was earning. "I ought to tell you," he muttered, growing more and more confused and quavering inwardly. He hurriedly stuffed the envelope into his pocket and went on. "Excuse me, I must leave you for 10 minutes. And trying to appear as though he had not in the least meant to get rid of her, but only to ask her permission to leave her for a short time, he went into the next room and sat there for 10 minutes. And then he returned more embarrassed than ever. It struck him that she might have interpreted his brief absence in some way of her own, and he felt awkward. The lessons began again. Vorotov felt no interest in them. Realizing that he would gain nothing from the lessons, he gave the French girl liberty to do as she liked, asking her nothing and not interrupting her. She translated away as she pleased 10 pages during a lesson, and he did not listen, breathed hard, and having nothing better to do, gazed at her curly head or her soft white hands or her neck and sniffed the fragrance of her clothes. He caught himself thinking very unsuitable thoughts and felt ashamed, or he was moved to tenderness, and then he felt vexed and wounded that she was so cold and businesslike with him, and treated him as a pupil, never smiling and seeming afraid that he might accidentally touch her. He kept wondering how to inspire her with confidence and get to know her better, and to help her, to make her understand how badly she taught, poor thing. One day Deal. Enki came to the lesson in a smart pink dress, slightly décolleté, and surrounded by such a fragrance that she seemed to be wrapped in a cloud, and, if one blew upon her, ready to fly away into the air or melt away like smoke. She apologized and said she could stay only half an hour for the lesson, as she was going straight from the lesson to a dance. He looked at her throat and the back of her bare neck, and thought he understood why Frenchwomen had the reputation of frivolous creatures easily seduced. He was carried away by this cloud of fragrance, beauty, and bare flesh, while she, unconscious of his thoughts and probably not in the least interested in them, rapidly turned over the pages and translated at full steam. He was walking the street and meeting a gentleman his friend and saying, "Where are you striving to seeing your face so pale it makes me sad?" The memoirs had long been finished, and now Alice was translating some other book. One day she came an hour too early for the lesson, apologizing and saying that she wanted to leave at 7 and go to the little theater. Seeing her out after the lesson, Vorotov dressed and went to the theater himself. He went and fancied that he was going simply for change and amusement, and that he was not thinking about Alice at all. He could not admit that a serious man, preparing for a learned career, lethargic in his habits, could fling up his work and go to the theater simply to meet there a girl he knew very little, who was unintelligent and utterly unintellectual. Yet for some reason his heart was beating during the intervals, and without realizing what he was doing, he raced about the corridors and foyer like a boy impatiently looking for someone, and he was disappointed when the interval was over. And when he saw the familiar pink dress and the handsome shoulders under the tulle, his heart quivered as though with a foretaste of happiness. He smiled joyfully, and for the first time in his life experienced the sensation of jealousy. Alice was walking with two unattractive-looking students and an officer. She was laughing, talking loudly, and obviously flirting. Vorotov had never seen her like that. She was evidently happy, contented, warm, sincere. What for? Why? Perhaps because these men were her friends and belonged to her own circle, and Vorotov felt there was a terrible gulf between himself and that circle. He bowed to his teacher, but she gave him a chilly nod and walked quickly by. She evidently did not care for her friends to know that she had pupils and that she had to give lessons to earn money. After the meeting at the theater, Vorotov realized that he was in love. During the subsequent lessons, he feasted his eyes on his elegant teacher, and without struggling with himself, gave full rein to his imaginations, pure and impure. Mdil. Enki's face did not cease to be cold. Precisely at 8 o'clock every evening she said coldly, "Au revoir, monsieur," and he felt she cared nothing about him and never would care anything about him, and that his position was hopeless. Sometimes in the middle of a lesson, he would begin dreaming, hoping, making plans. He inwardly composed declarations of love, remembered that Frenchwomen were frivolous and easily won. But it was enough for him to glance at the face of his teacher for his ideas to be extinguished, as a candle is blown out when you bring it into the wind on the veranda. Once, overcome, forgetting himself as though in delirium, he could not restrain himself, and barred her way as she was going from the study into the entry after the lesson, and, gasping for breath and stammering, began to declare his love. "You are dear to me. I love you, allow me to speak." And Alice turned pale, probably from dismay, reflecting that after this declaration she could not come here again and get a ruble a lesson. With a frightened look in her eyes, she said in a loud whisper, "Ach, you mustn't, don't speak, I entreat you, you mustn't." And Vorotov did not sleep all night afterwards. He was tortured by shame, he blamed himself and thought intensely. It seemed to him that he had insulted the girl by his declaration that she would not come to him again. He resolved to find out her address from the address bureau in the morning and to write her a letter of apology. But Alice came without a letter. For the first minute she felt uncomfortable, then she opened a book and began briskly and rapidly translating as usual. "Oh, young gentleman, don't tear those flowers in my garden which I want to be giving to my ill daughter." She still comes to this day. 4 books have already been translated, but Vorotov knows no French but the word memoirs. And when he is asked about his literary researches, he waves his hand, and without answering, turns the conversation to the weather. The princess. A carriage with 4 fine sleek horses drove in at the big so-called red gate of the N monastery. While it was still at a distance, the priests and monks who were standing in a group round the part of the hostel allotted to the gentry, recognized by the coachman, and horses that the lady in the carriage was Princess Vera Gavrilovna, whom they knew very well. An old man in livery jumped off the box and helped the princess to get out of the carriage. She raised her dark veil and moved in a leisurely way up to the priests to receive their blessing. Then she nodded pleasantly to the rest of the monks and went into the hostel. "Well, have you missed your princess?" she said to the monk who brought in her things. "It's a whole month since I've been to see you, but here I am, behold your princess. And where is the Father Superior? My goodness, I am burning with impatience. Wonderful, wonderful old man, you must be proud of having such a superior." When the Father Superior came in, the princess uttered a shriek of delight, crossed her arms over her bosom, and went up to receive his blessing. "No, no, let me kiss your hand," she said, snatching it and eagerly kissing it 3 times. "How glad I am to see you at last, Holy Father. Sure you've forgotten your princess, but my thoughts have been in your dear monastery every moment. How delightful it is here. This living for God far from the busy, giddy world has a special charm of its own, Holy Father, which I feel with my whole soul although I cannot express it." The princess's cheeks glowed and tears came into her eyes. She talked incessantly, fervently, while the Father Superior, a grave, plain, shy old man of 70, remained mute or uttered abruptly, like a soldier on duty, phrases such as, "Certainly, Your Excellency, quite so, I understand." "Has Your Excellency come for a long stay?" he inquired. "I shall stay the night here, and tomorrow I'm going on to Klavdia Nikolaevna's a long time, since I've seen her, and the day after tomorrow I'll come back to you and stay 3 or 4 days. I want to rest my soul here among you, Holy Father." The princess liked being at the monastery at N. For the last 2 years it had been a favorite resort of hers. She used to go there almost every month in the summer and stay 2 or 3 days, even sometimes a week. The shy novices, the stillness, the low ceilings, the smell of cypress, the modest fare, the cheap curtains on the windows, all this touched her, softened her, and disposed her to contemplation and good thoughts. It was enough for her to be half an hour in the hostel for her to feel that she, too, was timid and modest, and that she, too, smelt of cypress wood. The past retreated into the background, lost its significance, and the princess began to imagine that in spite of her 29 years she was very much like the old Father Superior. And that, like him, she was created not for wealth, not for earthly grandeur and love, but for a peaceful life secluded from the world, a life in twilight like the hostel. It happens that a ray of light gleams in the dark cell of the anchorite absorbed in prayer, or a bird alights on the window and sings its song. The stern anchorite will smile in spite of himself, and a gentle, sinless joy will pierce through the load of grief over his sins, like water flowing from under a stone. The princess fancied she brought from the outside world just such comfort as the ray of light or the bird. Her gay, friendly smile, her gentle eyes, her voice, her jests, her whole personality, in fact, her little graceful figure always dressed in simple black, must arouse in simple, austere people a feeling of tenderness and joy. Everyone looking at her must think, "God has sent us an angel." And feeling that no one could help thinking this, she smiled still more cordially and tried to look like a bird. After drinking tea and resting, she went for a walk. The sun was already setting. From the monastery garden came a moist fragrance of freshly watered mignonette, and from the church floated the soft singing of men's voices, which seemed very pleasant and mournful in the distance. It was the evening service. In the dark windows where the little lamps glowed gently, in the shadows, in the figure of the old monk sitting at the church door with a collecting box, there was such unruffled peace that the princess felt moved to tears. Outside the gate, in the walk between the wall and the birch trees where there were benches, it was quite evening. The air grew rapidly darker and darker. The princess went along the walk, sat on a seat, and sank into thought. She thought how good it would be to settle down for her whole life in this monastery, where life was as still and unruffled as a summer evening. How good it would be to forget the ungrateful, dissipated prince. To forget her immense estates, the creditors who worried her every day, her misfortunes, her maid Dasha, who had looked at her impertinently that morning. It would be nice to sit here on the bench all her life and watch through the trunks of the birch trees the evening mist gathering in wreaths in the valley below, the rooks flying home in a black cloud like a veil far, far away above the forest. 2 novices, one astride a piebald horse, another on foot driving out the horses for the night and rejoicing in their freedom, playing pranks like little children. Their youthful voices rang out musically in the still air, and she could distinguish every word. It is nice to sit and listen to the silence. At one moment the wind blows and stirs the tops of the birch trees, then a frog rustles in last year's leaves, then the clock on the belfry strikes the quarter. One might sit without moving, listen and think and think. An old woman passed by with a wallet on her back. The princess thought that it would be nice to stop the old woman and to say something friendly and cordial to her, to help her. But the old woman turned the corner without once looking round. Not long afterwards, a tall man with a gray beard and a straw hat came along the walk. When he came up to the princess, he took off his hat and bowed. From the bald patch on his head and his sharp, hooked nose, the princess recognized him as the doctor, Mihail Ivanovich, who had been in her service at Dubovki. She remembered that someone had told her that his wife had died the year before, and she wanted to sympathize with him, to console him. "Doctor, I expect you don't recognize me," she said with an affable smile. "Yes, Princess, I recognized you," said the doctor, taking off his hat again. "Oh, thank you. I was afraid that you, too, had forgotten your princess. People only remember their enemies, but they forget their friends. Have you, too, come to pray?" "I am the doctor here, and I have to spend the night at the monastery every Saturday." "Well, how are you?" said the princess, sighing. "I hear that you have lost your wife. What a calamity." "Yes, Princess, for me it is a great calamity." "There's nothing for it. We must bear our troubles with resignation. Not one hair of a man's head is lost without the divine will." "Yes, Princess." To the princess's friendly, gentle smile and her sighs the doctor responded coldly and dryly, "Yes, Princess." And the expression of his face was cold and dry. What else can I say to him? She wondered. "How long it is since we met?" she said. 5 years? How much water has flowed under the bridge, how many changes in that time. It quite frightens one to think of it. You know, I am married. I am not a countess now, but a princess. And by now I am separated from my husband too. Yes, I heard so. God has sent me many trials. No doubt you have heard, too, that I am almost ruined. My Dubovki, Safiyino, and Kuryakovo have all been sold for my unhappy husband's debts, and I have only Baranovo and Mihaltsevo left. It's terrible to look back. How many changes and misfortunes of all kinds, how many mistakes. Yes, Princess, many mistakes. The princess was a little disconcerted. She knew her mistakes. They were all of such a private character that no one but she could think or speak of them. She could not resist asking, "What mistakes are you thinking about?" "You referred to them, so you know them," answered the doctor, and he smiled. "Why talk about them?" "No, tell me, doctor. I shall be very grateful to you, and please don't stand on ceremony with me. I love to hear the truth." "I am not your judge, Princess." "Not my judge? What a tone you take. You must know something about me. Tell me." "If you really wish it, very well. Only I regret to say I'm not clever at talking, and people can't always understand me." The doctor thought a moment and began. "A lot of mistakes, but the most important of them, in my opinion, was the general spirit that prevailed on all your estates. You see, I don't know how to express myself. I mean chiefly the lack of love, the aversion for people that was felt in absolutely everything. Your whole system of life was built upon that aversion. Aversion for the human voice, for faces, for heads, steps. In fact, for everything that makes up a human being. At all the doors and on the stairs there stand sleek, rude, and lazy grooms in livery to prevent badly dressed persons from entering the house. In the hall there are chairs with high backs so that the footmen waiting there, during balls and receptions, may not soil the walls with their heads. In every room there are thick carpets that no human step may be heard. Everyone who comes in is infallibly warned to speak as softly and as little as possible, and to say nothing that might have a disagreeable effect on the nerves or the imagination. And in your room, you don't shake hands with anyone or ask him to sit down, just as you didn't shake hands with me or ask me to sit down." "By all means, if you like," said the princess, smiling and holding out her hand. "Really, to be cross about such trifles." "But I am not cross," laughed the doctor, but at once he flushed, took off his hat, and waving it about began hotly. "To be candid, I've long wanted an opportunity to tell you all I think. That is, I want to tell you that you look upon the mass of mankind from the Napoleonic standpoint as food for the cannon. But Napoleon had at least some idea. You have nothing except aversion." "I have an aversion for people," smiled the princess, shrugging her shoulders in astonishment. "I have." "Yes, you want facts? By all means. In Mihaltsevo 3 former cooks of yours, who have gone blind in your kitchens from the heat of the stove, are living upon charity. All the health and strength and good looks that is found on your hundreds of thousands of acres is taken by you and your parasites for your grooms, your footmen, and your coachmen. All these 2-legged cattle are trained to be flunkies, overeat themselves, grow coarse, lose the image and likeness, in fact. Young doctors, agricultural experts, teachers, intellectual workers generally think of it, are torn away from their honest work and forced for a crust of bread to take part in all sorts of mummeries which make every decent man feel ashamed. Some young men cannot be in your service for 3 years without becoming hypocrites, toadies, sneaks. Is that a good thing? Your polished superintendents, those abject spies, all those Casimir's and Keatons, go hunting about on your hundreds of thousands of acres from morning to night, and to please you try to get 3 skins off 1 ox. Excuse me, I speak disconnectedly, but that doesn't matter. You don't look upon the simple people as human beings, and even the princes, counts, and bishops who used to come and see you, you looked upon simply as decorative figures, not as living beings. But the worst of all, the thing that most revolts me, is having a fortune of over $1 million and doing nothing for other people, nothing. The princess sat amazed, aghast, offended, not knowing what to say or how to behave. She had never before been spoken to in such a tone. The doctor's unpleasant, angry voice and his clumsy, faltering phrases made a harsh clattering noise in her ears and her head. Then she began to feel as though the gesticulating doctor was hitting her on the head with his hat. "It's not true," she articulated softly, in an imploring voice. "I've done a great deal of good for other people, you know it yourself." "Nonsense," cried the doctor. "Can you possibly go on thinking of your philanthropic work as something genuine and useful and not a mere mummery? It was a farce from beginning to end. It was playing at loving your neighbor, the most open farce which even children and stupid peasant women saw through. Take for instance your what was it called? House for homeless old women without relations, of which you made me something like a head doctor, and of which you were the patroness. Mercy on us. What a charming institution it was. A house was built with parquet floors and a weathercock on the roof. A dozen old women were collected from the villages and made to sleep under blankets and sheets of Dutch linen and given toffee to eat." The doctor gave a malignant chuckle into his hat and went on speaking rapidly and stammering. "It was a farce. The attendants kept the sheets and the blankets under lock and key, for fear the old women should soil them. Let the old devil's pepper pots sleep on the floor. The old women did not dare to sit down on the beds, to put on their jackets, to walk over the polished floors. Everything was kept for show and hidden away from the old women as though they were thieves, and the old women were clothed and fed on the sly by other people's charity, and prayed to God night and day to be released from their prison and from the canting exhortations of the sleek rascals to whose care you committed them. And what did the managers do? It was simply charming. About twice a week, there would be 35,000 messages to say that the princess, that is, you were coming to the home next day. That meant that next day I had to abandon my patients, dress up, and be on parade. Very good, I arrive. The old women, in everything clean and new, are already drawn up in a row, waiting. Near them struts the old garrison rat, the superintendent, with his mawkish, sneaking smile. The old women yawn and exchange glances, but are afraid to complain. We wait. The junior steward gallops up. Half an hour later, the senior steward, then the superintendent of the accounts office, then another, and then another of them. They keep arriving endlessly. They all have mysterious, solemn faces. We wait and wait, shift from one leg to another, look at the clock, all this in monumental silence because we all hate each other like poison. 1 hour passes, then a second, and then at last the carriage is seen in the distance, and... The doctor went off into a shrill laugh and brought out in a shrill voice, "You get out of the carriage, and the old hags, at the word of command from the old garrison rat, begin chanting, 'The glory of our Lord in Zion the tongue of man cannot express.' A pretty scene, wasn't it?" The doctor went off into a bass chuckle and waved his hand as though to signify that he could not utter another word for laughing. He laughed heavily, harshly, with clenched teeth, as ill-natured people laugh. And from his voice, from his face, from his glittering, rather insolent eyes, it could be seen that he had a profound contempt for the princess, for the home, and for the old women. There was nothing amusing or laughable in all that he described so clumsily and coarsely, but he laughed with satisfaction, even with delight. "And the school," he went on, panting from laughter. "Do you remember how you wanted to teach peasant children yourself? You must have taught them very well, for very soon the children all ran away, so that they had to be thrashed and bribed to come and be taught. And you remember how you wanted to feed with your own hands the infants whose mothers were working in the fields. You went about the village crying because the infants were not at your disposal, as the mothers would take them to the fields with them. Then the village foreman ordered the mothers by turns to leave their infants behind for your entertainment. A strange thing, they all ran away from your benevolence like mice from a cat. And why was it? It's very simple. Not because our people are ignorant and ungrateful, as you always explained it to yourself, but because in all your fads, if you'll excuse the word, there wasn't a ha'porth of love and kindness. There was nothing but the desire to amuse yourself with living puppets, nothing else. A person who does not feel the difference between a human being and a lapdog ought not to go in for philanthropy. I assure you, there's a great difference between human beings and lapdogs. The princess's heart was beating dreadfully. There was a thudding in her ears, and she still felt as though the doctor were beating her on the head with his hat. The doctor talked quickly, excitedly, and uncouthly, stammering and gesticulating unnecessarily. All she grasped was that she was spoken to by a coarse, ill-bred, spiteful, and ungrateful man, but what he wanted of her and what he was talking about, she could not understand. "Go away," she said in a tearful voice, putting up her hands to protect her head from the doctor's hat. "Go away." "And how you treat your servants," the doctor went on, indignantly. "You treat them as the lowest scoundrels and don't look upon them as human beings. For example, allow me to ask, why did you dismiss me? For 10 years I worked for your father and afterwards for you, honestly, without vacations or holidays. I gained the love of all for more than 70 miles round, and suddenly one fine day I am informed that I am no longer wanted. What for? I've no idea to this day. I, a doctor of medicine, a gentleman by birth, a student of the Moscow University, father of a family, am such a petty, insignificant insect that you can kick me out without explaining the reason. Why stand on ceremony with me? I heard afterwards that my wife went without my knowledge 3 times to intercede with you for me. You wouldn't receive her. I am told she cried in your hall, and I shall never forgive her for it, never." The doctor paused and clenched his teeth, making an intense effort to think of something more to say, very unpleasant and vindictive. He thought of something, and his cold, frowning face suddenly brightened. "Take your attitude to this monastery," he said with avidity. "You've never spared anyone, and the holier the place, the more chance of its suffering from your loving kindness and angelic sweetness. Why do you come here? What do you want with the monks here? Allow me to ask you, what is Hecuba to you or you to Hecuba? It's another farce, another amusement for you, another sacrilege against human dignity, and nothing more. Why, you don't believe in the monk's god? You've a god of your own in your heart, whom you've evolved for yourself at spiritualist seances. You look with condescension upon the ritual of the church. You don't go to mass or vespers. You sleep till midday. Why do you come here? You come with a god of your own into a monastery you have nothing to do with, and you imagine that the monks look upon it as a very great honor. To be sure they do. You'd better ask, by the way, what your visits cost the monastery. You were graciously pleased to arrive here this evening, and a messenger from your estate arrived on horseback the day before yesterday to warn them of your coming. They were the whole day yesterday getting the rooms ready and expecting you. This morning your advance guard arrived, an insolent maid who keeps running across the courtyard, rustling her skirts, pestering them with questions, giving orders. I can't endure it. The monks have been on the lookout all day, for if you were not met with due ceremony, there would be trouble. You'd complain to the bishop. The monks don't like me, your holiness. I don't know what I've done to displease them. It's true I'm a great sinner, but I'm so unhappy. Already one monastery has been in hot water over you. The Father Superior is a busy, learned man. He hasn't a free moment, and you keep sending for him to come to your rooms. Not a trace of respect for age or for rank. If at least you were a bountiful giver to the monastery, one wouldn't resent it so much. But all this time, the monks have not received 100 rubles from you. Whenever people worried the princess, misunderstood her, or mortified her, and when she did not know what to say or do, she usually began to cry. And on this occasion, too, she ended by hiding her face in her hands and crying aloud in a thin treble like a child. The doctor suddenly stopped and looked at her. His face darkened and grew stern. "Forgive me, princess," he said in a hollow voice. "I've given way to a malicious feeling and forgotten myself. It was not right." And coughing in an embarrassed way, he walked away quickly, without remembering to put his hat on. Stars were already twinkling in the sky. The moon must have been rising on the further side of the monastery, for the sky was clear, soft, and transparent. Bats were flitting noiselessly along the white monastery wall. The clock slowly struck 3/4, probably 8:45. The princess got up and walked slowly to the gate. She felt wounded and was crying, and she felt that the trees and the stars and even the bats were pitying her, and that the clock struck musically only to express its sympathy with her. She cried and thought how nice it would be to go into a monastery for the rest of her life. On still summer evenings, she would walk alone through the avenues, insulted, injured, misunderstood by people, and only God and the starry heavens would see the martyr's tears. The evening service was still going on in the church. The princess stopped and listened to the singing. How beautiful the singing sounded in the still darkness. How sweet to weep and suffer to the sound of that singing. Going into her rooms, she looked at her tear-stained face in the glass and powdered it. Then she sat down to supper. The monks knew that she liked pickled sturgeon, little mushrooms, malaga, and plain honey cakes that left a taste of cypress in the mouth, and every time she came they gave her all these dishes. As she ate the mushrooms and drank the malaga, the princess dreamed of how she would be finally ruined and deserted, how all her stewards, bailiffs, clerks, and maidservants for whom she had done so much would be false to her and begin to say rude things. How people all the world over would set upon her, speak ill of her, jeer at her. She would renounce her title, would renounce society and luxury, and would go into a convent without one word of reproach to anyone. She would pray for her enemies, and then they would all understand her and come to beg her forgiveness. But by that time, it would be too late. After supper, she knelt down in the corner before the icon and read 2 chapters of the Gospel. Then her maid made her bed and she got into it. Stretching herself under the white quilt, she heaved a sweet, deep sigh, as one sighs after crying, closed her eyes, and began to fall asleep. In the morning, she waked up and glanced at her watch. It was 9:30. On the carpet near the bed was a bright, narrow streak of sunlight from a ray which came in at the window and dimly lighted up the room. Flies were buzzing behind the black curtain at the window. "It's early," thought the princess, and she closed her eyes. Stretching and lying snug in her bed, she recalled her meeting yesterday with the doctor and all the thoughts with which she had gone to sleep the night before. She remembered she was unhappy. Then she thought of her husband living in Petersburg, her stewards, doctors, neighbors, the officials of her acquaintance. A long procession of familiar masculine faces passed before her imagination. She smiled and thought, if only these people could see into her heart and understand her, they would all be at her feet. At 11:15, she called her maid. "Help me to dress, Dasha," she said languidly. "But go first and tell them to get out the horses. I must set off for Klavdia Nikolaevna's." Going out to get into the carriage, she blinked at the glaring daylight and laughed with pleasure. It was a wonderfully fine day. As she scanned from her half-closed eyes the monks who had gathered round the steps to see her off, she nodded graciously and said, "Goodbye, my friends, till the day after tomorrow." It was an agreeable surprise to her that the doctor was with the monks by the steps. His face was pale and severe. "Princess," he said with a guilty smile, taking off his hat, "I've been waiting here a long time to see you. Forgive me, for God's sake. I was carried away yesterday by an evil, vindictive feeling and I talked. Nonsense. In short, I beg your pardon." The princess smiled graciously and held out her hand for him to kiss. He kissed it, turning red. Trying to look like a bird, the princess fluttered into the carriage and nodded in all directions. There was a gay, warm, serene feeling in her heart, and she felt herself that her smile was particularly soft and friendly. As the carriage rolled towards the gates, and afterwards along the dusty road past huts and gardens, past long trains of wagons and strings of pilgrims on their way to the monastery, she still screwed up her eyes and smiled softly. She was thinking there was no higher bliss than to bring warmth, light, and joy wherever one went, to forgive injuries, to smile graciously on one's enemies. The peasants she passed bowed to her. The carriage rustled softly. Clouds of dust rose from under the wheels and floated over the golden rye, and it seemed to the princess that her body was swaying not on carriage cushions but on clouds, and that she herself was like a light, transparent little cloud. "How happy I am," she murmured, shutting her eyes. "How happy I am." The chemist's wife. The little town of B, consisting of 2 or 3 crooked streets, was sound asleep. There was a complete stillness in the motionless air. Nothing could be heard but far away, outside the town no doubt, the barking of a dog in a thin, hoarse tenor. It was close upon daybreak. Everything had long been asleep. The only person not asleep was the young wife of T. Chernamordic, a qualified dispenser who kept a chemist's shop at B. She had gone to bed and got up again 3 times, but could not sleep. She did not know why. She sat at the open window in her nightdress and looked into the street. She felt bored, depressed, vexed. So vexed that she felt quite inclined to cry again, she did not know why. There seemed to be a lump in her chest that kept rising into her throat. A few paces behind her, Chernamordic lay curled up close to the wall, snoring sweetly. A greedy flea was stabbing the bridge of his nose, but he did not feel it, and was positively smiling, for he was dreaming that everyone in the town had a cough, and was buying from him the King of Denmark's cough drops. He could not have been wakened now by pinpricks, or by cannon, or by caresses. The chemist's shop was almost at the extreme end of the town, so that the chemist's wife could see far into the fields. She could see the eastern horizon growing pale by degrees, then turning crimson as though from a great fire. A big, broad-faced moon peeped out unexpectedly from behind bushes in the distance. It was red. As a rule, when the moon emerges from behind bushes, it appears to be blushing. Suddenly, in the stillness of the night, there came the sounds of footsteps and a jingle of spurs. She could hear voices. That must be the officers going home to the camp from the police captains, thought the chemist's wife. Soon afterwards, two figures wearing officers' white tunics came into sight, one big and tall, the other thinner and shorter. They slouched along by the fence, dragging one leg after the other and talking loudly together. As they passed the chemist's shop, they walked more slowly than ever and glanced up at the windows. "It smells like a chemist's," said the thin one. "And so it is. Ah, I remember. I came here last week to buy some castor oil. There's a chemist here with a sour face and the jawbone of an ass. Such a jawbone, my dear fellow. It must have been a jawbone like that Samson killed the Philistines with." "M.I.'s," said the big one in a bass voice. "The pharmacist is asleep, and his wife is asleep too. She is a pretty woman, Obtyasov. I saw her. I liked her very much. Tell me, doctor, can she possibly love that jawbone of an ass? Can she?" "No, most likely she does not love him," sighed the doctor, speaking as though he were sorry for the chemist. "The little woman is asleep behind the window, Obtyasov. What? Tossing with the heat, her little mouth half open, and one little foot hanging out of bed. I bet that fool the chemist doesn't realize what a lucky fellow he is. No doubt he sees no difference between a woman and a bottle of carbolic." "I say, doctor," said the officer, stopping, "let us go into the shop and buy something. Perhaps we shall see her." "What an idea in the night." "What of it? They are obliged to serve one even at night. My dear fellow, let us go in." "If you like." The chemist's wife, hiding behind the curtain, heard a muffled ring. Looking round at her husband, who was smiling and snoring sweetly as before, she threw on her dress, slid her bare feet into her slippers, and ran to the shop. On the other side of the glass door she could see two shadows. The chemist's wife turned up the lamp and hurried to the door to open it, and now she felt neither vexed nor bored nor inclined to cry, though her heart was thumping. The big doctor and the slender Obtyasov walked in. Now she could get a view of them. The doctor was corpulent and swarthy. He wore a beard and was slow in his movements. At the slightest motion, his tunic seemed as though it would crack, and perspiration came onto his face. The officer was rosy, clean-shaven, feminine-looking, and as supple as an English whip. "What may I give you?" asked the chemist's wife, holding her dress across her bosom. "Give us, 4 pennyworth of peppermint lozenges." Without haste, the chemist's wife took down a jar from a shelf and began weighing out lozenges. The customers stared fixedly at her back. The doctor screwed up his eyes like a well-fed cat, while the lieutenant was very grave. "It's the first time I've seen a lady serving in a chemist's shop," observed the doctor. "There's nothing out of the way in it," replied the chemist's wife, looking out of the corner of her eye at the rosy-cheeked officer. "My husband has no assistant, and I always help him." "To be sure, you have a charming little shop. What a number of different jars, and you are not afraid of moving about among the poisons. Brrr. The chemist's wife sealed up the parcel and handed it to the doctor. Obtyasov gave her the money. Half a minute of silence followed. The men exchanged glances, took a step towards the door, then looked at one another again. "Will you give me 2 pennyworth of soda?" said the doctor. Again the chemist's wife slowly and languidly raised her hand to the shelf. "Haven't you in the shop anything?" "Such as," muttered Obtyasov, moving his fingers, "something, so to say, allegorical, revivifying, seltzer water, for instance. Have you any seltzer water?" "Yes," answered the chemist's wife. "Bravo, you're a fairy, not a woman. Give us 3 bottles." The chemist's wife hurriedly sealed up the soda, and vanished through the door into the darkness. "A peach," said the doctor, with a wink. "You wouldn't find a pineapple like that in the island of Madeira. What do you say? Do you hear the snoring, though? That's his worship the chemist enjoying sweet repose." A minute later, the chemist's wife came back and set 5 bottles on the counter. She had just been in the cellar, and so was flushed and rather excited. "SHSH, quietly," said Uptyasov when, after uncorking the bottles, she dropped the corkscrew. "Don't make such a noise, you'll wake your husband." "Well, what if I do wake him? He is sleeping so sweetly. He must be dreaming of you. To your health." "Besides," boomed the doctor, hiccuping after the seltzer water, "husbands are such a dull business that it would be very nice of them to be always asleep. How good a drop of red wine would be in this water." "What an idea," laughed the chemist's wife. "That would be splendid. What a pity they don't sell spirits in chemists' shops, though you ought to sell wine as a medicine. Have you any vinum gallicum rubrum?" "Yes." "Well then, give us some. Bring it here, damn it." "How much do you want?" "Quantum satis. Give us an ounce each in the water, and afterwards we'll see. Uptyasov, what do you say? First with water and afterwards per se." The doctor and Uptyasov sat down to the counter, took off their caps, and began drinking the wine. The wine, one must admit, is wretched stuff. Vinum nastissimum, though in the presence of it tastes like nectar. "You are enchanting, madam. In imagination I kiss your hand." "I would give a great deal to do so, not in imagination," said Uptyasov. "On my honor, I'd give my life." "That's enough," said Madame Tchernamordik, flushing and assuming a serious expression. "What a flirt you are, though." The doctor laughed softly, looking slyly at her from under his brows. "Your eyes seem to be firing shot. Piff-paff. I congratulate you. You've conquered. We are vanquished." The chemist's wife looked at their ruddy faces, listened to their chatter, and soon she too grew quite lively. Oh, she felt so gay. She entered into the conversation, she laughed, flirted, and even, after repeated requests from the customers, drank 2 ounces of wine. "You officers ought to come in oftener from the camp," she said. "It's awful how dreary it is here. I'm simply dying of it." "I should think so," said the doctor indignantly. "Such a peach, a miracle of nature, thrown away in the wilds. How well Gribdetov said, 'Into the wilds to Saratov.' It's time for us to be off, though. Delighted to have made your acquaintance. Very. How much do we owe you?" The chemist's wife raised her eyes to the ceiling, and her lips moved for some time. 12 rubles 48 kopecks, she said. Uptyasov took out of his pocket a fat pocketbook, and after fumbling for some time among the notes, paid. "Your husband's sleeping sweetly. He must be dreaming," he muttered, pressing her hand at parting. "I don't like to hear silly remarks." "What silly remarks? On the contrary, it's not silly at all. Even Shakespeare said, 'Happy is he who in his youth is young.'" "Let go of my hand." At last, after much talk, and after kissing the lady's hand at parting, the customers went out of the shop irresolutely, as though they were wondering whether they had not forgotten something. She ran quickly into the bedroom and sat down in the same place. She saw the doctor and the officer, on coming out of the shop, walk lazily away a distance of 20 paces, then they stopped and began whispering together. What about? Her heart throbbed, there was a pulsing in her temples, and why she did not know. Her heart beat violently as though those 2 whispering outside were deciding her fate. 5 minutes later, the doctor parted from Uptyasov and walked on, while Uptyasov came back. He walked past the shop once and a second time. He would stop near the door and then take a few steps again. At last, the bell tinkled discreetly. "What? Who is there?" The chemist's wife heard her husband's voice suddenly. "There's a ring at the bell, and you don't hear it," he said severely. "Is that the way to do things?" He got up, put on his dressing gown, and staggering, half asleep, flopped in his slippers to the shop. "What is it?" he asked Uptyasov. Give me 4 pennyworth of peppermint lozenges." Sniffing continually, yawning, dropping asleep as he moved, and knocking his knees against the counter, the chemist went to the shelf and reached down the jar. 2 minutes later, the chemist's wife saw Uptyasov go out of the shop, and after he had gone some steps, she saw him throw the packet of peppermints on the dusty road. The doctor came from behind a corner to meet him. They met and, gesticulating, vanished in the morning mist. "How unhappy I am," said the chemist's wife, looking angrily at her husband, who was undressing quickly to get into bed again. "Oh, how unhappy I am," she repeated, suddenly melting into bitter tears. "And nobody knows, nobody knows." "I forgot fourpence on the counter," muttered the chemist, pulling the quilt over him. "Put it away in the till, please." And at once he fell asleep again. The Schoolmistress and Other Stories. The Schoolmistress. At 8:30, they drove out of the town. The highroad was dry, a lovely April sun was shining warmly, but the snow was still lying in the ditches and in the woods. Winter, dark, long, and spiteful, was hardly over. Spring had come all of a sudden. But neither the warmth nor the languid, transparent woods, warmed by the breath of spring, nor the black flocks of birds flying over the huge puddles that were like lakes, nor the marvelous, fathomless sky, into which it seemed one would have gone away so joyfully, presented anything new or interesting to Mire Vassilievna, who was sitting in the cart. For 13 years she had been schoolmistress, and there was no reckoning how many times during all those years she had been to the town for her salary, and whether it were spring as now, or a rainy autumn evening, or winter, it was all the same to her, and she always invariably longed for one thing only, to get to the end of her journey as quickly as could be. She felt as though she had been living in that part of the country for ages and ages, for 100 years, and it seemed to her that she knew every stone, every tree on the road from the town to her school. Her past was here, her present was here, and she could imagine no other future than the school, the road to the town and back again the school and again the road. She had got out of the habit of thinking of her past before she became a schoolmistress and had almost forgotten it. She had once had a father and mother. They had lived in Moscow in a big flat near the Red Gate, but of all that life, there was left in her memory only something vague and fluid like a dream. Her father had died when she was 10 years old, and her mother had died soon after. She had a brother, an officer. At first they used to write to each other, then her brother had given up answering her letters, he had got out of the way of writing. Of her old belongings, all that was left was a photograph of her mother, but it had grown dim from the dampness of the school, and now nothing could be seen but the hair and the eyebrows. When they had driven a couple of miles, old Semyon, who was driving, turned round and said, "They have caught a government clerk in the town. They have taken him away. The story is that with some Germans he killed XVIII, the mayor, in Moscow." "Who told you that?" "They were reading it in the paper, in Ivan Ionov's tavern." And again they were silent for a long time. Mire Vassilievna thought of her school, of the examination that was coming soon, and of the girl and 4 boys she was sending up for it. And just as she was thinking about the examination, she was overtaken by a neighboring landowner called Hanov in a carriage with 4 horses, the very man who had been examiner in her school the year before. When he came up to her, he recognized her and bowed. "Good morning," he said to her. "You are driving home, I suppose." This Hanov, a man of 40 with a listless expression and a face that showed signs of wear, was beginning to look old, but was still handsome and admired by women. He lived in his big homestead alone and was not in the service, and people used to say of him that he did nothing at home but walk up and down the room whistling or play chess with his old footman. People said, too, that he drank heavily. And indeed at the examination the year before the very papers he brought with him smelt of wine and scent. He had been dressed all in new clothes on that occasion, and Mire Vassilievna thought him very attractive, and all the while she sat beside him she had felt embarrassed. She was accustomed to see frigid and sensible examiners at the school, while this one did not remember a single prayer or know what to ask questions about, and was exceedingly courteous and delicate, giving nothing but the highest marks. "I am going to visit Bakvist," he went on, addressing Mire Vassilievna, "but I am told he is not at home." They turned off the highroad into a byroad to the village, Hanov leading the way and Semyon following. The 4 horses moved at a walking pace, with effort dragging the heavy carriage through the mud. Semyon tacked from side to side, keeping to the edge of the road, at one time through a snowdrift, at another through a pool, often jumping out of the cart and helping the horse. Mire Vassilievna was still thinking about the school, wondering whether the arithmetic questions at the examination would be difficult or easy. And she felt annoyed with the Zemstvo board at which she had found no one the day before. How unbusinesslike. Here she had been asking them for the last 2 years to dismiss the watchman, who did nothing, was rude to her and hit the schoolboys, but no one paid any attention. It was hard to find the president at the office, and when one did find him, he would say with tears in his eyes that he hadn't a moment to spare. The inspector visited the school at most once in 3 years and knew nothing whatever about his work, as he had been in the excise duties department and had received the post of school inspector through influence. The school council met very rarely, and there was no knowing where it met. The school guardian was an almost illiterate peasant, the head of a tanning business, unintelligent, rude, and a great friend of the watchman's end goodness knows to whom she could appeal with complaints or inquiries. He really is handsome, she thought, glancing at Hanov. The road grew worse and worse. They drove into the wood. Here there was no room to turn round, the wheels sank deeply in, water splashed and gurgled through them, and sharp twigs struck them in the face. "What a road," said Hanov, and he laughed. The schoolmistress looked at him and could not understand why this queer man lived here. What could his money, his interesting appearance, his refined bearing do for him here, in this mud, in this God-forsaken, dreary place? He got no special advantages out of life, and here, like Semyon, was driving at a jog-trot on an appalling road and enduring the same discomforts. Why live here if one could live in Petersburg or abroad? And one would have thought it would be nothing for a rich man like him to make a good road instead of this bad one, to avoid enduring this misery and seeing the despair on the faces of his coachman and Semyon. But he only laughed and apparently did not mind and wanted no better life. He was kind, soft, naive, and he did not understand this coarse life, just as at the examination he did not know the prayers. He subscribed nothing to the schools but globes, and genuinely regarded himself as a useful person and a prominent worker in the cause of popular education. And what use were his globes here? "Hold on, Vassilievna," said Semyon. The cart lurched violently and was on the point of upsetting. Something heavy rolled on to Maria Vassilievna's feet. It was her parcel of purchases. There was a steep ascent uphill through the clay. Here in the winding ditches, rivulets were gurgling. The water seemed to have gnawed away the road, and how could one get along here? The horses breathed hard. Hanov got out of his carriage and walked at the side of the road in his long overcoat. He was hot. "What a road," he said and laughed again. "It would soon smash up one's carriage." "Nobody obliges you to drive about in such weather," said Semyon surlily. "You should stay at home." "I am dull at home, grandfather. I don't like staying at home." Beside old Semyon he looked graceful and vigorous, but yet in his walk there was something just perceptible which betrayed in him a being already touched by decay, weak, and on the road to ruin. And all at once there was a whiff of spirits in the wood. Maria Vassilievna was filled with dread and pity for this man going to his ruin for no visible cause or reason, and it came into her mind that if she had been his wife or sister, she would have devoted her whole life to saving him from ruin. His wife. Life was so ordered that here he was living in his great house alone, and she was living in a God-forsaken village alone. And yet for some reason, the mere thought that he and she might be close to one another, and equal seemed impossible and absurd. In reality, life was arranged, and human relations were complicated so utterly beyond all understanding that when one thought about it, one felt uncanny and one's heart sank. And it is beyond all understanding, she thought, why God gives beauty, this graciousness, and sad, sweet eyes to weak, unlucky, useless people, why they are so charming. "Here we must turn off to the right," said Hanov, getting into his carriage. "Goodbye, I wish you all things good." And again she thought of her pupils, of the examination, of the watchman, of the school council. And when the wind brought the sound of the retreating carriage, these thoughts were mingled with others. She longed to think of beautiful eyes, of love, of the happiness which would never be. His wife, it was cold in the morning, there was no one to heat the stove, the watchman disappeared. The children came in as soon as it was light, bringing in snow and mud and making a noise. It was all so inconvenient, so comfortless. Her abode consisted of one little room and the kitchen close by. Her head ached every day after her work, and after dinner she had heartburn. She had to collect money from the school children for wood and for the watchman, and to give it to the school guardian, and then to entreat him that overft, insolent peasant for God's sake to send her wood. And at night she dreamed of examinations, peasants, snowdrifts. And this life was making her grow old and coarse, making her ugly, angular, and awkward, as though she were made of lead. She was always afraid, and she would get up from her seat and not venture to sit down in the presence of a member of the zemstvo or the school guardian. And she used formal, deferential expressions when she spoke of any one of them. And no one thought her attractive, and life was passing drearily, without affection, without friendly sympathy, without interesting acquaintances. How awful it would have been in her position if she had fallen in love. Hold on, Vassilievna. Again a sharp ascent uphill. She had become a schoolmistress from necessity, without feeling any vocation for it, and she had never thought of a vocation, of serving the cause of enlightenment, and it always seemed to her that what was most important in her work was not the children, nor enlightenment, but the examinations. And what time had she for thinking of vocation, of serving the cause of enlightenment? Teachers, badly paid doctors, and their assistants, with their terribly hard work, have not even the comfort of thinking that they are serving an idea or the people, as their heads are always stuffed with thoughts of their daily bread, of wood for the fire, of bad roads, of illnesses. It is a hard-working, an uninteresting life, and only silent, patient cart horses like Mary Vassilievna could put up with it for long. The lively, nervous, impressionable people who talked about vocation and serving the idea were soon weary of it and gave up the work. Semyon kept picking out the driest and shortest way, first by a meadow, then by the backs of the village huts. But in one place the peasants would not let them pass. In another it was the priest's land and they could not cross it. In another, Ivan Ionov had bought a plot from the landowner and had dug a ditch round it. They kept having to turn back. They reached Nizhny Gorodistch. Near the tavern on the dung-strewn earth, where the snow was still lying, there stood wagons that had brought great bottles of crude sulfuric acid. There were a great many people in the tavern, all drivers, and there was a smell of vodka, tobacco, and sheepskins. There was a loud noise of conversation and the banging of the swing door. Through the wall, without ceasing for a moment, came the sound of a concertina being played in the shop. Maria Vassilievna sat down and drank some tea, while at the next table peasants were drinking vodka and beer, perspiring from the tea they had just swallowed and the stifling fumes of the tavern. "I say, Kuzma," voices kept shouting in confusion. "What there? The Lord bless us. Ivan Dementievich, I can tell you that. Look out, old man." A little pock-marked man with a black beard, who was quite drunk, was suddenly surprised by something and began using bad language. "What are you swearing at, you there?" Semyon, who was sitting some way off, responded angrily. "Don't you see the young lady?" "The young lady," someone mimicked in another corner. "Swinish crow." "We meant nothing," said the little man in confusion. "I beg your pardon, we pay with our money and the young lady with hers. Good morning." "Good morning," answered the schoolmistress. "And we thank you most feelingly." Maria Vassilievna drank her tea with satisfaction, and she, too, began turning red like the peasants, and fell to thinking again about firewood, about the watchman. "Stay, old man," she heard from the next table. "It's the schoolmistress from VIII. We know her, she's a good young lady." "She's all right." The swing door was continually banging, some coming in, others going out. Maria Vassilievna sat on, thinking all the time of the same things, while the concertina went on playing and playing. The patches of sunshine had been on the floor, then they passed to the counter, to the wall, and disappeared altogether, so by the sun it was past midday. The peasants at the next table were getting ready to go. The little man, somewhat unsteadily, went up to Maria Vassilievna and held out his hand to her. Following his example, the others shook hands, too, at parting, and went out one after another, and the swing door squeaked and slammed 9 times. "Vassilievna, get ready," Semyon called to her. They set off, and again they went at a walking pace. "A little while back they were building a school here in their Nizhny Gorodistch," said Semyon, turning round. "It was a wicked thing that was done." "Why, what?" "They say the president put 1,000 in his pocket, and the school guardian another 1,000 in his, and the teacher 500. The whole school only cost 1,000. It's wrong to slander people, grandfather, that's all nonsense." "I don't know, I only tell you what folks say." But it was clear that Semyon did not believe the schoolmistress. The peasants did not believe her. They always thought she received too large a salary, 21 rubles a month, 5 would have been enough, and that of the money that she collected from the children for the firewood, and the watchman the greater part she kept for herself. The guardian thought the same as the peasants, and he himself made a profit off the firewood and received payments from the peasants for being a guardian without the knowledge of the authorities. The forest, thank God, was behind them, and now it would be flat, open ground all the way to VIII, and there was not far to go now. They had to cross the river and then the railway line, and then VIII was in sight. "Where are you driving?" Maria Vasilievna asked Semyon. "Take the road to the right to the bridge." "Why, we can go this way as well. It's not deep enough to matter." "Mind you don't drown the horse." "What?" "Look, Hanov is driving to the bridge," said Maria Vasilievna, seeing the 4 horses far away to the right. "It is he, I think." "It is, so he didn't find Backfist at home. What a pig-headed fellow he is. Lord have mercy upon us. He's driven over there, and what for? It's fully 2 miles nearer this way." They reached the river. In the summer it was a little stream easily crossed by wading. It usually dried up in August, but now, after the spring floods, it was a river 40 feet in breadth, rapid, muddy, and cold. On the bank and right up to the water there were fresh tracks of wheels, so it had been crossed here. "Go on," shouted Semyon angrily and anxiously, tugging violently at the reins and jerking his elbows as a bird does its wings. "Go on." The horse went on into the water up to his belly and stopped, but at once went on again with an effort, and Maria Vasilievna was aware of a keen chilliness in her feet. "Go on," she too shouted, getting up. "Go on." They got out on the bank. "Nice mess it is, Lord have mercy upon us," muttered Semyon, setting straight the harness. "It's a perfect plague with this zemstvo." Her shoes and galoshes were full of water. The lower part of her dress and of her coat and one sleeve were wet and dripping. The sugar and flour had got wet, and that was worst of all, and Maria Vasilievna could only clasp her hands in despair and say, "Oh, Semyon, Semyon, how tiresome you are really." The barrier was down at the railway crossing. A train was coming out of the station. Maria Vasilievna stood at the crossing waiting till it should pass, and shivering all over with cold. VIII was in sight now, and the school with the green roof, and the church with its crosses flashing in the evening sun, and the station windows flashed too, and a pink smoke rose from the engine. And it seemed to her that everything was trembling with cold. Here was the train. The windows reflected the gleaming light like the crosses on the church. It made her eyes ache to look at them. On the little platform between 2 first-class carriages, a lady was standing, and Maria Vasilievna glanced at her as she passed. Her mother, what a resemblance! Her mother had had just such luxuriant hair, just such a brow and bend of the head. And with amazing distinctness, for the first time in those 13 years, there rose before her mind a vivid picture of her mother, her father, her brother, their flat in Moscow, the aquarium with little fish, everything to the tiniest detail. She heard the sound of the piano, her father's voice. She felt as she had been then, young, good-looking, well-dressed, in a bright, warm room among her own people. A feeling of joy and happiness suddenly came over her. She pressed her hands to her temples in an ecstasy and called softly, beseechingly, "Mother!" And she began crying, she did not know why. Just at that instant Hanov drove up with his team of 4 horses, and seeing him she imagined happiness such as she had never had, and smiled and nodded to him as an equal and a friend, and it seemed to her that her happiness, her triumph, was glowing in the sky and on all sides, in the windows and on the trees. Her father and mother had never died, she had never been a schoolmistress. It was a long, tedious, strange dream, and now she had awakened. "Vasilievna, get in." And at once it all vanished. The barrier was slowly raised. Maria Vasilievna, shivering and numb with cold, got into the cart. The carriage with the 4 horses crossed the railway line. Semyon followed it. The signalman took off his cap. "And here is VIII, here we are." A nervous breakdown. A medical student called Mire, and a pupil of the Moscow School of Painting, Sculpture, and Architecture called Rybnikov, went one evening to see their friend Vasiliev, a law student, and suggested that he should go with them to S Street. For a long time, Vasiliev would not consent to go, but in the end he put on his greatcoat and went with them. He knew nothing of fallen women except by hearsay and from books, and he had never in his life been in the houses in which they live. He knew that there are immoral women who, under the pressure of fatal circumstances, environment, bad education, poverty, and so on, are forced to sell their honor for money. They know nothing of pure love, have no children, have no civil rights. Their mothers and sisters weep over them as though they were dead, science treats of them as an evil, men address them with contemptuous familiarity. But in spite of all that, they do not lose the semblance and image of God. They all acknowledge their sin and hope for salvation. Of the means that lead to salvation, they can avail themselves to the fullest extent. Society, it is true, will not forgive people their past, but in the sight of God, Saint Mary of Egypt is no lower than the other saints. When it had happened to Vassiliev in the street to recognize a fallen woman as such by her dress or her manners, or to see a picture of one in a comic paper, he always remembered a story he had once read. A young man, pure and self-sacrificing, loves a fallen woman and urges her to become his wife. She, considering herself unworthy of such happiness, takes poison. Vassiliev lived in one of the side streets turning out of Tversky Boulevard. When he came out of the house with his two friends, it was about 11 o'clock. The first snow had not long fallen, and all nature was under the spell of the fresh snow. There was the smell of snow in the air. The snow crunched softly under the feet. The earth, the roofs, the trees, the seats on the boulevard, everything was soft, white, young, and this made the houses look quite different from the day before. The street lamps burned more brightly. The air was more transparent. The carriages rumbled with a deeper note, and with the fresh, light, frosty air a feeling stirred in the soul akin to the white, youthful, feathery snow. Against my will an unknown force, hummed the medical student in his agreeable tenor, has led me to these mournful shores. Behold the mill, the artist seconded him, in ruins now. Behold the mill, in ruins now, the medical student repeated, raising his eyebrows and shaking his head mournfully. He paused, rubbed his forehead, trying to remember the words, and then sang aloud, so well that passers-by looked round. Here in old days when I was free, love, free, unfettered, greeted me. The three of them went into a restaurant, and without taking off their greatcoats, drank a couple of glasses of vodka each. Before drinking the second glass, Vassiliev noticed a bit of cork in his vodka, raised the glass to his eyes, and gazed into it for a long time, screwing up his short-sighted eyes. The medical student did not understand his expression and said, "Come, why look at it? No philosophizing, please. Vodka is given us to be drunk, sturgeon to be eaten, women to be visited, snow to be walked upon. For one evening anyway, live like a human being." "But I haven't said anything," said Vassiliev, laughing. "Am I refusing to?" There was a warmth inside him from the vodka. He looked with softened feelings at his friends, admired them and envied them. In these strong, healthy, cheerful people, how wonderfully balanced everything is, how finished and smooth is everything in their minds and souls. They sing and have a passion for the theater and draw and talk a great deal and drink, and they don't have headaches the day after. They are both poetical and debauched, both soft and hard. They can work, too, and be indignant and laugh without reason and talk nonsense. They are warm, honest, self-sacrificing, and as men are in no way inferior to himself. Vassiliev, who watched over every step he took and every word he uttered, who was fastidious and cautious, and ready to raise every trifle to the level of a problem. And he longed for one evening to live as his friends did, to open out, to let himself loose from his own control. If vodka had to be drunk, he would drink it, though his head would be splitting next morning. If he were taken to the women, he would go. He would laugh, play the fool, gaily respond to the passing advances of strangers in the street. He went out of the restaurant laughing. He liked his friend's one in a crushed, broad-brimmed hat, with an affectation of artistic untidiness, the other in a sealskin cap, a man not poor, though he affected to belong to the bohemia of learning. He liked the snow, the pale street lamps, the sharp black tracks left in the first snow by the feet of the passers-by. He liked the air, and especially that limpid, tender, naive, as it were virginal tone, which can be seen in nature only twice in the year when everything is covered with snow, and in spring on bright days and moonlight evenings when the ice breaks on the river. Against my will an unknown force has led me to these mournful shores. He hummed in an undertone, and the tune for some reason haunted him and his friends all the way, and all three of them hummed it mechanically, not in time with one another. Vassiliev's imagination was picturing how, in another 10 minutes, he and his friends would knock at a door. How by little dark passages and dark rooms they would steal in to the women. How, taking advantage of the darkness, he would strike a match, would light up and see the face of a martyr and a guilty smile. The unknown, fair or dark, would certainly have her hair down and be wearing a white dressing jacket. She would be panic-stricken by the light, would be fearfully confused, and would say, "For God's sake, what are you doing? Put it out." It would all be dreadful, but interesting and new. The friends turned out of Trubnoy Square into Grachevka, and soon reached the side street, which Vasiliev only knew by reputation. Seeing 2 rows of houses with brightly lighted windows and wide-open doors, and hearing gay strains of pianos and violins, sounds which floated out from every door and mingled in a strange chaos, as though an unseen orchestra were tuning up in the darkness above the roofs, Vasiliev was surprised and said, "What a lot of houses." "That's nothing," said the medical student. "In London there are 10 times as many. There are about 100,000 such women there." The cabmen were sitting on their boxes as calmly and indifferently as in any other side street. The same passers-by were walking along the pavement as in other streets. No one was hurrying, no one was hiding his face in his coat collar, no one shook his head reproachfully. And in this indifference to the noisy chaos of pianos and violins, to the bright windows and wide-open doors, there was a feeling of something very open, insolent, reckless, and devil-may-care. Probably it was as gay and noisy at the slave markets in their day, and people's faces and movements showed the same indifference. "Let us begin from the beginning," said the artist. The friends went into a narrow passage lighted by a lamp with a reflector. When they opened the door, a man in a black coat, with an unshaven face like a flunkey's and sleepy-looking eyes, got up lazily from a yellow sofa in the hall. The place smelt like a laundry with an odor of vinegar in addition. A door from the hall led into a brightly lighted room. The medical student and the artist stopped at this door and, craning their necks, peeped into the room. "Buona sera, signori, rigolito hugenati traviata," began the artist with a theatrical bow. "Havana terracano pistolito," said the medical student, pressing his cap to his breast and bowing low. Vasiliev was standing behind them. He would have liked to make a theatrical bow and say something silly, too, but he only smiled, felt an awkwardness that was like shame, and waited impatiently for what would happen next. A little fair girl of 17 or 18, with short hair, in a short light blue frock with a bunch of white ribbon on her bosom, appeared in the doorway. "Why do you stand at the door?" she said. "Take off your coats and come into the drawing room." The medical student and the artist, still talking Italian, went into the drawing room. Vasiliev followed them irresolutely. "Gentlemen, take off your coats," the flunky said sternly. "You can't go in like that." In the drawing room there was, besides the girl, another woman, very stout and tall, with a foreign face and bare arms. She was sitting near the piano, laying out a game of patience on her lap. She took no notice whatever of the visitors. "Where are the other young ladies?" asked the medical student. "They are having their tea," said the fair girl. "Stepan," she called, "go and tell the young ladies some students have come." A little later a third young lady came into the room. She was wearing a bright red dress with blue stripes. Her face was painted thickly and unskillfully, her brow was hidden under her hair, and there was an unblinking, frightened stare in her eyes. As she came in, she began at once singing some song in a coarse, powerful contralto. After her a fourth appeared, and after her a fifth. In all this Vasiliev saw nothing new or interesting. It seemed to him that that room, the piano, the looking-glass in its cheap gilt frame, the bunch of white ribbon, the dress with the blue stripes, and the blank indifferent faces, he had seen before and more than once. Of the darkness, the silence, the secrecy, the guilty smile, of all that he had expected to meet here and had dreaded, he saw no trace. Everything was ordinary, prosaic, and uninteresting. Only one thing faintly stirred his curiosity, the terrible, as it were intentionally designed, bad taste which was visible in the cornices, in the absurd pictures, in the dresses, in the bunch of ribbons. There was something characteristic and peculiar in this bad taste. "How poor and stupid it all is," thought Vasiliev. "What is there in all this trumpery I see now that can tempt a normal man and excite him to commit the horrible sin of buying a human being for a ruble? I understand any sin for the sake of splendor, beauty, grace, passion, taste, but what is there here? What is there here worth sinning for? But one mustn't think." "Beardy, treat me to some porter," said the fair girl, addressing him. Vasiliev was at once overcome with confusion. With pleasure, he said, bowing politely. Only excuse me, madam, I won't drink with you, I don't drink. 5 minutes later, the friends went off into another house. Why did you ask for porter? Said the medical student angrily. What a millionaire, you have thrown away 6 rubles for no reason whatever, simply waste. If she wants it, why not let her have the pleasure? Said Vassiliev, justifying himself. You did not give pleasure to her, but to the madam. They are told to ask the visitors to stand them treat because it is a profit to the keeper. Behold the mill, hummed the artist, in ruins now. Going into the next house, the friends stopped in the hall and did not go into the drawing room. Here, as in the first house, a figure in a black coat with a sleepy face like a flunkey's got up from a sofa in the hall. Looking at this flunky, at his face and his shabby black coat, Vassiliev thought, what must an ordinary simple Russian have gone through before fate flung him down as a flunky here? Where had he been before and what had he done? What was awaiting him? Was he married? Where was his mother, and did she know that he was a servant here? And Vassiliev could not help particularly noticing the flunky in each house. In one of the houses he thought it was the fourth there was a little spare, frail-looking flunky with a watch chain on his waistcoat. He was reading a newspaper, and took no notice of them when they went in. Looking at his face, Vassiliev, for some reason, thought that a man with such a face might steal, might murder, might bear false witness. But the face was really interesting. A big forehead, gray eyes, a little flattened nose, thin compressed lips, and a blankly stupid, and at the same time insolent expression like that of a young harrier overtaking a hare. Vassiliev thought it would be nice to touch this man's hair, to see whether it was soft or coarse. It must be coarse like a dog's. 3. Having drunk 2 glasses of porter, the artist became suddenly tipsy and grew unnaturally lively. Let's go to another, he said peremptorily, waving his hands. I will take you to the best one. When he had brought his friends to the house which in his opinion was the best, he declared his firm intention of dancing a quadrille. The medical student grumbled something about their having to pay the musicians a ruble, but agreed to be his vis-a-vis. They began dancing. It was just as nasty in the best house as in the worst. Here there were just the same looking-glasses and pictures, the same styles of coiffure and dress. Looking round at the furnishing of the rooms and the costumes, Vassiliev realized that this was not lack of taste, but something that might be called the taste, and even the style of S. Street, which could not be found elsewhere, something intentional in its ugliness, not accidental, but elaborated in the course of years. After he had been in 8 houses, he was no longer surprised at the color of the dresses, at the long trains, the gaudy ribbons, the sailor dresses, and the thick purplish rouge on the cheeks. He saw that it all had to be like this, that if a single one of the women had been dressed like a human being, or if there had been one decent engraving on the wall, the general tone of the whole street would have suffered. How unskillfully they sell themselves, he thought. How can they fail to understand that vice is only alluring when it is beautiful and hidden, when it wears the mask of virtue? Modest black dresses, pale faces, mournful smiles, and darkness would be far more effective than this clumsy tawdriness. Stupid things. If they don't understand it of themselves, their visitors might surely have taught them. A young lady in a polished dress edged with white fur came up to him and sat down beside him. You nice dark man, why aren't you dancing? She asked. Why are you so dull? Because it is dull. Treat me to some Lafitte, then it won't be dull. Vassiliev made no answer. He was silent for a little and then asked, What time do you get to sleep? At 6 o'clock. And what time do you get up? Sometimes at 2 and sometimes at 3. And what do you do when you get up? We have coffee, and at 6 o'clock we have dinner. And what do you have for dinner? Usually soup, beefsteak, and dessert. Our madam keeps the girls well, but why do you ask all this? Oh, just to talk. Vassiliev longed to talk to the young lady about many things. He felt an intense desire to find out where she came from, whether her parents were living, and whether they knew that she was here. How she had come into this house, whether she were cheerful and satisfied, or sad and oppressed by gloomy thoughts, whether she hoped some day to get out of her present position. But he could not think how to begin or in what shape to put his questions so as not to seem impertinent. He thought for a long time and asked, How old are you? 80, the young lady jested, looking with a laugh at the antics of the artist as he danced. All at once she burst out laughing at something and uttered a long, cynical sentence loud enough to be heard by everyone. Vasiliev was aghast and, not knowing how to look, gave a constrained smile. He was the only one who smiled. All the others, his friends, the musicians, the women, did not even glance towards his neighbor, but seemed not to have heard her. "Stand me some Lafitte," his neighbor said again. Vasiliev felt a repulsion for her white fur and for her voice and walked away from her. It seemed to him hot and stifling, and his heart began throbbing slowly but violently, like a hammer one. 2, 3. "Let us go away," he said, pulling the artist by his sleeve. "Wait a little, let me finish." While the artist and the medical student were finishing the quadrille, to avoid looking at the women, Vasiliev scrutinized the musicians. A respectable-looking old man in spectacles, rather like Marshal Bazin, was playing the piano. A young man with a fair beard, dressed in the latest fashion, was playing the violin. The young man had a face that did not look stupid nor exhausted, but intelligent, youthful, and fresh. He was dressed fancifully and with taste. He played with feeling. It was a mystery how he and the respectable-looking old man had come here. How was it they were not ashamed to sit here? What were they thinking about when they looked at the women? If the violin and the piano had been played by men in rags, looking hungry, gloomy, drunken, with dissipated or stupid faces, then one could have understood their presence, perhaps. As it was, Vasiliev could not understand it at all. He recalled the story of the fallen woman he had once read, and he thought now that that human figure with the guilty smile had nothing in common with what he was seeing now. It seemed to him that he was seeing not fallen women, but some different world quite apart, alien to him and incomprehensible. If he had seen this world before on the stage, or read of it in a book, he would not have believed in it. The woman with the white fur burst out laughing again and uttered a loathsome sentence in a loud voice. A feeling of disgust took possession of him. He flushed crimson and went out of the room. "Wait a minute, we are coming too," the artist shouted to him. 4. "While we were dancing," said the medical student, as they all three went out into the street, "I had a conversation with my partner. We talked about her first romance. He, the hero, was an accountant at Smolensk with a wife and 5 children. She was 17, and she lived with her papa and mama, who sold soap and candles." "How did he win her heart?" asked Vasiliev. "By spending 50 rubles on underclothes for her. What next?" So he knew how to get his partner's story out of her, thought Vasiliev about the medical student. "But I don't know how to." "I say I am going home," he said. "What for?" "Because I don't know how to behave here. Besides, I am bored, disgusted. What is there amusing in it? If they were human beings but they are savages and animals. I am going, do as you like." "Come, Grisha, Grigory, darling," said the artist in a tearful voice, hugging Vasiliev. "Come along. Let's go to one more together and damnation take them. Please do, Grisha." They persuaded Vasiliev and led him up a staircase. In the carpet and the gilt banisters, in the porter who opened the door, and in the panels that decorated the hall, the same S Street style was apparent, but carried to a greater perfection, more imposing. "I really will go home," said Vasiliev as he was taking off his coat. "Come, come, dear boy," said the artist, and he kissed him on the neck. "Don't be tiresome. Gry, be a good comrade. We came together, we will go back together. What a beast you are, really. I can wait for you in the street. I think it's loathsome, really." Come, Grisha. If it is loathsome, you can observe it. Do you understand? You can observe." "One must take an objective view of things," said the medical student gravely. Vasiliev went into the drawing room and sat down. There were a number of visitors in the room besides him and his friends. 2 infantry officers, a bald, gray-haired gentleman in spectacles, 2 beardless youths from the Institute of Land Surveying, and a very tipsy man who looked like an actor. All the young ladies were taken up with these visitors and paid no attention to Vasiliev. Only one of them, dressed a la Ada, glanced sideways at him, smiled, and said, yawning, "A dark one has come." Vasiliev's heart was throbbing and his face burned. He felt ashamed before these visitors of his presence here, and he felt disgusted and miserable. He was tormented by the thought that he, a decent and loving man, such as he had hitherto considered himself, hated these women and felt nothing but repulsion towards them. He felt pity neither for the women, nor the musicians, nor the flunkies. "It is because I am not trying to understand them," he thought. They are all more like animals than human beings, but of course they are human beings all the same, they have souls. One must understand them and then judge. Grisha, don't go, wait for us, the artist shouted to him and disappeared. The medical student disappeared soon after. Yes, one must make an effort to understand, one mustn't be like this, Vassiliev went on thinking. And he began gazing at each of the women with strained attention, looking for a guilty smile. But either he did not know how to read their faces, or not one of these women felt herself to be guilty. He read on every face nothing but a blank expression of everyday vulgar boredom and complacency. Stupid faces, stupid smiles, harsh, stupid voices, insolent movements, and nothing else. Apparently each of them had in the past a romance with an accountant based on underclothes for 50 rubles, and looked for no other charm in the present but coffee. A dinner of 3 courses, wines, quadrilles, sleeping till 2 in the afternoon. Finding no guilty smile, Vassiliev began to look whether there was not one intelligent face. And his attention was caught by one pale, rather sleepy, exhausted-looking face. It was a dark woman, not very young, wearing a dress covered with spangles. She was sitting in an easy chair, looking at the floor, lost in thought. Vassiliev walked from one corner of the room to the other, and, as though casually, sat down beside her. I must begin with something trivial, he thought, and pass to what is serious. What a pretty dress you have, and with his finger he touched the gold fringe of her fichu. Oh, is it? Said the dark woman listlessly. What province do you come from? I from a distance, from Chernigov. A fine province, it's nice there. Any place seems nice when one is not in it. It's a pity I cannot describe nature, thought Vassiliev. I might touch her by a description of nature in Chernigov. No doubt she loves the place if she has been born there. Are you dull here? He asked. Of course I am dull. Why don't you go away from here if you're dull? Where should I go to? Go begging or what? Begging would be easier than living here. How do you know that? Have you begged? Yes, when I hadn't the money to study. Even if I hadn't, anyone could understand that. A beggar is anyway a free man, and you are a slave. The dark woman stretched, and watched with sleepy eyes the footman who was bringing a trayful of glasses and seltzer water. Stand me a glass of porter, she said, and yawned again. Porter, thought Vassiliev, and what if your brother or mother walked in at this moment? What would you say, and what would they say? There would be porter then, I imagine. All at once there was the sound of weeping. From the adjoining room from which the footman had brought the seltzer water, a fair man with a red face and angry eyes ran in quickly. He was followed by the tall, stout madam, who was shouting in a shrill voice. Nobody has given you leave to slap girls on the cheeks. We have visitors better than you, and they don't fight. Imposter. A hubbub arose. Vassiliev was frightened and turned pale. In the next room there was the sound of bitter, genuine weeping, as though of someone insulted, and he realized that there were real people living here who, like people everywhere else, felt insulted, suffered, wept, and cried for help. The feeling of oppressive hate and disgust gave way to an acute feeling of pity and anger against the aggressor. He rushed into the room where there was weeping. Across rows of bottles on a marble-top table he distinguished a suffering face, wet with tears, stretched out his hands towards that face, took a step towards the table, but at once drew back in horror. The weeping girl was drunk. As he made his way, though the noisy crowd gathered about the fair man, his heart sank and he felt frightened like a child. And it seemed to him that in this alien, incomprehensible world people wanted to pursue him, to beat him, to pelt him with filthy words. He tore down his coat from the hat-stand and ran headlong downstairs. 5. Leaning against the fence, he stood near the house waiting for his friends to come out. The sounds of the pianos and violins, gay, reckless, insolent, and mournful, mingled in the air in a sort of chaos, and this tangle of sounds seemed again like an unseen orchestra tuning up on the roofs. If one looked upwards into the darkness, the black background was all spangled with white, moving spots. It was snow falling. As the snowflakes came into the light, they floated round lazily in the air like down, and still more lazily fell to the ground. The snowflakes whirled thickly round Vassiliev and hung upon his beard, his eyelashes, his eyebrows. The cabmen, the horses, and the passers-by were white. And how can the snow fall in the street? Thought Vassiliev. Damnation take these houses. His legs seemed to be giving way from fatigue, simply from having run down the stairs. He gasped for breath as though he had been climbing uphill, his heart beat so loudly that he could hear it. He was consumed by a desire to get out of the street as quickly as possible and to go home, but even stronger was his desire to wait for his companions and vent upon them his oppressive feeling. There was much he did not understand in these houses. The souls of ruined women were a mystery to him as before, but it was clear to him that the thing was far worse than could have been believed. If that sinful woman who had poisoned herself was called fallen, it was difficult to find a fitting name for all these who were dancing now to this tangle of sound and uttering long, loathsome sentences. They were not on the road to ruin, but ruined. There is vice, he thought, but neither consciousness of sin nor hope of salvation. They are sold and bought, steeped in wine and abominations, while they, like sheep, are stupid, indifferent, and don't understand. My God, my God. It was clear to him, too, that everything that is called human dignity, personal rights, the divine image and semblance, were defiled to their very foundations, to the very marrow. As drunkards say, and that not only the street and the stupid women were responsible for it. A group of students, white with snow, passed him laughing and talking gaily. One, a tall, thin fellow, stopped, glanced into Vassiliev's face, and said in a drunken voice, "One of us, a bit on old man, aheha, never mind, have a good time, don't be downhearted, old chap." He took Vassiliev by the shoulder and pressed his cold, wet mustache against his cheek. Then he slipped, staggered, and waving both hands cried, "Hold on, don't upset." And laughing, he ran to overtake his companions. Through the noise came the sound of the artist's voice. "Don't you dare to hit the women. I won't let you, damnation take you, you scoundrels." The medical student appeared in the doorway. He looked from side to side, and seeing Vassiliev, said in an agitated voice, "You hear, I tell you it's really impossible to go anywhere with Yeager. What a fellow he is. I don't understand him, he has got up a scene. Do you hear? Yeager," he shouted at the door. "Yeager. I won't allow you to hit women." The artist's piercing voice sounded from above. Something heavy and lumbering rolled down the stairs. It was the artist falling headlong. Evidently, he had been pushed downstairs. He picked himself up from the ground, shook his hat, and, with an angry and indignant face, brandished his fist towards the top of the stairs and shouted, "Scoundrels, torturers, bloodsuckers, I won't allow you to hit them, to hit a weak, drunken woman. Oh, you brutes." "Yeager, comes Yeager," the medical student began imploring him. "I give you my word of honor I'll never come with you again. On my word of honor I won't." Little by little the artist was pacified, and the friends went homewards. "Against my will an unknown force," hummed the medical student, "has led me to these mournful shores." "Behold the mill," the artist chimed in a little later, "in ruins now. What a lot of snow, Holy Mother. Grisha, why did you go? You are a regular old woman." Vassiliev walked behind his companions, looked at their backs, and thought. One of two things. Either we only fancy prostitution is an evil, and we exaggerate it, or if prostitution really is as great an evil as is generally assumed, these dear friends of mine are as much slave owners, violators, and murderers as the inhabitants of Syria and Cairo that are described in the Neva. Now they are singing, laughing, talking sense, but haven't they just been exploiting hunger, ignorance, and stupidity? I have been a witness of it. What is the use of their humanity, their medicine, their painting? The science, art, and lofty sentiments of these soul-destroyers remind me of the piece of bacon in the story. Two brigands murdered a beggar in a forest. They began sharing his clothes between them and found in his wallet a piece of bacon. "Well found," said one of them. "Let us have a bit." "What do you mean? How can you?" cried the other in horror. "Have you forgotten that today is Wednesday?" And they would not eat it. After murdering a man, they came out of the forest in the firm conviction that they were keeping the fast. In the same way these men, after buying women, go their way imagining that they are artists and men of science. "Listen," he said sharply and angrily. "Why do you come here? Is it possible you don't understand how horrible it is? Your medical books tell you that every one of these women dies prematurely of consumption or something. Art tells you that morally they are dead even earlier. Every one of them dies because she has in her time to entertain 500 men on an average, let us say. Each one of them is killed by 500 men. You are among those 500. If each of you in the course of your lives visits this place or others like it 250 times, it follows that one woman is killed for every 2 of you. Can't you understand that? Isn't it horrible to murder 2 of you, 3 of you, 5 of you, a foolish, hungry woman? Ah, isn't it awful, my God? I knew it would end like that, the artist said, frowning. We ought not to have gone with this fool and ass. You imagine you have grand notions in your head now, ideas, don't you? No, it's the devil knows what, but not ideas. You're looking at me now with hatred and repulsion, but I tell you it's better you should set up 20 more houses like those than look like that. There's more vice in your expression than in the whole street. Come along, Volodya, let him go to the devil. He's a fool and an ass, and that's all. We human beings do murder each other, said the medical student. It's immoral, of course, but philosophizing doesn't help it. Goodbye. At Trubnoy Square, the friends said goodbye and parted. When he was left alone, Vassiliev strode rapidly along the boulevard. He felt frightened of the darkness, of the snow which was falling in heavy flakes on the ground, and seemed as though it would cover up the whole world. He felt frightened of the street lamps shining with pale light through the clouds of snow. His soul was possessed by an unaccountable, faint-hearted terror. Passers-by came towards him from time to time, but he timidly moved to one side. It seemed to him that women, none but women, were coming from all sides and staring at him. It's beginning, he thought. I am going to have a breakdown. XIII. At home, he lay on his bed and said, shuddering all over, "They are alive, alive, my God, those women are alive." He encouraged his imagination in all sorts of ways to picture himself the brother of a fallen woman or her father, then a fallen woman herself with her painted cheeks, and it all moved him to horror. It seemed to him that he must settle the question at once at all costs, and that this question was not one that did not concern him, but was his own personal problem. He made an immense effort, repressed his despair, and sitting on the bed, holding his head in his hands, began thinking how one could save all the women he had seen that day. The method for attacking problems of all kinds was, as he was an educated man, well known to him. And however excited he was, he strictly adhered to that method. He recalled the history of the problem and its literature, and for a quarter of an hour he paced from one end of the room to the other trying to remember all the methods practiced at the present time for saving women. He had very many good friends and acquaintances who lived in lodgings in Petersburg. Among them were a good many honest and self-sacrificing men. Some of them had attempted to save women. All these not very numerous attempts, thought Vassiliev, can be divided into 3 groups. Some, after buying the woman out of the brothel, took a room for her, bought her a sewing machine, and she became a sempstress. And whether he wanted to or not, after having bought her out, he made her his mistress. Then when he had taken his degree, he went away and handed her into the keeping of some other decent man as though she were a thing. And the fallen woman remained a fallen woman. Others, after buying her out, took a lodging apart for her, bought the inevitable sewing machine, and tried teaching her to read, preaching at her and giving her books. The woman lived and sewed as long as it was interesting and a novelty to her, then getting bored, began receiving men on the sly, or ran away and went back where she could sleep till 3 o'clock, drink coffee, and have good dinners. The third class, the most ardent and self-sacrificing, had taken a bold, resolute step. They had married them. And when the insolent and spoilt, or stupid and crushed animal became a wife, the head of a household, and afterwards a mother, it turned her whole existence and attitude to life upside down, so that it was hard to recognize the fallen woman afterwards in the wife and the mother. Yes, marriage was the best, and perhaps the only means. But it is impossible, Vassiliev said aloud, and he sank upon his bed. I, to begin with, could not marry one. To do that one must be a saint and be unable to feel hatred or repulsion. But supposing that I, the medical student and the artist, mastered ourselves and did marry them, suppose they were all married. What would be the result? The result would be that while here in Moscow they were being married, some Smolensk accountant would be debauching another lot, and that lot would be streaming here to fill the vacant places, together with others from Saratov, Nizhny Novgorod, Warsaw. And what is one to do with the 100,000 in London? What's one to do with those in Hamburg? The lamp in which the oil had burnt down began to smoke. Vassiliev did not notice it. He began pacing to and fro again, still thinking. Now he put the question differently. What must be done that fallen women should not be needed? For that, It was essential that the men who buy them and do them to death should feel all the immorality of their share in enslaving them and should be horrified. One must save the men. One won't do anything by art and science, that is clear, thought Vassiliev. The only way out of it is missionary work. And he began to dream how he would the next evening stand at the corner of the street and say to every passerby, "Where are you going and what for? Have some fear of God." He would turn to the apathetic cabmen and say to them, "Why are you staying here? Why aren't you revolted? Why aren't you indignant? I suppose you believe in God and know that it is a sin that people go to hell for it. Why don't you speak? It is true that they are strangers to you, but you know even they have fathers, brothers like yourselves." One of Vassiliev's friends had once said of him that he was a talented man. There are all sorts of talent for writing, talent for the stage, talent for art. But he had a peculiar talent for humanity. He possessed an extraordinarily fine, delicate scent for pain in general. As a good actor reflects in himself the movements and voice of others, so Vassiliev could reflect in his soul the sufferings of others. When he saw tears, he wept. Beside a sick man, he felt sick himself and moaned. If he saw an act of violence, he felt as though he himself were the victim of it. He was frightened as a child, and in his fright ran to help. The pain of others worked on his nerves, excited him, roused him to a state of frenzy, and so on. Whether this friend were right, I don't know, but what Vassiliev experienced when he thought this question was settled was something like inspiration. He cried and laughed, spoke aloud the words that he should say next day, felt a fervent love for those who would listen to him, and would stand beside him at the corner of the street to preach. He sat down to write letters, made vows to himself. All this was like inspiration, also from the fact that it did not last long. Vassiliev was soon tired. The cases in London, in Hamburg, and Warsaw weighed upon him by their mass as a mountain weighs upon the earth. He felt dispirited, bewildered in the face of this mass. He remembered that he had not a gift for words, that he was cowardly and timid, that indifferent people would not be willing to listen and understand him. A law student in his third year, a timid and insignificant person, that genuine missionary work included not only teaching but deeds. When it was daylight and carriages were already beginning to rumble in the street, Vassiliev was lying motionless on the sofa, staring into space. He was no longer thinking of the women, nor of the men, nor of missionary work. His whole attention was turned upon the spiritual agony which was torturing him. It was a dull, vague, undefined anguish akin to misery, to an extreme form of terror, and to despair. He could point to the place where the pain was, in his breast under his heart, but he could not compare it with anything. In the past he had had acute toothache, he had had pleurisy and neuralgia, but all that was insignificant compared with this spiritual anguish. In the presence of that pain, life seemed loathsome. The dissertation, the excellent work he had written already, the people he loved, the salvation of fallen women, everything that only the day before he had cared about or been indifferent to, now when he thought of them irritated him in the same way as the noise of the carriages, the scurrying footsteps of the waiters in the passage, the daylight. If at that moment someone had performed a great deed of mercy or had committed a revolting outrage, he would have felt the same repulsion for both actions. Of all the thoughts that strayed through his mind, only two did not irritate him. One was that at every moment he had the power to kill himself, the other that this agony would not last more than 3 days. This last he knew by experience. After lying for a while, he got up and, wringing his hands, walked about the room, not as usual from corner to corner, but round the room beside the walls. As he passed, he glanced at himself in the looking-glass. His face looked pale and sunken, his temples looked hollow, his eyes were bigger, darker, more staring, as though they belonged to someone else, and they had an expression of insufferable mental agony. At midday, the artist knocked at the door. "Grigory, are you at home?" he asked. Getting no answer, he stood for a minute, pondered, and answered himself in Little Russian. "Nay, the confounded fellow has gone to the university." And he went away. Vassiliev lay down on the bed and, thrusting his head under the pillow, began crying with agony, and the more freely his tears flowed, the more terrible his mental anguish became. As it began to get dark, he thought of the agonizing night awaiting him and was overcome by a horrible despair. He dressed quickly, ran out of his room, and leaving his door wide open, for no object or reason, went out into the street. Without asking himself where he should go, He walked quickly along Sadovoy Street. Snow was falling as heavily as the day before. It was thawing. Thrusting his hands into his sleeves, shuddering and frightened at the noises, at the trambells, and at the passers-by, Vasiliev walked along Sadovoy Street as far as Suharev Tower, then to the Red Gate. From there he turned off to Basmania Street. He went into a tavern and drank off a big glass of vodka, but that did not make him feel better. When he reached Razgulia, he turned to the right, and strode along side streets in which he had never been before in his life. He reached the old bridge by which the Yaza runs gurgling, and from which one can see long rows of lights in the windows of the Red Barracks. To distract his spiritual anguish by some new sensation or some other pain, Vasiliev, not knowing what to do, crying and shuddering, undid his greatcoat and jacket, and exposed his bare chest to the wet snow and the wind. But that did not lessen his suffering either. Then he bent down over the rail of the bridge and looked down into the black, yeasty Yaza, and he longed to plunge down head foremost, not from loathing for life, not for the sake of suicide, but in order to bruise himself at least, and by one pain to ease the other. But the black water, the darkness, the deserted banks covered with snow were terrifying. He shivered and walked on. He walked up and down by the Red Barracks, then turned back and went down to a copse, from the copse back to the bridge again. No home, he thought. At home I believe it's better. And he went back. When he reached home, he pulled off his wet coat and cap, began pacing round the room, and went on pacing round and round without stopping till morning. 7. When next morning the artist and the medical student went in to him, he was moving about the room with his shirt torn, biting his hands and moaning with pain. "For God's sake," he sobbed when he saw his friends, "take me where you please, do what you can, but for God's sake save me quickly. I shall kill myself." The artist turned pale and was helpless. The medical student, too, almost shed tears, but considering that doctors ought to be cool and composed in every emergency, said coldly, "It's a nervous breakdown, but it's nothing. Let us go at once to the doctor." "Wherever you like, only for God's sake make haste. Don't excite yourself, you must try and control yourself." The artist and the medical student, with trembling hands, put Vasiliev's coat and hat on and led him out into the street. "Mihail Sergeyevich has been wanting to make your acquaintance for a long time," the medical student said on the way. "He is a very nice man and thoroughly good at his work. He took his degree in 1882, and he has an immense practice already. He treats students as though he were one himself." Make haste, Vasiliev urged. Mihail Sergeyevich, a stout, fair-haired doctor, received the friends with politeness and frigid dignity, and smiled only on one side of his face. "Rybnikov and Mire have spoken to me of your illness already," he said, "very glad to be of service to you. Well, sit down, I beg." He made Vasiliev sit down in a big armchair near the table, and moved a box of cigarettes towards him. "Now then," he began, stroking his knees, "let us get to work. How old are you?" He asked questions, and the medical student answered them. He asked whether Vasiliev's father had suffered from certain special diseases, whether he drank to excess, whether he were remarkable for cruelty or any peculiarities. He made similar inquiries about his grandfather, mother, sisters, and brothers. On learning that his mother had a beautiful voice and sometimes acted on the stage, he grew more animated at once and asked, "Excuse me, but don't you remember, perhaps, your mother had a passion for the stage?" 20 minutes passed. Vasiliev was annoyed by the way the doctor kept stroking his knees and talking of the same thing. "So far as I understand your questions, doctor," he said, "you want to know whether my illness is hereditary or not. It is not." The doctor proceeded to ask Vasiliev whether he had had any secret vices as a boy, or had received injuries to his head, whether he had had any aberrations, any peculiarities, or exceptional propensities. Half the questions usually asked by doctors of their patients can be left unanswered without the slightest ill effect on the health, but Mihail Sergeyevich, the medical student, and the artist all looked as though if Vasiliev failed to answer one question, all would be lost. As he received answers, the doctor for some reason noted them down on a slip of paper. On learning that Vasiliev had taken his degree in natural science and was now studying law, the doctor pondered. "He wrote a first-rate piece of original work last year," said the medical student. "I beg your pardon, but don't interrupt me. You prevent me from concentrating," said the doctor, and he smiled on one side of his face. Though, of course, that does enter into the diagnosis. Intense intellectual work, nervous exhaustion. Yes, yes. And do you drink vodka? He said, addressing Vassiliev. Very rarely. Another 20 minutes passed. The medical student began telling the doctor in a low voice his opinion as to the immediate cause of the attack, and described how the day before yesterday the artist, Vassiliev, and he had visited S Street. The indifferent, reserved, and frigid tone in which his friends and the doctor spoke of the women, and that miserable street, struck Vassiliev as strange in the extreme. "Doctor, tell me one thing only," he said, controlling himself so as not to speak rudely. "Is prostitution an evil or not?" "My dear fellow, who disputes it?" said the doctor, with an expression that suggested that he had settled all such questions for himself long ago. "Who disputes it?" "You are a mental doctor, aren't you?" Vassiliev asked curtly. "Yes, a mental doctor." "Perhaps all of you are right," said Vassiliev, getting up and beginning to walk from one end of the room to the other. "Perhaps, but it all seems marvelous to me, that I should have taken my degree in two faculties you look upon as a great achievement, because I have written a work which in 3 years will be thrown aside and forgotten. I am praised up to the skies. But because I cannot speak of fallen women as unconcernedly as of these chairs, I am being examined by a doctor. I am called mad, I am pitied." Vassiliev, for some reason, felt all at once unutterably sorry for himself, and his companions, and all the people he had seen 2 days before, and for the doctor. He burst into tears and sank into a chair. His friends looked inquiringly at the doctor. The latter, with the air of completely comprehending the tears and the despair, of feeling himself a specialist in that line, went up to Vassiliev and, without a word, gave him some medicine to drink. And then, when he was calmer, undressed him and began to investigate the degree of sensibility of the skin, the reflex action of the knees, and so on. And Vassiliev felt easier. When he came out from the doctor's, he was beginning to feel ashamed. The rattle of the carriages no longer irritated him, and the load at his heart grew lighter and lighter as though it were melting away. He had 2 prescriptions in his hand. One was for bromide, one was for morphia. He had taken all these remedies before. In the street he stood still, and, saying goodbye to his friends, dragged himself languidly to the university. Misery, to whom shall I tell my grief? The twilight of evening. Big flakes of wet snow are whirling lazily about the street lamps, which have just been lighted, and lying in a thin, soft layer on roofs, horses' backs, shoulders, caps. Iona Potapov, the sledge driver, is all white like a ghost. He sits on the box without stirring, bent as double as the living body can be bent. If a regular snowdrift fell on him, it seems as though even then he would not think it necessary to shake it off. His little mare is white and motionless too. Her stillness, the angularity of her lines, and the stick-like straightness of her legs make her look like a halfpenny gingerbread horse. She is probably lost in thought. Anyone who has been torn away from the plow, from the familiar gray landscapes, and cast into this slough, full of monstrous lights, of unceasing uproar and hurrying people, is bound to think. It is a long time since Iona and his nag have budged. They came out of the yard before dinner time, and not a single fare yet. But now the shades of evening are falling on the town. The pale light of the street lamps changes to a vivid color, and the bustle of the street grows noisier. "Sledge to Vyborgskaya," Iona hears. "Sledge." Iona starts, and through his snow-plastered eyelashes, sees an officer in a military overcoat with a hood over his head. "To Vyborgskaya," repeats the officer. "Are you asleep? To Vyborgskaya." In token of assent, Iona gives a tug at the reins which sends cakes of snow flying from the horse's back and shoulders. The officer gets into the sledge. The sledge driver clicks to the horse, cranes his neck like a swan, rises in his seat, and more from habit than necessity brandishes his whip. The mare cranes her neck, too, crooks her stick-like legs, and hesitatingly sets of. "Where are you shoving, you devil?" Iona immediately hears shouts from the dark mass shifting to and fro before him. "Where the devil are you going? Keep to the right." "You don't know how to drive. Keep to the right," says the officer angrily. A coachman driving a carriage swears at him. A pedestrian crossing the road and brushing the horse's nose with his shoulder looks at him angrily and shakes the snow off his sleeve. Iona fidgets on the box as though he were sitting on thorns, jerks his elbows, and turns his eyes about like one possessed, as though he did not know where he was or why he was there. "What rascals they all are," says the officer jocosely. "They are simply doing their best to run up against you or fall under the horse's feet. They must be doing it on purpose." Iona looks at his fare and moves his lips. Apparently he means to say something, but nothing comes but a sniff. "What?" inquires the officer. Iona gives a wry smile and, straining his throat, brings out huskily, "My son? My son died this week, sir." What did he die of?" Iona turns his whole body round to his fare and says, "Who can tell? It must have been from fever. He lay 3 days in the hospital and then he died. God's will." "Turn round, you devil," comes out of the darkness. "Have you gone cracked, you old dog? Look where you are going." Drive on," says the officer. "We shan't get there till tomorrow going on like this. Hurry up." The sledge driver cranes his neck again, rises in his seat, and with heavy grace swings his whip. Several times he looks round at the officer, but the latter keeps his eyes shut and is apparently disinclined to listen. Putting his fare down at Vyborgskaya, Iona stops by a restaurant and again sits huddled up on the box. Again the wet snow paints him and his horse white. 1 hour passes, and then another. 3 young men, 2 tall and thin, 1 short and hunchbacked, come up, railing at each other and loudly stamping on the pavement with their galoshes. "Cabby to the police bridge," the hunchback cries in a cracked voice. "The 3 of us, 20 kopecks." Iona tugs at the reins and clicks to his horse. 20 kopecks is not a fair price, but he has no thoughts for that. Whether it is a ruble or whether it is 5 kopecks does not matter to him now so long as he is fair. The 3 young men, shoving each other and using bad language, go up to the sledge, and all 3 try to sit down at once. The question remains to be settled: which are to sit down and which one is to stand. After a long altercation, ill temper and abuse, they come to the conclusion that the hunchback must stand because he is the shortest. "Well, drive on," says the hunchback in his cracked voice, settling himself and breathing down Iona's neck. "Cut along. What a cap you've got, my friend. You wouldn't find a worse one in all Petersburg." Hee, laughs Iona. "It's nothing to boast of." "Well then, nothing to boast of. Drive on. Are you going to drive like this all the way? Shall I give you one in the neck?" "My head aches," says one of the tall ones. "At the Dukmasovs, yesterday Vaska and I drank 4 bottles of brandy between us." "I can't make out why you talk such stuff," says the other tall one angrily. "You lie like a brute." "Strike me dead, it's the truth." "It's about as true as that a louse coughs." Grins Iona. "Mire, gentlemen." "Tifu, the devil take you," cries the hunchback indignantly. "Will you get on, you old plague, or won't you? Is that the way to drive? Give her one with the whip. Hang it all, give it her well." Iona feels behind his back the jolting person and quivering voice of the hunchback. He hears abuse addressed to him, he sees people, and the feeling of loneliness begins little by little to be less heavy on his heart. The hunchback swears at him till he chokes over some elaborately whimsical string of epithets and is overpowered by his cough. His tall companions begin talking of a certain Nadezhda Petrovna. Iona looks round at them. Waiting till there is a brief pause, he looks round once more and says, "This week, my son died." "We shall all die," says the hunchback with a sigh, wiping his lips after coughing. "Come, drive on, my friends. I simply cannot stand crawling like this. When will he get us there?" "Well, you give him a little encouragement, one in the neck." "Do you hear, you old plague? I'll make you smart. If one stands on ceremony with fellows like you, one may as well walk. Do you hear, you old dragon, or don't you care a hang what we say?" And Iona hears rather than feels a slap on the back of his neck. He laughs. "Merry gentlemen, God give you health." "Cabman, are you married?" asks one of the tall ones. "I, me gentlemen, the only wife for me now is the damp earth. Ho, the grave that is. Here my son's dead and I am alive. It's a strange thing, death has come in at the wrong door. Instead of coming for me, it went for my son." And Iona turns round to tell them how his son died, but at that point the hunchback gives a faint sigh and announces that, thank God, they have arrived at last. After taking his 20 kopecks, Iona gazes for a long while after the revelers, who disappear into a dark entry. Again he is alone and again there is silence for him. The misery which has been for a brief space eased comes back again and tears his heart more cruelly than ever. With a look of anxiety and suffering, Iona's eyes stray restlessly among the crowds moving to and fro on both sides of the street. Can he not find among those thousands someone who will listen to him? But the crowds flit by heedless of him and his misery. His misery is immense, beyond all bounds. If Iona's heart were to burst and his misery to flow out, it would flood the whole world, it seems, but yet it is not seen. It has found a hiding place in such an insignificant shell that one would not have found it with a candle by daylight. Iona sees a house boarder with a parcel and makes up his mind to address him. "What time will it be, friend?" he asks. "Going on for 10. Why have you stopped here? Drive on." Iona drives a few paces away, bends himself double, and gives himself up to his misery. He feels it is no good to appeal to people. But before 5 minutes have passed, he draws himself up, shakes his head as though he feels a sharp pain, and tugs at the reins. He can bear it no longer. Back to the yard, he thinks, to the yard. And his little mare, as though she knew his thoughts, falls to trotting. An hour and a half later, Iona is sitting by a big, dirty stove. On the stove, on the floor, and on the benches are people snoring. The air is full of smells and stuffiness. Iona looks at the sleeping figures, scratches himself, and regrets that he has come home so early. "I have not earned enough to pay for the oats, even," he thinks. "That's why I am so miserable. A man who knows how to do his work, who has had enough to eat, and whose horse has had enough to eat, is always at ease." In one of the corners, a young cabman gets up, clears his throat sleepily, and makes for the water bucket. "Want a drink?" Iona asks him. "Seems so." "May it do you good. But my son is dead, mate. Do you hear, this week in the hospital? It's a queer business." Iona looks to see the effect produced by his words, but he sees nothing. The young man has covered his head over and is already asleep. The old man sighs and scratches himself. Just as the young man had been thirsty for water, he thirsts for speech. His son will soon have been dead a week, and he has not really talked to anybody yet. He wants to talk of it properly, with deliberation. He wants to tell how his son was taken ill, how he suffered, what he said before he died, how he died. He wants to describe the funeral and how he went to the hospital to get his son's clothes. He still has his daughter Anastasia in the country, and he wants to talk about her too. Yes, he has plenty to talk about now. His listener ought to sigh and exclaim and lament. It would be even better to talk to women. Though they are silly creatures, they blubber at the first word. "Let's go out and have a look at the mare," Iona thinks. "There is always time for sleep. You'll have sleep enough, no fear." He puts on his coat and goes into the stables where his mare is standing. He thinks about oats, about hay, about the weather. He cannot think about his son when he is alone. To talk about him with someone is possible, but to think of him and picture him is insufferable anguish. "Are you munching?" Iona asks his mare, seeing her shining eyes. "There, munch away. Since we have not earned enough for oats, we will eat hay. Yes, I have grown too old to drive. My son ought to be driving, not I. He was a real cabman. He ought to have lived." Iona is silent for a while, and then he goes on. "That's how it is, old girl. Kuzma Ionitch is gone. He said good-bye to me. He went and died for no reason. Now, suppose you had a little colt and you were own mother to that little colt, and all at once that same little colt went and died. You'd be sorry, wouldn't you?" The little mare munches, listens, and breathes on her master's hands. Iona is carried away and tells her all about it. Champagne, a Wayfarer's Story. In the year in which my story begins, I had a job at a little station on one of our southwestern railways. Whether I had a gay or a dull life at the station you can judge from the fact that for 15 miles round there was not one human habitation, not one woman, not one decent tavern. And in those days I was young, strong, hot-headed, giddy, and foolish. The only distraction I could possibly find was in the windows of the passenger trains, and in the vile vodka which the Jews drugged with thornapple. Sometimes there would be a glimpse of a woman's head at a carriage window, and one would stand like a statue without breathing and stare at it until the train turned into an almost invisible speck. Or one would drink all one could of the loathsome vodka till one was stupefied and did not feel the passing of the long hours and days. Upon me, a native of the north, the steppe produced the effect of a deserted Tatar cemetery. In the summer, the steppe with its solemn calm, the monotonous churr of the grasshoppers, the transparent moonlight from which one could not hide, reduced me to listless melancholy. And in the winter, the irreproachable whiteness of the steppe, its cold distance, long nights, and howling wolves oppressed me like a heavy nightmare. There were several people living at the station, my wife and I, a deaf and scrofulous telegraph clerk, and 3 watchmen. My assistant, a young man who was in consumption, used to go for treatment to the town, where he stayed for months at a time, leaving his duties to me together with the right of pocketing his salary. I had no children, no cake would have tempted visitors to come and see me, and I could only visit other officials on the line, and that no oftener than once a month. I remember my wife and I saw the new year in. We sat at table, chewed lazily, and heard the deaf telegraph clerk monotonously tapping on his apparatus in the next room. I had already drunk 5 glasses of drugged vodka, and propping my heavy head on my fist, thought of my overpowering boredom from which there was no escape, while my wife sat beside me and did not take her eyes off me. She looked at me as no one can look but a woman who has nothing in this world but a handsome husband. She loved me madly, slavishly, and not merely my good looks, or my soul, but my sins, my ill humor and boredom, and even my cruelty when, in drunken fury, not knowing how to vent my ill humor, I tormented her with reproaches. In spite of the boredom which was consuming me, we were preparing to see the new year in with exceptional festiveness, and were awaiting midnight with some impatience. The fact is, we had in reserve 2 bottles of champagne, the real thing, with the label of VIII Cliquot. This treasure I had won the previous autumn in a bet with the station master of D when I was drinking with him at a christening. It sometimes happens during a lesson in mathematics, when the very air is still with boredom, a butterfly flutters into the classroom. The boys toss their heads and begin watching its flight with interest, as though they saw before them not a butterfly but something new and strange. In the same way, ordinary champagne, chancing to come into our dreary station, roused us. We sat in silence looking alternately at the clock and at the bottles. When the hands pointed to 5 minutes to 12, I slowly began uncorking a bottle. I don't know whether I was affected by the vodka, or whether the bottle was wet, but all I remember is that when the cork flew up to the ceiling with a bang, my bottle slipped out of my hands and fell on the floor. Not more than a glass of the wine was spilt, as I managed to catch the bottle and put my thumb over the foaming neck. "Well, may the new year bring you happiness," I said, filling 2 glasses. "Drink." My wife took her glass and fixed her frightened eyes on me. Her face was pale and wore a look of horror. "Did you drop the bottle?" she asked. "Yes, but what of that?" "It's unlucky," she said, putting down her glass and turning paler still. "It's a bad omen. It means that some misfortune will happen to us this year." "What a silly thing you are," I sighed. "You are a clever woman, and yet you talk as much nonsense as an old nurse. Drink." "God grant it is nonsense, but something is sure to happen, you'll see." She did not even sip her glass. She moved away and sank into thought. I uttered a few stale commonplaces about superstition, drank half a bottle, paced up and down, and then went out of the room. Outside, there was the still frosty night in all its cold, inhospitable beauty. The moon and 2 white fluffy clouds beside it hung just over the station, motionless as though glued to the spot, and looked as though waiting for something. A faint transparent light came from them and touched the white earth softly, as though afraid of wounding her modesty, and lighted up everything: the snowdrifts, the embankment. It was still. I walked along the railway embankment. Silly woman, I thought, looking at the sky spangled with brilliant stars. Even if one admits that omens sometimes tell the truth, what evil can happen to us? The misfortunes we have endured already, and which are facing us now, are so great that it is difficult to imagine anything worse. What further harm can you do a fish which has been caught and fried and served up with sauce? A poplar covered with hoar frost looked in the bluish darkness like a giant wrapped in a shroud. It looked at me sullenly and dejectedly, as though like me it realized its loneliness. I stood a long while looking at it. "My youth is thrown away for nothing, like a useless cigarette end," I went on musing. "My parents died when I was a little child. I was expelled from the high school. I was born of a noble family, but I have received neither education nor breeding, and I have no more knowledge than the humblest mechanic. I have no refuge, no relations, no friends, no work I like. I am not fitted for anything, and in the prime of my powers I am good for nothing, but to be stuffed into this little station. I have known nothing but trouble and failure all my life. What can happen worse? Red lights came into sight in the distance. A train was moving towards me. The slumbering step listened to the sound of it. My thoughts were so bitter that it seemed to me that I was thinking aloud and that the moan of the telegraph wire and the rumble of the train were expressing my thoughts. What can happen worse? The loss of my wife? I wondered. Even that is not terrible. It's no good hiding it from my conscience. I don't love my wife. I married her when I was only a wretched boy. Now I am young and vigorous, and she has gone off and grown older and sillier, stuffed from her head to her heels with conventional ideas. What charm is there in her maudlin love, in her hollow chest, in her lusterless eyes? I put up with her, but I don't love her. What can happen? My youth is being wasted, as the saying is, for a pinch of snuff. Women flit before my eyes only in the carriage windows, like falling stars. Love I never had and have not. My manhood, my courage, my power of feeling are going to ruin. Everything is being thrown away like dirt, and all my wealth here in the steppe is not worth a farthing. The train rushed past me with a roar and indifferently cast the glow of its red lights upon me. I saw it stop by the green lights of the station, stop for a minute, and rumble off again. After walking a mile and a half, I went back. Melancholy thoughts haunted me still. Painful as it was to me, yet I remember I tried as it were to make my thoughts still gloomier and more melancholy. You know, people who are vain and not very clever have moments when the consciousness that they are miserable affords them positive satisfaction, and they even coquette with their misery for their own entertainment. There was a great deal of truth in what I thought, but there was also a great deal that was absurd and conceited, and there was something boyishly defiant in my question. What could happen worse? And what is there to happen? I asked myself. I think I have endured everything. I've been ill, I've lost money, I get reprimanded by my superiors every day, and I go hungry, and a mad wolf has run into the station yard. What more is there? I have been insulted, humiliated, and I have insulted others in my time. I have not been a criminal, it is true, but I don't think I am capable of crime. I am not afraid of being hauled up for it. The two little clouds had moved away from the moon and stood at a little distance, looking as though they were whispering about something which the moon must not know. A light breeze was racing across the steppe, bringing the faint rumble of the retreating train. My wife met me at the doorway. Her eyes were laughing gaily, and her whole face was beaming with good humor. "There is news for you," she whispered. "Make haste, go to your room and put on your new coat. We have a visitor." "What visitor?" "Aunt Natalia Petrovna has just come by the train." "What Natalia Petrovna?" "The wife of my uncle Semyon Fyodorich. You don't know her. She is a very nice, good woman." Probably I frowned, for my wife looked grave and whispered rapidly. "Of course it is queer her having come, but don't be cross, Nikolay, and don't be hard on her. She is unhappy, you know. Uncle Semyon Fyodorich really is ill-natured and tyrannical. It is difficult to live with him. She says she will only stay 3 days with us, only till she gets a letter from her brother." My wife whispered a great deal more nonsense to me about her despotic uncle, about the weakness of mankind in general and of young wives in particular, about its being our duty to give shelter to all, even great sinners, and so on. Unable to make head or tail of it, I put on my new coat and went to make acquaintance with my aunt. A little woman with large black eyes was sitting at the table. My table, the gray walls, my roughly made sofa, everything to the tiniest grain of dust seemed to have grown younger and more cheerful in the presence of this new, young, beautiful, and dissolute creature who had a most subtle perfume about her. And that our visitor was a lady of easy virtue I could see from her smile, from her scent, from the peculiar way in which she glanced and made play with her eyelashes, from the tone in which she talked with my wife, a respectable woman. There was no need to tell me she had run away from her husband, that her husband was old and despotic, that she was good-natured and lively. I took it all in at the first glance. Indeed, it is doubtful whether there is a man in all Europe who cannot spot at the first glance a woman of a certain temperament. "I did not know I had such a big nephew," said my aunt, holding out her hand to me and smiling. "And I did not know I had such a pretty aunt," I answered. Supper began over again. The cork flew with a bang out of the second bottle, and my aunt swallowed half a glassful at a gulp, and when my wife went out of the room for a moment, my aunt did not scruple to drain a full glass. I was drunk both with the wine and with the presence of a woman. Do you remember the song? Eyes black as pitch, eyes full of passion, eyes burning bright and beautiful. How I love you, how I fear you. I don't remember what happened next. Anyone who wants to know how love begins may read novels and long stories. I will put it shortly and in the words of the same silly song. It was an evil hour when first I met you. Everything went head over heels to the devil. I remember a fearful, frantic whirlwind which sent me flying round like a feather. It lasted a long while and swept from the face of the earth my wife and my aunt herself and my strength. From the little station in the steppe it has flung me, as you see, into this dark street. Now tell me what further evil can happen to me. After the theater, Nadia Zelenin had just come back with her mama from the theater, where she had seen a performance of Yevgeny Onegin. As soon as she reached her own room, she threw off her dress, let down her hair, and in her petticoat and white dressing jacket, hastily sat down to the table to write a letter like Tatiana's. I love you, she wrote, but you do not love me, do not love me. She wrote it and laughed. She was only 16 and did not yet love anyone. She knew that an officer called Gorny and a student called Gruzdev loved her, but now after the opera she wanted to be doubtful of their love. To be unloved and unhappy, how interesting that was. There is something beautiful, touching, and poetical about it when one loves and the other is indifferent. Onegin was interesting because he was not in love at all, and Tatiana was fascinating because she was so much in love. But if they had been equally in love with each other and had been happy, they would perhaps have seemed dull. Leave off declaring that you love me, Nadia went on writing, thinking of Gorny. I cannot believe it. You are very clever, cultivated, serious, you have immense talent, and perhaps a brilliant future awaits you, while I am an uninteresting girl of no importance, and you know very well that I should be only a hindrance in your life. It is true that you were attracted by me and thought you had found your ideal in me, but that was a mistake, and now you are asking yourself in despair, why did I meet that girl? And only your goodness of heart prevents you from owning it to yourself. Nadia felt sorry for herself. She began to cry and went on. It is hard for me to leave my mother and my brother, or I should take a nun's veil and go whither chance may lead me, and you would be left free and would love another. Oh, if I were dead. She could not make out what she had written through her tears. Little rainbows were quivering on the table, on the floor, on the ceiling, as though she were looking through a prism. She could not write. She sank back in her easy chair and fell to thinking of Gorny. My God, how interesting, how fascinating men were. Nadia recalled the fine expression, ingratiating, guilty, and soft, which came into the officer's face when one argued about music with him, and the effort he made to prevent his voice from betraying his passion. In a society where cold haughtiness and indifference are regarded as signs of good breeding and gentlemanly bearing, one must conceal one's passions. And he did try to conceal them, but he did not succeed, and everyone knew very well that he had a passionate love of music. The endless discussions about music and the bold criticisms of people who knew nothing about it kept him always on the strain. He was frightened, timid, and silent. He played the piano magnificently, like a professional pianist, and if he had not been in the army, he would certainly have been a famous musician. The tears on her eyes dried. Nadia remembered that Gorny had declared his love at a symphony concert, and again downstairs by the hat stand, where there was a tremendous draught blowing in all directions. I am very glad that you have at last made the acquaintance of Gruzdev, our student friend, she went on writing. He is a very clever man, and you will be sure to like him. He came to see us yesterday and stayed till 2 o'clock. We were all delighted with him, and I regretted that you had not come. He said a great deal that was remarkable. Nadia laid her arms on the table and leaned her head on them, and her hair covered the letter. She recalled that the student, too, loved her, and that he had as much right to a letter from her as Gorny. Wouldn't it be better after all to write to Gruzdev? There was a stir of joy in her bosom for no reason whatever. At first the joy was small and rolled in her bosom like an india rubber ball. Then it became more massive, bigger, and rushed like a wave. Nadia forgot Gorny and Gruzdev. Her thoughts were in a tangle and her joy grew and grew. From her bosom it passed into her arms and legs, and it seemed as though a light, cool breeze were breathing on her head and ruffling her hair. Her shoulders quivered with subdued laughter, the table and the lamp chimney shook, too, and tears from her eyes splashed on the letter. She could not stop laughing, and to prove to herself that she was not laughing about nothing, she made haste to think of something funny. "What a funny poodle," she said, feeling as though she would choke with laughter. "What a funny poodle." She thought how, after tea the evening before, Gruzdev had played with Maxim the poodle, and afterwards had told them about a very intelligent poodle who had run after a crow in the yard, and the crow had looked round at him and said, "Oh, you scamp." The poodle, not knowing he had to do with a learned crow, was fearfully confused and retreated in perplexity, then began barking. No, I had better love Gruzdev, Nadia decided, and she tore up the letter to Gorny. She fell to thinking of the student, of his love, of her love. But the thoughts in her head insisted on flowing in all directions, and she thought about everything, about her mother, about the street, about the pencil, about the piano. She thought of them joyfully, and felt that everything was good, splendid, and her joy told her that this was not all, that in a little while it would be better still. Soon it would be spring, summer, going with her mother to Gorbiki. Gorny would come for his furlough, would walk about the garden with her and make love to her. Gruzdev would come too. He would play croquet and skittles with her and would tell her wonderful things. She had a passionate longing for the garden, the darkness, the pure sky, the stars. Again her shoulders shook with laughter, and it seemed to her that there was a scent of wormwood in the room and that a twig was tapping at the window. She went to her bed, sat down, and not knowing what to do with the immense joy which filled her with yearning, she looked at the holy image hanging at the back of her bed and said, "O Lord God, O Lord God." A lady's story. 9 years ago, Pyotr Sergeyevich, the deputy prosecutor, and I were riding towards evening and haymaking time to fetch the letters from the station. The weather was magnificent, but on our way back we heard a peal of thunder and saw an angry black storm cloud which was coming straight towards us. The storm cloud was approaching us, and we were approaching it. Against the background of it, our house and church looked white, and the tall poplars shone like silver. There was a scent of rain and mown hay. My companion was in high spirits. He kept laughing and talking all sorts of nonsense. He said it would be nice if we could suddenly come upon a medieval castle with turreted towers, with moss on it and owls, in which we could take shelter from the rain and in the end be killed by a thunderbolt. Then the first wave raced through the rye and a field of oats. There was a gust of wind, and the dust flew round and round in the air. Pyotr Sergeyevich laughed and spurred on his horse. "It's fine," he cried, "it's splendid." Infected by his gaiety, I too began laughing at the thought that in a minute I should be drenched to the skin and might be struck by lightning. Riding swiftly in a hurricane when one is breathless with the wind and feels like a bird thrills one and puts one's heart in a flutter. By the time we rode into our courtyard, the wind had gone down, and big drops of rain were pattering on the grass and on the roofs. There was not a soul near the stable. Pyotr Sergeyevich himself took the bridles off and led the horses to their stalls. I stood in the doorway waiting for him to finish and watching the slanting streaks of rain. The sweetish, exciting scent of hay was even stronger here than in the fields. The storm clouds and the rain made it almost twilight. "What a crash," said Pyotr Sergeyevich, coming up to me after a very loud rolling peal of thunder when it seemed as though the sky were split in two. "What do you say to that?" He stood beside me in the doorway and, still breathless from his rapid ride, looked at me. I could see that he was admiring me. "Natalia Vladimirovna," he said, "I would give anything only to stay here a little longer and look at you. You are lovely today." His eyes looked at me with delight and supplication. His face was pale. On his beard and mustache were glittering raindrops, and they, too, seemed to be looking at me with love. "I love you," he said. "I love you, and I am happy at seeing you. I know you cannot be my wife, but I want nothing, I ask nothing. Only know that I love you. Be silent, do not answer me, take no notice of it, but only know that you are dear to me and let me look at you." His rapture affected me too. I looked at his enthusiastic face, listened to his voice which mingled with the patter of the rain, and stood as though spellbound, unable to stir. I longed to go on endlessly, looking at his shining eyes and listening. "You say nothing, and that is splendid," said Pyotr Sergeyevich. "Go on being silent." I felt happy. I laughed with delight and ran through the drenching rain to the house. He laughed too, and leaping as he went, ran after me. Both drenched, panting, noisily clattering up the stairs like children, we dashed into the room. My father and brother, who were not used to seeing me laughing and light-hearted, looked at me in surprise and began laughing too. The storm clouds had passed over and the thunder had ceased, but the raindrops still glittered on Pyotr Sergeyich's beard. The whole evening till supper time he was singing, whistling, playing noisily with the dog and racing about the room after it, so that he nearly upset the servant with the samovar. And at supper, he ate a great deal, talked nonsense, and maintained that when one eats fresh cucumbers in winter, there is the fragrance of spring in one's mouth. When I went to bed, I lighted a candle and threw my window wide open, and an undefined feeling took possession of my soul. I remembered that I was free and healthy, that I had rank and wealth, that I was beloved. Above all, that I had rank and wealth, my God. How nice that was. Then, huddling up in bed at a touch of cold which reached me from the garden with the dew, I tried to discover whether I loved Pyotr Sergeich or not, and fell asleep unable to reach any conclusion. And when in the morning I saw quivering patches of sunlight and the shadows of the lime trees on my bed, what had happened yesterday rose vividly in my memory. Life seemed to me rich, varied, full of charm. Humming, I dressed quickly and went out into the garden. And what happened afterwards? Why, nothing. In the winter when we lived in town, Pyotr Sergeich came to see us from time to time. Country acquaintances are charming only in the country and in summer. In the town and in winter they lose their charm. When you pour out tea for them in the town, it seems as though they are wearing other people's coats, and as though they stirred their tea too long. In the town, too, Pyotr Sergeich spoke sometimes of love, but the effect was not at all the same as in the country. In the town, we were more vividly conscious of the wall that stood between us. I had rank and wealth, while he was poor, and he was not even a nobleman, but only the son of a deacon and a deputy public prosecutor. We both of us, I through my youth, and he for some unknown reason, thought of that wall as very high and thick. And when he was with us in the town, he would criticize aristocratic society with a forced smile, and maintain a sullen silence when there was anyone else in the drawing room. There is no wall that cannot be broken through, but the heroes of the modern romance, so far as I know them, are too timid, spiritless, lazy, and oversensitive, and are too ready to resign themselves to the thought that they are doomed to failure, that personal life has disappointed them. Instead of struggling, they merely criticize, calling the world vulgar, and forgetting that their criticism passes little by little into vulgarity. I was loved, happiness was not far away, and seemed to be almost touching me. I went on living in careless ease without trying to understand myself, not knowing what I expected or what I wanted from life, and time went on and on. People passed by me with their love, bright days and warm nights flashed by, the nightingales sang, the hay smelt fragrant, and all this, sweet and overwhelming in remembrance, passed with me as with everyone rapidly, leaving no trace, was not prized, and vanished like mist. Where is it all? My father is dead, I have grown older. Everything that delighted me caressed me, gave me hope, the patter of the rain, the rolling of the thunder, thoughts of happiness, talk of love, all that has become nothing but a memory, and I see before me a flat desert distance. On the plain not one living soul, and out there on the horizon it is dark and terrible. A ring at the bell. It is Pyotr Sergeich. When in the winter I see the trees and remember how green they were for me in the summer, I whisper, "Oh, my darlings." And when I see people with whom I spent my springtime, I feel sorrowful and warm and whisper the same thing. He has long ago, by my father's good offices, been transferred to town. He looks a little older, a little fallen away. He has long given up declaring his love, has left off talking nonsense, dislikes his official work, is ill in some way and disillusioned. He has given up trying to get anything out of life and takes no interest in living. Now he has sat down by the hearth and looks in silence at the fire. Not knowing what to say, I ask him, "Well, what have you to tell me?" "Nothing," he answers. And silence again. The red glow of the fire plays about his melancholy face. I thought of the past, and all at once my shoulders began quivering, my head dropped, and I began weeping bitterly. I felt unbearably sorry for myself and for this man, and passionately longed for what had passed away and what life refused us now. And now I did not think about rank and wealth. I broke into loud sobs, pressing my temples, and muttered, my God, my life is wasted." And he sat and was silent and did not say to me, "Don't weep." He understood that I must weep and that the time for this had come. I saw from his eyes that he was sorry for me, and I was sorry for him, too, and vexed with this timid, unsuccessful man who could not make a life for me, nor for himself. When I saw him to the door, he was, I fancied, purposely a long while putting on his coat. Twice he kissed my hand without a word and looked a long while into my tear-stained face. I believe at that moment he recalled the storm, the streaks of rain, our laughter, my face that day. He longed to say something to me, and he would have been glad to say it, but he said nothing. He merely shook his head and pressed my hand. God help him. After seeing him out, I went back to my study and again sat on the carpet before the fireplace. The red embers were covered with ash and began to grow dim. The frost tapped still more angrily at the windows, and the wind droned in the chimney. The maid came in and, thinking I was asleep, called my name. In Exile. Old Semyon, nicknamed Canny, and a young Totter, whom no one knew by name, were sitting on the riverbank by the campfire. The other 3 ferrymen were in the hut. Semyon, an old man of 60, lean and toothless, but broad-shouldered and still healthy-looking, was drunk. He would have gone in to sleep long before, but he had a bottle in his pocket, and he was afraid that the fellows in the hut would ask him for vodka. The Totter was ill and weary, and wrapping himself up in his rags was describing how nice it was in the Simbirsk province, and what a beautiful and clever wife he had left behind at home. He was not more than 25, and now by the light of the campfire, with his pale and sick, mournful face, he looked like a boy. "To be sure, it is not paradise here," said Canny. "You can see for yourself the water, the bare banks, clay, and nothing else. Easter has long passed, and yet there is ice on the river, and this morning there was snow." It's bad," said the Totter, and looked round him in terror. The dark, cold river was flowing 10 paces away. It grumbled, lapped against the hollow clay banks, and raced on swiftly towards the faraway sea. Close to the bank there was the dark blur of a big barge, which the ferrymen called a carbose. Far away on the further bank, lights, dying down and flickering up again, zigzagged like little snakes. They were burning last year's grass. And beyond the little snakes there was darkness again. Their little icicles could be heard knocking against the barge. It was damp and cold. The Totter glanced at the sky. There were as many stars as at home, and the same blackness all round, but something was lacking. At home in the Simbirsk province the stars were quite different, and so was the sky. It's bad," he repeated. "You will get used to it," said Semyon, and he laughed. "Now you are young and foolish, the milk is hardly dry on your lips, and it seems to you in your foolishness that you are more wretched than anyone, but the time will come when you will say to yourself, 'I wish no one a better life than mine.' You look at me. Within a week the floods will be over and we shall set up the ferry. You will all go wandering off about Siberia, while I shall stay and shall begin going from bank to bank. I've been going like that for 22 years, day and night. The pike and the salmon are under the water while I am on the water. And thank God for it, I want nothing. God give everyone such a life." The Totter threw some dry twigs on the campfire, lay down closer to the blaze, and said, "My father is a sick man. When he dies my mother and wife will come here. They have promised." "And what do you want your wife and mother for?" asked Canny. "That's mere foolishness, my lad. It's the devil confounding you, damn his soul. Don't you listen to him, the cursed one. Don't let him have his way. He is at you about the women, but you spite him, say, 'I don't want them.' He is on at you about freedom, but you stand up to him and say, 'I don't want it. I want nothing, neither father nor mother, nor wife, nor freedom, nor post, nor paddock. I want nothing, damn their souls.'" Semyon took a pull at the bottle and went on. "I am not a simple peasant, not of the working class, but the son of a deacon, and when I was free I lived at Kursk. I used to wear a frock coat, and now I have brought myself to such a pass that I can sleep naked on the ground and eat grass. And I wish no one a better life. I want nothing and I am afraid of nobody, and the way I look at it is that there is nobody richer and freer than I am. When they sent me here from Russia from the first day I stuck it out. I want nothing. The devil was at me about my wife and about my home and about freedom, but I told him, I want nothing. I stuck to it, and here you see I live well, and I don't complain, and if anyone gives way to the devil and listens to him, if but once he is lost, there is no salvation for him. He is sunk in the bog to the crown of his head and will never get out. It is not only a foolish peasant like you, but even gentlemen, well-educated people are lost. 15 years ago they sent a gentleman here from Russia. He hadn't shared something with his brothers and had forged something in a will. They did say he was a prince or a baron, but maybe he was simply an official, who knows? Well, the gentleman arrived here, and first thing he bought himself a house and land in Muhortinsko. I want to live by my own work, says he, in the sweat of my brow, for I am not a gentleman now, says he, but a settler. Well, says I, God help you, that's the right thing. He was a young man then, busy and careful. He used to mow himself and catch fish and ride 60 miles on horseback. Only this is what happened. From the very first year he took to riding to Gyrino for the post, he used to stand on my ferry and sigh, Semyon, how long it is since they sent me any money from home. You don't want money, Vasily Sergeyevich, says I, what use is it to you? You cast away the past and forget it as though it had never been at all, as though it had been a dream, and begin to live anew. Don't listen to the devil, says I. He will bring you to no good, he'll draw you into a snare. Now you want money, says I, but in a very little while you'll be wanting something else, and then more and more. If you want to be happy, says I, the chief thing is not to want anything, yes. If, says I, if fate has wronged you and me cruelly, it's no good asking for her favor and bowing down to her, but you despise her and laugh at her, or else she will laugh at you. That's what I said to him. 2 years later I ferried him across to this side, and he was rubbing his hands and laughing. I am going to Gyrino to meet my wife, says he. She was sorry for me, says he. She has come, she is good and kind, and he was breathless with joy. So a day later he came with his wife. A beautiful young lady in a hat, in her arms was a baby girl, and lots of luggage of all sorts. And my Vasily Sergeyevich was fussing round her, he couldn't take his eyes off her and couldn't say enough in praise of her. Yes, Brother Semyon, even in Siberia people can live. Oh, all right, thinks I, it will be a different tale presently. And from that time forward he went almost every week to inquire whether money had not come from Russia. He wanted a lot of money. She is losing her youth and beauty here in Siberia for my sake, says he, and sharing my bitter lot with me, and so I ought, says he, to provide her with every comfort. To make it livelier for the lady he made acquaintance with the officials and all sorts of riffraff. And of course he had to give food and drink to all that crew, and there had to be a piano and a shaggy lapdog on the sofa, plague take it. Luxury, in fact, self-indulgence. The lady did not stay with him long. How could she? The clay, the water, the cold, no vegetables for you, no fruit. All around you ignorant and drunken people and no sort of manners, and she was a spoilt lady from Petersburg or Moscow. To be sure, she moped. Besides, her husband, say what you like, was not a gentleman now, but a settler not the same rank. 3 years later, I remember, on the eve of the Assumption, there was shouting from the further bank. I went over with the ferry, and what do I see but the lady, all wrapped up, and with her a young gentleman, an official. A sledge with 3 horses. I ferried them across here, they got in and away like the wind. They were soon lost to sight. And towards morning Vasily Sergeyevich galloped down to the ferry. Didn't my wife come this way with a gentleman in spectacles, Semyon? She did, said I. You may look for the wind in the fields. He galloped in pursuit of them. For 5 days and nights he was riding after them. When I ferried him over to the other side afterwards, he flung himself on the ferry and beat his head on the boards of the ferry and howled. So that's how it is, says I laughed and reminded him people can live even in Siberia, and he beat his head harder than ever. Then he began longing for freedom. His wife had slipped off to Russia, and of course he was drawn there to see her and to get her away from her lover. And he took, my lad, to galloping almost every day, either to the post or the town to see the commanding officer. He kept sending in petitions for them to have mercy on him and let him go back home, and he used to say that he had spent some 200 rubles on telegrams alone. He sold his land and mortgaged his house to the Jews. He grew gray and bent and yellow in the face as though he was in consumption. If he talked to you he would go ki, and there were tears in his eyes. He kept rushing about like this with petitions for 8 years, but now he has grown brighter and more cheerful again. He has found another whim to give way to. You see, his daughter has grown up. He looks at her, and she is the apple of his eye. And to tell the truth, she is all right, good-looking, with black eyebrows and a lively disposition. Every Sunday he used to ride with her to church in Gyrino. They used to stand on the ferry, side by side. She would laugh, and he could not take his eyes off her. Yes, Semyon, says he, people can live even in Siberia. Even in Siberia there is happiness. Look, says he, what a daughter I have got. I warrant you wouldn't find another like her for 1,000 versts round. Your daughter is all right, says I. That's true, certainly. But to myself I thought, wait a bit, The wench is young, her blood is dancing, she wants to live, and there is no life here. And she did begin to pine, my lad. She faded, and now she can hardly crawl about. Consumption. So you see what Siberian happiness is, damn its soul. You see how people can live in Siberia. He has taken to going from one doctor to another and taking them home with him. As soon as he hears that 200 or 300 miles away there is a doctor or a sorcerer, he will drive to fetch him. A terrible lot of money he spent on doctors, and to my thinking he had better have spent the money on drink. She'll die just the same. She is certain to die, and then it will be all over with him. He'll hang himself from grief or run away to Russia, that's a sure thing. He'll run away and they'll catch him. Then he will be tried, sent to prison, he will have a taste of the lash. Good, good, said the Tatar, shivering with cold. What is good? Asked Canny. His wife, his daughter? What of prison and what of sorrow anyway? He did see his wife and his daughter. You say, want nothing. But nothing is bad. His wife lived with him 3 years, that was a gift from God. Nothing is bad, but 3 years is good. How not understand? Shivering and hesitating, with effort picking out the Russian words of which he knew but few, the Tatar said that God forbid one should fall sick and die in a strange land, and be buried in the cold and dark earth. That if his wife came to him for 1 day, even for 1 hour, that for such happiness he would be ready to bear any suffering and to thank God. Better 1 day of happiness than nothing. Then he described again what a beautiful and clever wife he had left at home. Then, clutching his head in both hands, he began crying and assuring Semyon that he was not guilty and was suffering for nothing. His 2 brothers and an uncle had carried off a peasant's horses and had beaten the old man till he was half dead, and the commune had not judged fairly, but had contrived a sentence by which all the 3 brothers were sent to Siberia, while the uncle, a rich man, was left at home. You will get used to it, said Semyon. The Tatar was silent and stared with tear-stained eyes at the fire. His face expressed bewilderment and fear, as though he still did not understand why he was here in the darkness and the wet, beside strangers, and not in the Simbirsk province. Canny lay near the fire, chuckled at something, and began humming a song in an undertone. What joy has she with her father? He said a little later. He loves her and he rejoices in her, that's true, but mate, you must mind your PS and QS with him. He is a strict old man, a harsh old man, and young wenches don't want strictness. They want petting and ha-ha-ha, and ho-ho-ho, and scent and pomade. Yes, etch, life, sighed Semyon, and he got up heavily. The vodka is all gone, so it is time to sleep. I am going, my lad. Left alone, the Tatar put on more twigs, lay down and stared at the fire. He began thinking of his own village and of his wife. If his wife could only come for a month, for a day, and then if she liked she might go back again. Better a month or even a day than nothing. But if his wife kept her promise and came, what would he have to feed her on? Where could she live here? If there were not something to eat, how could she live? The Tatar asked aloud. He was paid only 10 kopecks for working all day and all night at the oar. It is true that travelers gave him tips for tea and for vodkas, but the men shared all they received among themselves and gave nothing to the Tatar, but only laughed at him. And from poverty he was hungry, cold, and frightened. Now, when his whole body was aching and shivering, he ought to go into the hut and lie down to sleep. But he had nothing to cover him there, and it was colder than on the river bank. Here he had nothing to cover him either, but at least he could make up the fire. In another week, when the floods were quite over and they set the ferry going, none of the ferrymen but Semyon would be wanted, and the Tatar would begin going from village to village begging for alms and for work. His wife was only 17. She was beautiful, spoilt, and shy. Could she possibly go from village to village begging alms with her face unveiled? No, it was terrible even to think of that. It was already getting light. The barge, the bushes of willow on the water, and the waves could be clearly discerned, and if one looked round there was the steep clay slope. At the bottom of it, the hut thatched with dingy brown straw, and the huts of the village lay clustered higher up. The cocks were already crowing in the village. The rusty red clay slope, the barge, the river, the strange, unkind people, hunger, cold, illness, perhaps all that was not real. Most likely it was all a dream, thought the Tatar. He felt that he was asleep and heard his own snoring. Of course he was at home in the Simbirsk province, and he had only to call his wife by name for her to answer, and in the next room was his mother. What terrible dreams there are, though. What are they for? The Tatar smiled and opened his eyes. What river was this, the Volga? Snow was falling. "Boat," was shouted on the further side. "Boat." The Tatar woke up and went awake his mates and row over to the other side. The ferrymen came onto the riverbank, putting on their torn sheepskins as they walked, swearing with voices husky from sleepiness and shivering from the cold. On waking from their sleep, the river, from which came a breath of piercing cold, seemed to strike them as revolting and horrible. They jumped into the barge without hurrying themselves. The Tatar and the 3 ferrymen took the long, broad-bladed oars, which in the darkness looked like the claws of crabs. Semyon leaned his stomach against the tiller. The shout on the other side still continued, and 2 shots were fired from a revolver, probably with the idea that the ferrymen were asleep or had gone to the pothouse in the village. "All right, you have plenty of time," said Semyon in the tone of a man convinced that there was no necessity in this world to hurry, that it would lead to nothing anyway. The heavy, clumsy barge moved away from the bank and floated between the willow bushes, and only the willows slowly moving back showed that the barge was not standing still but moving. The ferrymen swung the oars evenly in time. Semyon lay with his stomach on the tiller and, describing a semicircle in the air, flew from one side to the other. In the darkness, it looked as though the men were sitting on some antediluvian animal with long paws, and were moving on it through a cold, desolate land, the land of which one sometimes dreams in nightmares. They passed beyond the willows and floated out into the open. The creak and regular splash of the oars was heard on the further shore, and a shout came, "Make haste, make haste." Another 10 minutes passed, and the barge banged heavily against the landing stage. "And it keeps sprinkling and sprinkling," muttered Semyon, wiping the snow from his face. "And where it all comes from God only knows." On the bank stood a thin man of medium height in a jacket lined with fox fur and in a white lambskin cap. He was standing at a little distance from his horses and not moving. He had a gloomy, concentrated expression, as though he were trying to remember something and angry with his untrustworthy memory. When Semyon went up to him and took off his cap, smiling, he said, "I am hastening to Anastasievka. My daughter's worse again, and they say that there is a new doctor at Anastasievka." They dragged the carriage onto the barge and floated back. The man whom Semyon addressed as VIII Sergeyevich stood all the time motionless, tightly compressing his thick lips and staring off into space. When his coachman asked permission to smoke in his presence, he made no answer, as though he had not heard. Semyon, lying with his stomach on the tiller, looked mockingly at him and said, "Even in Siberia people can live live." There was a triumphant expression on Canny's face, as though he had proved something and was delighted that things had happened as he had foretold. The unhappy helplessness of the man in the foxskin coat evidently afforded him great pleasure. "It's muddy driving now, VIII Sergeyevich," he said when the horses were harnessed again on the bank. "You should have put off going for another fortnight when it will be drier, or else not have gone at all. If any good would come of your going, but, as you know yourself, people have been driving about for years and years, day and night, and it's always been no use. That's the truth." VIII Sergeyevich tipped him without a word, got into his carriage and drove off. "There he has galloped off for a doctor," said Semyon, shrinking from the cold. "But looking for a good doctor is like chasing the wind in the fields or catching the devil by the tail, plague take your soul. What a queer chap, Lord forgive me a sinner." The Tatar went up to Canny and, looking at him with hatred and repulsion, shivering and mixing Tatar words with his broken Russian, said, "He is good. Good, but you are bad, you are bad. The gentleman is a good soul, excellent, and you are a beast bad. The gentleman is alive, but you are a dead carcass. God created man to be alive and to have joy and grief and sorrow, but you want nothing, so you are not alive, you are stone, clay. A stone wants nothing and you want nothing. You are a stone, and God does not love you, but he loves the gentleman." Everyone laughed. The Tatar frowned contemptuously, and with a wave of his hand wrapped himself in his rags and went to the campfire. The ferryman and Semyon sauntered to the hut. "It's cold," said one ferryman huskily, as he stretched himself on the straw with which the damp clay floor was covered. "Yes, it's not warm," another assented. "It's a dog's life." They all lay down. The door was thrown open by the wind, and the snow drifted into the hut. Nobody felt inclined to get up and shut the door. They were cold, and it was too much trouble. "I am all right," said Semyon as he began to doze. "I wouldn't wish anyone a better life." "You are a tough one, we all know. Even the devils won't take you. Sounds like a dog's howling came from outside. What's that? Who's there? It's the Totter crying. I say, he's a queer one. He'll get you used to it, said Semyon, and at once fell asleep. The others were soon asleep too. The door remained unclosed.